I will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
King's Speech, motion for an address, adjourned debate on question.
Now, I inform the House that I've selected an amendment in the name of the Leader of the Opposition, which will be moved at the start of the debate, and Amendment D in the name of Stephen Flynn, and K in the name of Ed Davey, which will be moved at the end of the debate. The question is the humble address be presented to His Majesty as on the order paper. I now call the Shadow Home Secretary, James Cleverley, to move Amendment L.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the amendment in the name of the Leader of the Opposition and myself. At the dispatch box yesterday, I welcomed the... At the dispatch box yesterday, I welcomed the Right Honourable Lady to her role, and I would like to now take the opportunity to congratulate the wider ministerial team that work with her. They will have inherited a hard-working team of civil servants dedicated to the protection of this country and the people within it. However, I must put on record that I am sad to see the member for Aberfan Merrick has not made the transition from Shadow Immigration Minister to Immigration Minister. His contributions are, of course, a great loss to the Conservative Party. And with the member for Kingston upon Hull North and Cottingham in her new role, I am sure the clerks of the Home Affairs Select Committee will be looking forward to arranging her first session promptly and will, like me, be monitoring closely to see how quickly her new boss implements fully all the recommendations of the committee that she formerly chaired. Whilst I don't have time to mention each of the shadow ministerial team individually, I do want to pay tribute to the member for Birmingham Yardley. She knows that I was going to single her out, but I don't apologise for doing so, because I do think it is a very good appointment and she is very well suited to her role. She knows that tackling violence against women and girls was a priority for me, and we shared the stage previously at events in this House on that subject. And I genuinely look forward to working with her and contributing in any way that I can to her success in this incredibly important area of public policy. She has highlighted some of the crucial work that, that this place can do in bringing to the attention of the country and the wider world the plight that too many women still feel. This election highlighted the incredibly important work of the Home Office in defending democracy. And I pay tribute to my friend and colleague, the former Security Minister, for the work that he was doing with the Defending Democracy Task Force. And again, this is an area where we seek to be a constructive opposition. I was disgusted to see how the member for Birmingham Yardley and others, so many others, mostly female colleagues and candidates, were treated during this general election campaign. And it is something that no one who cares for democracy, irrespective of their party affiliation, should be willing to tolerate. The Defending Democracy Task Force continues to have incredibly important and urgent work to do, and we should continue to work together as we did when our roles were reversed, to root out violence, to root out intimidation, and to make sure that candidates and members of this place can vote with their conscience and campaign with their hearts, free from the intimidation or threats. Now, Mr. Speaker, whilst the Prime Minister has been enjoying his honeymoon period at NATO and welcoming visitors to the European political community event at Blenheim Palace, an event very well organised by his predecessors in the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office. The same honeymoon, sadly, cannot be afforded to the Home Secretary. Members of this House will, of course, be familiar with the 7 days of creation. The new Home Secretary has managed 7 days of destruction. She, on day one, cancelled the partnership with Rwanda, taking away the deterrent, a deterrent which the National Crime Agency said we needed in order to break the business model of people smuggling guns. On day two, in doing so, on day two, she created a diplomatic row with Rwanda, who sadly had to read about that government decision in the British media rather than receiving direct communication from this government. A level of diplomatic indecency which will, I think, cast a shadow over the relationship, not just with that country, but with many others. On day three, she announced an effective amnesty for tens of thousands of people who arrived here illegally. We said that the incoming Labour government would do that. They promised they wouldn't, and yet that's exactly what they did. On day four, she started work getting back into the EU through the back door by negotiating to take more migrants from the continent. On day five, a Labour government minister went on national radio to advocate the relaxing of visa rules from the EU before being slapped down for saying the quiet bit out loud. On day six, Home Office figures released by the government show that the visa curbs that I put in place when I became Home Secretary have cut migration by 48% compared with last June. She can thank me later. And on the seventh day, I suspect she probably tried to get some rest, but she will now know what I have long known, that as Home Secretary, you don't get the luxury of that day of rest. And so despite a terrible first week of weather to bring in the new Labour government, what we saw was almost 500 asylum seekers arrive in that week on small boats. And as of today, she will be making a speech in due course. Almost 500 arrived in the first week. And as of today, since Labour took office, more than 2,000 asylum seekers have arrived in small boats. And the second week at work was not much better. We have seen, she has an opportunity to speak a moment. We have seen riots in her back garden on the streets of Leeds, and police officers clearly not confident that they will enjoy her support, having to take a back seat. Take back our streets was clearly, like so much of what was said ahead of this general election, just a Labour slogan. And then what we saw, Mr. Speaker, Neil Basu, someone I've worked with when I was on the Metropolitan Police Authority, a very highly respected former police officer, and General Stuart Skeets, senior official at the Home Office, again, someone who I've worked with in a former life as well as Home Secretary, ruling themselves out of leadership of the new so-called Border Security Command, because they know, I am sure, what we know, which is it is little more than a fig leaf to hide the fact the Labour government is doing less on migration and hoping to achieve more. The reality is, everybody knows, including the people smugglers, that the small boats problem is only going to get worse under Labour. And I will give way.
Nice. thank the Shadow Home Secretary for giving way. It's a shame to puncture his fantasy and bring him down to the real world in which he and his party have trebled net migration and left us with the highest level of spring boat crossings on record. But perhaps he could answer just one factual question. He has spent £700 million over 2.5 years running the Rwanda scheme. Can he tell us how many asylum seekers he has sent?
As I said on the radio this morning, if the Right Honourable Lady is going to pluck figures out of the air, you should avoid nice round numbers because it's a bit of a giveaway. She will know that we brought people. She will know that we brought people into detention. We had chartered flights, and the fact that the new government scrapped the scheme, and as I say, with a degree of diplomatic discourtesy, didn't even. And honourable members can groan from the benches opposite, but they will get used to the fact. They will get used to the fact that you cannot treat international partners in this way. Our relationship with Rwanda was entered into in good faith by both parties. And the Rwandans discovered that the incoming government was tearing up that bilateral relationship in the pages of the British media. And she should learn that her new Foreign Secretary should have had the courtesy, the diplomatic courtesy, to at least pick up the phone to his opposite number in Rwanda and explain what was going to happen before they read about it in the British press. And she and I both know that her government would not have acted with that level of vile discourtesy had that partner been a European country. We know that to be the case. And they can groan all they like, but we all know that is true. Now, the simple fact of the matter is that this new Border Security Command replicates in all respects the work of the Small Boats Operational Command, and it took almost the whole of the general election campaign before the Right Honourable Lady clarified or attempted to clarify the roles. We still have very little clarity on the division of labour between the so-called new Border Command and the Small Boats Operational Command. And yesterday, at the dispatch box, she tried to imply that that there had been no returns under this government. But let me just put some facts and figures on the record. For example, last year, we returned more than 25,000 people to their home countries, including almost 4,000 foreign national offenders, in order to keep ourselves safe. Foreign national offenders, which I will remind the House, her Prime Minister in his former guise fought tooth and nail to prevent being deported. And voluntary and enforced returns were both up by more than 2/3 at their highest level for 5 years. Operations done by our immigration enforcement officials, which sounds a lot like a returns unit to me. And guess what? I'm not sure what she was doing whilst in opposition, but she may be surprised to learn that we were indeed smashing the gangs. And we were making sure that people were arrested and incarcerated. Last year, we smashed almost 100 criminal gangs through our law enforcement agencies. And I remind the House that Labour voted against the Nationality and Borders Act, which is the legislation that we have been using to incarcerate those people smugglers. They voted against that legislation. The Labour Party in government are now so worried about continuing the reputation for being and looking weak on immigration that they felt the need to announce a whole raft of things to sound tough, but basically already existed. So they announced the Border Security Command, even though there's already a Small Boats Operation Command. They announced a returns unit, even though immigration enforcement already does that. What are they going to announce next? What are they going to invent this time round? The RAF? I look forward to seeing what functions are already going to be replicated. But we will look at legislation when it comes forward. But as I have discussed, the government already has the tools it needs, and as long as it doesn't undermine its own efforts by scrapping more things, then we might see an opportunity for them to reduce numbers, in large part because we passed the Safety of Rwanda Act and she has tools at her disposal. Turning now, Mr. Speaker, to legal migration. I remember coming to that dispatch box in December of last year and presenting the House with a series of visa curbs to cut net migration. With our measures, 300,000 people who came here last year will no longer have the right to come, reducing migration by a record amount. And already, the data is showing that because of the actions I took as Home Secretary, visa applications are down by 48% compared with June last. And on the current trajectory, net migration is set to halve in the next 12 months, thanks to the actions that I took, actions that were opposed by the Labour Party at the time. Now, the Labour manifesto said that net migration would come down, but not by how much. And I've already said the first 50% of that reduction is because of actions I took. Perhaps in her speech in a few moments, the Right Honourable Lady can confirm how much further than that 50% she envisages bringing net migration down. They talk tough ahead of the election about clamping down on employers bringing in foreign workers, but those plans have apparently now been shelved, as we saw nothing of them in the King's speech and we've not heard anything more about them. Mr. Speaker, turning to policing and crime, I am delighted to have my honourable friend, the member for Stockton West, as the Shadow Minister for Policing, Fire and Crime. Of course, there are many brilliant things about Stockton, a place that I visited and enjoyed. He, of course, is one of those wonderful things. And I welcome the plan set out in the Crime and Policing Bill in the King's speech to tackle issues such as antisocial behaviour, retail crime, knife crime and drive-up standards in the police force. Of course, I welcome them because these are issues that I put forward when I was Home Secretary. And the government can therefore count on our general support for these measures if they bring forward detailed proposals which properly address the issues. And I really hope the Right Honourable Lady has more success getting her colleague, the Mayor of London, to focus on bringing down violent crime in our capital city than I did. And we, of course, will scrutinise the legislation alongside the Victims' Courts and Public Protection Bill. Over the last Parliament, it was the Conservative Party who put 20,000 new police officers on the streets. And at the election, we promised to hire an additional 8,000 police officers, full-time, fully warranted police officers, to protect our neighbourhoods. During the general election campaign, the Labour Party made no such commitment, limiting their aspirations at only 3,000 full-time, fully warranted officers. I hope that they will actually match our commitment to 8,000 full-time, fully warranted officers. I will give way.
I think the Shadow Secretary of State should also remember that the Labour Party actually opposed our measures in bringing in 20,000 extra police, and during the general election committed to 13,000 extra neighbourhood officers, which many police and crime commissioners have said cannot be funded because they were not clear about how they are funded. Isn't it the case that this party has a track record on delivering on more policing and the government have no idea whatsoever?
I'm very proud of the fact that in many parts of the country, including my own county of Essex, there are now more warranted police officers than at any time in that force's history. In sharp contrast with Labour-run London, where the Conservative government put money on the table to recruit extra Metropolitan Police officers, and the Labour Mayor of London has spectacularly failed to recruit those officers, has not backed those officers when they've said they needed to do more stop and search, has seen knife crime accelerate, distorting the whole national picture, So I really hope that the Right Honourable Lady takes this seriously. She can chuckle all she likes, but this is about kids getting stabbed on the streets of London, and she should take this more seriously. She should take this more seriously. We introduced tougher sentences. She should recognise that we introduced tougher sentences under the Public Order Act to clamp down on disruptive protests, the benefit of which we have already seen this week with the jailing of Just Stop Oil protesters, as well as plans to grant the police further powers to clamp down on protests that go too far and disrupt the lives of people around this country.
The Shadow Home Secretary from giving way. He knows he should not make disgraceful, unfounded allegations like that about my response to knife crime when he knows I have met with families right across the country who are devastated by knife crime, including in towns and smaller communities and suburbs right across the country where this terrible crime is going up, and where his party, when in government, repeatedly failed to bring in the bans on serious weapons on our streets. Will he now support this party and this government when we bring in the bans on ninja swords as well as on dangerous machetes that he should have brought in long ago?
Mr. Speaker, I made the observation that whilst I was talking about young people getting stabbed, the Honourable Lady was chatting and chuckling with her colleagues on the front bench. That was a statement of fact. The point is that we have got a grip of crime, and in the parts of the country controlled by Labour police and crime commissioners, including London, sadly that is not the case. I will give way to the gentleman.
Right Honourable Gentleman for giving way, and I have a lot of respect for him, but he will know from his tenure as Home Secretary that these sorts of crimes, stabbings, shootings, are happening in towns and cities across the country. Not just cities, they're happening in towns like Warwick and Leamington, where we've had someone shot dead through drug dealing and many people killed or stabbed maliciously and some killed. The reality is that under his watch, the last 14 years, we've seen a denudation of the number of police officers on our streets and rising knife crime. Does he not accept that?
Mr. Speaker, the figures speak for themselves, and people will be able to see the difference between the levels of crime, including violent crime, in Conservative-run parts of the country, and they can compare that with Labour-run parts of the country. The figures in the public domain, anyone can check them. Unfortunately, it appears that the government has not seen fit to lay out their plans to address the issue of violent, aggressive, intimidatory or disruptive protest. And I hope for the safety of our streets and for the confidence of the officers who need to police protests that they do the right thing and that they change that vacuum where policy should be. Under Conservative leadership, we announced a raft of changes to support victims of domestic abuse, putting more abusers under management of the police under increasingly strict arrangements, by designating violence against women and girls as a national policing priority, a national threat on par with the threat of terrorism. And as I've said, she and her front bench colleagues should know that I will always give my wholehearted support in actions that they take to protect women and girls. We have made improvements through Operations Terrier. We changed the way the investigatory system operates to ensure that victims of rape and serious sexual assaults could get justice, and that we provided specialist training for officers. And we have been committed to ensuring that rape victims feel confident to come forward and to continue to report, because we know the sad truth that even with the good work of Operation Soteria, far too few women come forward, and we want to encourage them to do so, and we will support the government in any action that they take in this area, and I will give way.
I thank the Shadow Home Secretary for giving way on that really important point. And he'll recognise that one of the areas and issues that we've all campaigned on is the fact that many of these women do not come forward because they have no trust in the police. And one of the key issues we've been working on to try and get senior officers to be able to suspend those police officers who are found of wrongdoing. Does he agree that we need to make sure that that works now so that those women can have the confidence to come forward, including when those allegations are against other police officers?
The Honourable Lady is absolutely right. And although it didn't make its way through all its parliamentary stages, the proposals that we put in the Criminal Justice Bill strengthened the accountability framework for officers, strengthened police leadership to take actions. Again, I hope that the government will continue on this incredibly important work. And once again, I put on record my willingness to support the government in ensuring that the disciplinary practices within policing give women confidence to come forward, and I will give way.
Giving way. Isn't it not true, Minister, that the net number of policing is lower after 14 years of a Tory government? There's a net loss to policing. And also, does the Shadow Minister agree that the reason why we haven't hit our numbers in London for the Met Police is because we're in special measures and there needs to be caution over the police that are recruited. So therefore we need to make sure there are good police officers, so it's over quality, not just quantity.
So I disagree with her assessment about police numbers. That doesn't accord with the figures that I have seen. Police numbers are up, and we had plans to put even more. And I get the party loyalty towards the Mayor of London, but the simple fact of the matter is all police forces have to ensure that their vetting procedures are in place. The vetting procedures for the Metropolitan Police are no more onerous than for other forces around the country, and yet other police forces, many other police forces, including my own, have record numbers of police officers. The Metropolitan Police is the best funded police force in the country. It is the best funded per capita in the country, and yet, with all the freedoms that the Mayor of London has, with all the money that was put on the table, he has failed to recruit the police officers that the capital city needs. And that has an impact not just on the people who live and work in London, but the visitors and the people who travel through it. In a constantly evolving criminal landscape, we delivered the Online Fraud Charter, a world-first agreement with 12 of the biggest tech companies signatories to proactively block and remove fraudulent content from their platforms, with Facebook, Instagram and Amazon amongst those key signatories. We introduced the National Security Act, the Economic Crime and Corporate Transparency Act, and we prescribed Hizbut Tahrir, Telegram and the Wagner Group to make promotion and membership of those organisations illegal. And so, to conclude, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Right Honourable Lady has a tough job. Home Secretary will always be a tough job. But we have ensured that our time in government, that she has more police officers at her disposal, she has an effective border small boats operational command, an effective immigration enforcement command. She has a suite of legislation to allow her to match the rhetoric of the campaign with her action in government. She's inherited falling net migration figures, a growing economy, a large parliamentary majority to ensure she gets her business through the House. And whilst we will be critical when the government makes mistakes, and we will seek to ensure that they do the right thing, we all have a desire and indeed an interest for her department to succeed, and on that point I wish her the very best of luck.
The original question was that an humble address be presented to His Majesty as on the order paper, since when Amendment L has been proposed as on the order paper. The question is that the amendment be made. I call the Home Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome everybody to the final day of the King's speech today, and also welcome the words from the Shadow Home Secretary about the excellent ministerial team we now have in the Home Office, and also his support, continued support for the Defending Democracy Task Force that I know he and his Shadow Security Minister took immensely seriously when they were in government. I can tell the House we will be meeting later this week for the first meeting after the election in order to review some of the issues that I know have affected members right across this country and are extremely serious about what happened during the election. And how we, all of us, need to respond to stand up for our democracy. You wouldn't think, though, to listen to the Shadow Home Secretary, you wouldn't think he'd just spectacularly lost a general election, when apparently under the Conservatives we've just all had it so good for such a long period of time. But I am glad to see him enjoying opposition so much. Long may it continue. It is, though, maybe the final day of the King's speech debate, but it is, of course, only the beginning of the Tory leadership hustings. The Shadow Home Secretary's name is on the list. We look forward to his launch, maybe later this week. Very exciting. As someone who has unsuccessfully stood for their party's leadership in the past, I do have some sympathy with his predicament. It's not only that he is only the fifth favourite in the bookies. He's not even the leading candidate from Essex. He's not even the leading candidate from his Shadow Home Office team. But I have some bad news for both the Shadow Home Secretary and the Shadow Security Minister. Their chances have been dealt hammer blow by that strategic brain for the Conservative Party, the deputy leader of the Conservative Party, who was elected in 2015 at the same time as both of them, and who was asked, who are the stars of your generation? And he said, there's only two people from my generation that I could see leading the Conservative Party, Rishi Sunak or Vicky Atkins. How disappointing is that, Mr. Speaker? Discounted by the great election guru of the Conservative Party even before they started. I will give way on that subject.
Just for expectation management, when is she actually going to start talking about her portfolio?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Shadow Home Secretary, I think, has actually spent his entire speech not actually talking about any of the real challenges the country faces, but simply playing to the backbenches of the Conservative Party with a fantasy leadership application speech. And what is it about these former Home Secretaries and former Home Office ministers? Do you know there's apparently 7 of the last 7 Home Office ministers in Cabinet? 6 of them are apparently running. We've got the former Home Secretary, the former Home Secretary before that, the former Home Secretary but one before that, which strangely was actually herself, because never forget it is possible to be sacked from the same job twice. The Home Secretary before that, and the former Security Minister and the former Immigration Minister. And they have quite a record between them. They have trebled net migration. They let boat crossings hit a record high this spring. They decimated neighbourhood policing. There are 10,000 fewer neighbourhood police and PCSOs on our streets. They let record numbers of crimes go unsolved, bust the Home Office budget by billions, and yet spent £700 million sending just 4 volunteers to Rwanda. So if they are now lining up to do to the Tory party what they've already done to the Home Office and the country, well, frankly, they deserve each other. And every one of them championed that policy on Rwanda that the Shadow Home Secretary, to be fair to him, did notoriously describe as batshit crazy. Well, maybe that's what you need to stand to be the Tory leader right now. And we have heard, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that they are going to run this contest until November. We've got 5 months of the... Oh, does the Shadow Home Secretary want to deny having ever described the Rwanda programme and the development partnership as batshit? Because I will give way to the right honourable member if he would like to.
More than happy if she wants to say when and where and to who that was said, then carry on.
So I think he's the one that said it. So I think he's the one that will know. I mean, if he wants to deny it, I won't say it again, honestly. I will not say it again if he wants to deny that he ever said it, but I think he does protest a little too much. The sort of wriggling here. This is obviously not he would not do very well under interrogation. Right, look, this we've heard today, this contest is going to run until November. We've got 5 months of this. We've hardly got any Tory MPs here because they're all off doing their little chats and meetings. It's like a cross between Love Island and The Jungle. You've got Rob and Suella have broken up, and now John's gone off with Kemi, and everyone's looking over their shoulder for snakes and rats, and apparently somebody's had a nervous breakdown, and that is probably all of their backbenchers dreading getting a little text saying another candidate wanting for a chat, and you can just see it. Look at them on there. They're all of them really saying, I'm a Tory MP, get me out of here. And that is exactly what our Labour MPs have just done. They've got a lot of Tory MPs out of here because the country is crying out for change. For what the Prime Minister has described as a decade of national renewal on our economy, on our public services, and on our relationship with the world, and on politics itself, bringing politics back into public service again. And I'd say to all honourable members, on my own side and on the opposite benches, when it comes to restoring Britain's sense of security, public safety on our streets, secure borders, confidence in our police and criminal justice system, I will work with everyone to do that. Yes, I will repeatedly challenge the Conservatives on the legacy that they have left us with, because the damage is serious, and I think they have been hugely reckless with the safety of our country. Yes, there are other parties where our approach and our values may be different, but I also think there are important areas where we should be able to come together in the interests of change, in the interests of our country, in the interests of our communities and our security, because that is what public service means. And that's what this Labour government's determined to do. We have 3 Home Office bills set out in the King's Speech on crime and policing, on borders and asylum, and on security. And I want to cover each in those issues in turn. Starting with the safety on our streets and the confidence in police and the criminal justice system. Everyone should have fresh in their minds concerns that constituents will have raised during the election campaign. And I do fear that at a time we have 10,000 fewer neighbourhood police and PCSOs, confidence in policing has dropped. We've got street crime and knife crime surging in towns and in suburbs, not just in our cities. Shoplifting has become an epidemic. And these are the kinds of crimes that really affect how people live in their own communities, and yet too little is being done. I will give way.
I'm grateful. And I congratulate the Honourable Lady for her new position. I wonder if she might reflect back. Before the election was called, we had succeeded in a cross-party campaign to get legislation on cuckooing made a criminal offence in the then Criminal Justice Bill. Sadly, that fell. And I just noticed that in the Crime and Policing Bill, there is no mention at all of cuckooing. So may I gently probe this issue with the Right Honourable Lady and ask her, does she support that idea of making cuckooing a criminal offence, which is all about dealing with the most vulnerable in society and using their homes for criminal behaviour? And if so, would she possibly give a commitment that she will introduce that process again? She will get my support, certainly. I can guarantee the government, well, the previous government's support, because I told them that at the time, so over to her.
I would say to the right honourable member, he raises a really important point. We do support this issue. I think this is immensely important. Very happy to talk to him further, or he can talk to the Safeguarding Violence Against Women and Girls Minister on this issue as well. There are a series of issues that were included in the last criminal justice bill that fell when the election was called, that we do believe need to be taken forward, and they did have cross-party support. I will give way.
Thank the Right Honourable Lady for giving way, and indeed congratulate her on her appointment. One of the issues that was agreed on a cross-party basis was the campaign that we'd led on abolishing the 1824 Vagrancy Act, and that was included and was going to be an assistance to homeless people so they'd no longer face arrest, but would be provided with assistance. Will she give a commitment on behalf of the government that she will introduce that as part of this legislation?
Well, the honourable member makes an important point because there was a lot of cross-party agreement. There were also some areas where actually the then government's attempt to respond to it actually ended up provoking a lot of disagreement, and we had different views around that. So what I would suggest is that he discuss the detail further with new Home Office ministers, because we do take this very seriously, but I think want to make sure that we get it right and don't make some of the errors that I think the previous government had made on some of the detail of their response. But as well as the issues around that kind of community crime, town centre crime, we've also had an important report today from the police warning that violence against women and girls is a national emergency, not taken seriously for far too long. And we have record levels of crime going unsolved, 90% of crimes going unsolved, the criminal justice system and prisons being pushed into crisis, and that feeling that too many people have that nothing is done and no one will come. And we can't go on like this. So for us in the Labour Party, this is rooted in our values. Security is the bedrock of opportunity. Families cannot prosper and get on in life if they don't feel safe. Communities cannot be strong if they don't feel secure. A nation cannot survive, cannot thrive if it is under threat. And respect for each other, for the rule of law, these are the things that underpin who we are as a country and how we sustain our democracy, our sense of justice and fairness. And too often, those things have felt undermined. It's why we've made Safer Streets one of the 5 central missions for this Labour government, to restore and rebuild neighbourhood policing, to restore trust and confidence in policing and the criminal justice system, and also to deliver to an unprecedented ambition of halving serious violence within a decade. That is a hugely ambitious mission. Halving serious violence means halving knife crime and halving violence against women and girls over the next 10 years. And I know that will be extremely difficult. But I just ask everyone to be part of it, because it is so important and all of us should be trying to keep people safe.
I welcome the Home Secretary to her place, and I know that this is a really important area that she's campaigned on for many years. She talked about all of us being involved in this. Does she agree with me that the people dealing on the ground, working with these communities, our youth workers, our IFTAs, our doctors in the emergency A&E units, schools, teachers, they all need to be involved in this conversation, because for many of them, they see what's happening before the authorities do. It's vitally important. They are part of this national conversation.
Well said. My honourable friend is exactly right, because this has to be a mission for all of us. This isn't just something about what the Home Office does, although we do want the Home Office to do so much more in this area. This isn't just about what the government does. This has to be about all of us. It has to be about recognising that for generation after generation, people have just shrugged their shoulders about unacceptable violence against women and girls. It's just been seen as normal, just one of those things that happens, when actually we should not stand for it. And this is a moment, this is an opportunity for change and to bring everyone together to do so. And she is absolutely right that those often who are on the front line of seeing that violence in practice are also those who often know what it is that needs to be done. So yes, we will bring forward as part of the new Crime and Policing Bill measures to tackle violence against women and girls, including making sure that we have specialist rape and sexual assault units in every police force, that we have specialist domestic abuse experts into 999 control rooms, recognising the terrible tragedy and how devastating it was what happened to Raneem Uda, who called 999 4 times on the night that she was killed and no one came. And for her and for her family, we have to make sure that we make changes. We have to get neighbourhood police back on the beat, so yes, we will introduce a new neighbourhood policing guarantee, new arrangements to cut waste, compelling forces to change the way they do their procurement in order to make savings that we need to put back on the front line. I'll go away to the honourable member.
For a speech to the Chamber today, and all the possibilities that the Honourable Lady has put forward that we can endorse hopefully later on whenever the votes come. One of the things that, as the Honourable Lady for Vauxhall referred to is an attitude change needs to happen in society. It's important that the media promote it in a way that showing the positivities. Women and girls across Northern Ireland, I think there's been 28 murders over the last few years. It really concerns me greatly about what has happened. And I'm just wondering, whenever the Home Secretary brings forward the ideas legislatively in this House, would she share those suggestions, those policy changes, those legislative changes with the Northern Ireland Assembly? Because I believe what the Honourable Lady is putting forward here today can be betterment for all of us in this United Kingdom, and in particular for Northern Ireland, because it's really important that my constituents, the ladies and the girls across Northern Ireland, feel safe, because at this moment they don't.
Well, the Honourable Member makes a really important point. This is about all of us, and I know that Northern Ireland has one of the highest levels of domestic abuse murders as well. So this is immensely serious. The Safeguarding Minister is also already planning to have those discussions, because all of us should be learning from each other about what it takes to save lives and to keep people safe. We'll bring in new powers on antisocial behaviour, including new respect orders, including new action on off-road bikes, that frankly dangerous and deafening off-road bikes are being used to terrorise some communities. And we will take action against the soaring shoplifting that has seen supermarkets chain butter, cheese and fabric conditioner to the shelves, reversing the previous Conservative policy on low-value theft, and also standing up against the appalling violence against shop workers. For years, the Co-op, Usdaw, major retailers, small shop owners, shop workers across the country have urged us to strengthen the law against assaults on shop workers, and in this King's Speech we will. And two, we will increase standards in policing as well, including mandatory vetting standards across forces and automatic and improvements around misconduct as well. But we particularly need to make sure we have...
On the point of mandatory vetting, does my honourable friend also agree with me that we should have psychological testing as well for the police? Some of the incidences that have been brought to light, like the kidnapping and killing of Sarah Everard, the taking the pictures of Bibba and Nicole in Bren, is absolutely appalling and can only be done by people who have lost compassion in their job.
I think my honourable friend makes an important point here, because some of this is about the vetting standards before people ever are appointed as police officers, but some of it is also about the culture that can operate within forces or within small groups within forces, that also always needs to be challenged and needs to be challenged by leadership as well. We do want to see national vetting standards. Let's be clear, there are police officers every day of the week who are doing an incredible job to keep all of us safe, also showing immense bravery, and I've gone for 14 years running, been to the Police Bravery Awards to see the incredible stories of heroism, but those brave officers are also being badly let down, just as communities are being badly let down when officers fail to meet those standards or when they abuse the power they have. And that's why the standards issues and safeguard issues are so important. And then just on knife crime, Mr Deputy Speaker, I think that no parent should have to lie in bed worrying that a son or daughter might not come home. And it is one of the hardest things is to talk to parents who are grieving, who stand with a photo in a frame because that's all they have. And the action that all of us need to take to prevent our young people getting dragged into crime and into violence is perhaps one of the important things that all of our communities need to do. So yes, the King's Speech does mean new laws to get dangerous knives off the streets, like the ninja swords of the kind that was used to kill 16-year-old Ronan Kander near his home in Wolverhampton 2 years ago. And I want to pay tribute to the tireless campaigning of Pooja Ronan's mother. And we will also set up a radical new Young Futures prevention programme to stop our teenagers being drawn into a life of violent crime, bringing services together around young people in the way that the last Labour government's Sure Start programme did for our youngest children, a programme for teenagers to help them back on track. And Mr Deputy Speaker, on borders, security and immigration, we will bring forward new legislation too. Legal migration has trebled in the last 5 years, the biggest driver has actually been overseas recruitment, with work visas soaring, in fact because the last government ran what was effectively a sort of free market laissez-faire approach to both the economy and the immigration system. So they completely failed to tackle skills shortages, things like engineering that have been on the shortage list for decades, if not for generations, never having a proper programme, and where we have seen engineering visas go up while engineering apprenticeships go down. We have to turn that round, and that is why, as well as continuing with visa controls, we will draw up new arrangements to link the points-based system with new skills plans. It's why the Education Secretary has drawn up plans for Skills England. But we should also... I will give way one more time, can I remember?
The Home Secretary for that. One of the issues over the last few years that we've been pursuing has been the fishing visa scheme to bring crews in. The last government brought suggestions forward, but they put a very high ceiling on the wages, which meant that it was impossible for some of the crews and the fishing boats to bring people onto the visa scheme. Would the Home Secretary agree to meeting myself and other interested parties in this chamber who represent fishing communities to discuss a way of going forward? I believe that there's a way of doing it. I look very much to working along with the Home Secretary to ensure that we have a possibility and a future. Thank you.
Well, I'm sure the honourable member will just continue to raise issues in this chamber until every minister, I'm sure, has met him on one issue or another, and I'm sure all of our Home Office ministers will be willing to do so. Let me just also then turn to the issues around asylum policy, many of which we discussed yesterday. I have highlighted and will continue to do so because I'm still frankly shocked about the amount of money that was spent. I will.
Forgiving. We've heard lots about tough action on asylum seekers and tough action on immigration. What she's not said in the statement yesterday and her speech today is the value of immigration, how it assists our economy, how it enriches some of our communities. Could we hear some more of that from the Home Secretary? Because surely we're not going to replace one Tory hostile environment with a new Labour hostile environment.
So let's be clear, immigration is important to our country and has been through generations, people coming to this country to start one of our biggest businesses or to work in our public services. But it also needs to be properly controlled and managed so that the system is fair, so that rules are properly respected and enforced. And we have seen, I think, the issues with the legal migration trebling over the last 5 years has reflected some fundamental failures around skills and fundamental failures around the way that the economy works. And it is important that those are addressed and that we don't just shrug our shoulders and turn our backs. We believe in having proper, controlled and managed system, and that is the right way to deal with this. And then turning on asylum, similarly the case is true. It has always been the case that this country has done its bit to help those fleeing persecution and conflict, and we must continue to do so. But we also have to have a properly managed and controlled system. We've raised yesterday the shocking scale of the £700 million spent just sending just four volunteers to Rwanda. Actually, their decisions on the asylum hotel amnesty that the Conservatives have effectively been operating is actually even worse. It will cost even more money. And I know that the Shadow Home Secretary has said, well, he doesn't recognise those figures. Well, I wonder if he actually ever asked for them. And I would say to him, it was one of the first things I asked for, because I am sick and tired of seeing governments just waste money with careless policies that they have never actually worked out how much they are going to cost. And their policy under the Illegal Migration Act, under the combination of Section 9 and Section 30, was to have everybody enter the asylum hotel system, the asylum accommodation system, and never take any decisions on those cases. That is a shocking, shocking cost to the taxpayer, up to £30 billion over the next few years on asylum accommodation and support, and also means the rules just aren't being respected and enforced. It is deeply damaging, undermines the credibility of the asylum system, but also leaves the taxpayer paying the price. So yes, the King's Speech does bring forward new legislation on borders, asylum and immigration. That will include bringing forward new counter-terror powers, including enhanced search powers, aggressive financial orders for organised immigration crime, and we are recruiting new cross-border police officers, investigators and prosecutors, as well as a new border commander, part of a major upgrade in law enforcement, working with cross-border police stationed across Europe to be able to tackle, disrupt and dismantle the actions of criminal gangs before they reach the French coast. And finally, let me turn to national security, because when it comes to defending our nation against extremists and terrorists, or against state challenges or hostile threats, or against those who try to undermine our democracy and our values, I hope this House will always be ready to come together. And I pay tribute to the police, the intelligence and security services who work unseen to keep us safe. And in that spirit, I hope the whole House will be ready to support Martin's Law, drawn up by the tireless Vegan Murray in memory of her son, Martin Hett. So we learn the lessons from the terrible, terrible Manchester attack, where children and their parents who went out for a special night never came home, and where lives could have been saved. And that, I hope, is the moment to end on, because we will debate, we will argue, we will have differences of view. But in this House, at the very heart of our democracy, we can also come together to keep communities safe.
Jardine.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome the Home Secretary to her place and congratulate her on what I hope will be a new era in Home Affairs in this country, and thank her for her declared openness to working together across the House in the best interests of everyone. I had one small disappointment, I have to say, in that I had anticipated that today we would not argue about the Rwanda scheme. For too long, it seemed, we've had to listen to the empty rhetoric about a failing immigration and asylum system and debauched attempts to fix it. Surely today we should be looking forward and have more of an anticipation that day when you choose, you get your exam results, so you choose your university, an anticipation of the choices, the positive choices you'll make for your future. Could we be entering a period with more positive attitudes towards immigration, fixing the asylum backlog, more community policing, and, as the Home Secretary mentioned, a continued focus on tackling violence against women and girls? Today's report estimates that 1 in 12 women in England and Wales will be a victim of male violence every year. That's shocking. The Domestic Abuse Act was important in moving us forward, but there is more to do. And I welcome the comments of the Home Secretary on working together. And while I'm confident in the new government's determination to tackle violence against women and girls, I would urge that they continue the same cross-party approach, as mentioned, which proved so successful with the Domestic Abuse Act. Working together on that was key. And it can be again in the Crime and Policing Bill and the Victims' Courts and Public Protection Bill. Specifically, the Domestic Abuse Commissioner, Nicole Jacobs, has been clear that we really need to see full ratification of the Istanbul Convention and new mandatory training for police on supporting the victims of violence against women and girls. I'm sure everyone in this place also agrees with the sentiment that we all of us deserve to feel safe in our own homes and communities. That provides the security and the stability from which people can live their best lives and create the best communities. Yet for too many people in the UK in the past decade, that's simply not been the reality. Unnecessary cuts and effective use of resources have contributed to the rise in unsolved crimes, as police forces have been left overstretched and under-resourced. Serious violence has destroyed too many young lives. Our communities are plagued by burglaries, fraud, antisocial behaviour, and far too many criminals are getting away with it. Violence against women and girls does, as I say, remain horrifically high. On top of this huge backlog in the courts, they're denying victims the justice they deserve. Prisons are in crisis, overcrowded, understaffed, failing to rehabilitate offenders. We need to free up local officers' time to focus on their communities. And we on the Liberal Democrat benches will continue to call for a return to proper community policing. But we need too to be looking at how we work with our neighbours to tackle international crime. It will come as no surprise that I hope this government will work to repair some of the damage done to that cooperation by the previous government's damaging attitude to Europe, to build a better relationship with Europe, improve cooperation with our neighbours on tackling cross-border crime, human trafficking, the illegal drug trade, cybercrime, and terrorism. And what we need to recognise is the golden thread that runs through departments, and that success will be much more likely if we don't work in silos. We need to invest in youth services, as the Home Secretary said, that are genuinely engaging. And what it all comes down to is prevention and early intervention to improve lives and make our communities safer. If I could beg the Chair's indulgence, though, I would like to make something of a personal plea to the Government. In the last Parliament, I introduced a private member's bill motivated by my own experience and my family's experience of losing a parent too young. I worked closely with leading charities such as Winston's Wish, who provide bespoke counselling, group sessions, online services to help young people deal with their own grief. I was delighted to see the Children's Bill and its recognition of the need for better bereavement support. I would hope when we see the detail that it will provide clear guidance for local councils, schools and other public bodies on how to ensure that every bereaved child knows where to find the right help for them when they need it, so that their lives are not blighted and they do not go into adulthood carrying the burden of that grief. There's one other issue I would highlight. I live in and represent part of Edinburgh, a diverse city which at this time of the year is preparing for a massive influx of performers and audiences from across the world. It's fun, it's entertaining, but more than that, it's a vital event which brings more than 400 million into the local economy every year, and is part of our creative industries, which are worth £126 billion to the UK economy every year. And they've suffered as much, perhaps more, than many other sectors from the chaotic and ineffective immigration and visa system we've had in this country for the past decade. Make no mistake, we need to improve it. But we need to improve it for our economy, our NHS. For generations of people from all over the world have greatly enriched our economy and our culture and our communities. And as a Liberal, my party would like to see people treated as just that, people who come here and benefit our country. But our immigration system has been broken by the Conservatives. Damaging rules mean British employers can't recruit the people they need, and families are separated by unfair, complex visa requirements. In my constituency of Edinburgh West, I've sat with families torn apart by these rules and done my best to reunite them. The dysfunction in the system has made the asylum backlog soar, and public confidence in the system is shattered. The Home Office has not been fit for purpose, and I hope this government's policies, as set out in the King's Speech, will address that. It needs to put people at its heart, with safe and legal routes to sanctuary, and it cannot be stated how pleased I am that the unworkable Rwanda plan has been scrapped. But we must smash the criminal gangs at the root of the people trafficking, which is causing so much distress. I welcome what the government has announced so far, but we do need more. And those safe and legal routes I mentioned are surely the best way to take power away from the gangs. And with it, we need to expand and properly fund the UK resettlement scheme.
Will the Honourable Lady give way?
Certainly.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady for giving way. She will know, as a Scottish Member of Parliament in their work on the Scottish Affairs Committee, we face a pressing demographic issue in Scotland. We will be the only part of the UK that's going to have a falling population in 20 years' time. Will she support some of the cross-party talk that's beginning to emerge just now about a specific and distinct Scottish visa so that we could finally get on top of our demographic and population issues?
I thank the Honourable Member for his intervention, but I think he knows that I believe that we should be looking at the sectors which suffer. The fruit production, the fruit sector and the fruit picking sector and the food processing sector in Scotland needs a workforce and needs immigration as much as those sectors in the rest of the United Kingdom. We should not look at specific geographic areas, we should be looking at sectors, we should be looking at industries, we should be looking at what benefits the whole of the economy of the whole of the United Kingdom. And I spoke there about the UK resettlement scheme, but I think we also need clarity on whether the Illegal Migration Act and the Safety of Rwanda Act will be repealed and consigned to history as the expensive mistakes we surely recognise them as. This government has much to do, and where we can, we will support it and work with it. Later today, we'll be putting forward an amendment which details the areas where we would like to see strengthened, upholding public standards, looking at the crisis in our health system, and a cross-party commission on social care, and scrapping the two-child benefit cap. But as I say, those areas where we can work with this government, we will. What they have set out is only a beginning, however, and we look forward to seeing the detail of the legislation.
Before calling the next speaker, can I say that there's unfortunately going to have to be an 8-minute limit for backbench speeches, but if you are making a maiden speech, you are exempt from that. Debbie Abrahams.
Thank you so much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. A little bit of a surprise so early, but I'm absolutely delighted. I welcome the King's speech and its focus on fairness and opportunity for all. Quite the antidote for the last 14 years when it has been anything but fair. The UK now has the highest level of income inequalities in Europe and the 9th highest of 38 OECD countries. Inequality in wealth is even worse, with the top fifth of the population having over a third of the country's income, but 2/3 of the country's wealth. These inequalities in income and wealth are particularly concentrated in the north, but also disabled people and ethnic minority communities are particularly concentrated in this regard. The impact of these inequalities on health has been described by Professor Sir Michael Marmot in his latest report, Lives Cut Short. He wrote in the BMJ, if everyone had the good health of the least deprived 10% of the population, there would have been 1 million fewer deaths in England in the period 2012 to 2019. Poverty and inequality are not inevitable. They are the result of political choices. And the choices of consecutive Conservative governments over the last 14 years have not only led to our flatlining economy, but our flatlining life expectancy and healthy life expectancy. In deprived areas like mine, life expectancy and healthy life expectancy is actually declining. But we also have growing levels of economic inactivity due to this ill health. In addition to these impacts on health, the IMF has revealed that there is a causal impact on these inequalities on economic growth. For every 1% increase in the income share of the richest 20%, growth is reduced, whereas increasing the income share of the poorest 20% increases growth. Ensuring a vibrant, stable, fair economy with sustainable growth will enable us to renew and restore our overstretched public services. With fair funding formula and public spending allocations based on need, there's the opportunity to improve health in areas that have fallen behind, again, like Oldham. There are many bills and initiatives that will make a positive difference to our lives and our living standards. And these include the New Deal for Working People, which will make work pay, ending the outrage that sees over 8 million working people living in poverty and 3 million children in poverty living in working households, transforming the lives of millions of people up and down the country, including in Oldham East and Saddleworth. The new GB Energy Company will not only support new quality jobs, but will also provide cheaper, cleaner energy, reducing the energy bills for my constituents and millions of others. The Children's Wellbeing Bill, with free breakfast clubs and 100,000 extra nursery places, will also help to reduce cost pressures for young families while making life a bit easier for families. Our plans to enable 1.5 million new quality homes, whilst at the same time also ensuring legislation to end no-fault evictions, will be a huge relief to tenants and mortgage owners everywhere. Collectively, these measures will help improve the living standards for millions of people. But they won't happen overnight or for all people. 2.6 million working-age people aren't in work because of an illness or a disability. While many sick and disabled people want to work and will benefit from the extra NHS appointments and therapies, we are looking at many months before we will see the inroads into these waiting lists. Similarly, I'd like to think that shifting attitudes of employers to hire disabled workers will be quick, But I think we recognise that that's not going to be the case. And then there are other disabled peoples where the possibility of work is just unrealistic. You're more likely to live in poverty if you're disabled, or you live in a disabled household with a disabled adult or child. Over the last 14 years, disabled people have been absolutely battered by consecutive Conservative governments. As the UN Committee on the Convention of the Rights of Disabled People described, there have been systematic violations of their rights under the UN Convention. This includes...
On my point, what's the word of Frank?
I will.
Thank you. She is making an excellent speech, but just on the UN Committee's report, will she agree with me that 6 years on, the same committee did a follow-up report which found that, in fact, things had gotten even worse for disabled people? So does she agree with me that it's absolutely right now that a new Labour government will change course?
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and I'm absolutely convinced that under a Labour government these will be the changes that we see. But I just think it's important that we do put on the record where we're at the moment. As I said, we need to ensure that the right to adequate social protection, to social security, is there, and we know that that is not the case at the moment. We must do better, not just in changing the culture of the DWP, but also in recognising the extra costs, the fear and the poverty disabled people face and feel. Yeah. Otherwise, I fear that we will unfortunately be seeing more deaths of disabled claimants. Similarly, while I support the measures in the King's Speech to improve our lives for the nearly 1 in 2 children currently living in poverty across Oldham, this can't happen soon enough. Children living in poverty now will be affected by this experience for the rest of their lives. There is evidence that living in poverty changes the wiring in their brains. Many will not reach their first birthday. We have, shamefully, the worst infant mortality rate in Northern Europe. The worst. There is no law of nature that decrees children from poor families have to die at more than twice the rate of children in rich families. I welcome the Education and Work and Pension Secretary's establishing the Child Poverty Task Force to deliver the cross-government child poverty strategy, and I look forward to its reporting on this in the early autumn. We also cannot forget the 1.6 million children across the UK with special educational needs. But SEND education is in crisis, and this can't continue. This Labour government is a government for everyone, and I know that the King's Speech is a starting point for that. I look forward to working with the government to deliver the change all of our country need. Thank you.
I call Andrew Snowden to make his maiden speech.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it is truly an honour to rise as the new member for Fylde to give my maiden speech in this historic house, the global seat of democracy for centuries before. I have chosen today's debate to do my maiden speech, as having served as Police and Crime Commissioner for Lancashire up until May this year, it felt incredibly poignant to speak during the Home Affairs Day of Debate. It gives me the opportunity to thank the police officers and staff I worked with for their bravery, their sacrifice and their service. During my term of office, I was truly inspired by so many people at Lancashire Constabulary. I threw myself into a job I loved, spending as much time on the front line as I could. I learnt the most about policing when there were no cameras around. It was sat in the back of carriers on the way to drugs raids, walking the beat on a cold and wet evening, or taking part in training side by side with officers. They seemed to make the most of the Commissioner being there with them, not sparing me the newbie treatment just because of who I was. I have been set on fire twice, had drain pipes still sawed off my arms, and despite doing all the videos you would expect from a politician, the most watched video by the public from my whole term of office was the one in which I got bitten by 3 different police dogs. I suppose, with hindsight, given the public appeared to enjoy a video of me getting bitten by dogs, more than the ones about my budget, I should have seen my election defeat coming in that particular election. But in all sincerity, I would like to place firmly and proudly on the record my gratitude to everyone that I worked with at Lancashire Constabulary and in the Office of Commissioner. As this House debates the future policy and funding of policing in the UK, we should never forget those who were at the heart of it, on the front line, working and making sacrifices to keep us safe every day. And I'm only able to give this maiden speech today because the people of Fylde have given me the honour of serving as their Member of Parliament. And it truly is that, an honour. Being elected to represent an area where my family connections go back before I was even born, that we as a family love and where my 2-year-old son Walter will grow up and call home, is an incredibly special and humbling moment. Fylde is a proud and beautiful area steeped in the history of Lancashire and our country, nestled on stunning coastline with many towns and villages across the countryside, each with their own history. And might I add, it's an area that we intend to fight to keep green and beautiful for generations to come. But Fylde is far more than coastline, countryside and being part of our county's history. Some of the most advanced technology in the world is being developed and built here. In fact, quite often when you are out near Wharton and Freckleton, you will hear the jet fighters taking off from the site where they are constructed. And whilst I was out on this election battlefield, campaigning every day, it felt strangely reassuring to hear the incredible noise as the fighter jet powered overhead, as to be honest, I needed all the backup I could get in the battle to keep Fylde blue this time. From the defence sector to farming and agriculture, tourism and hospitality, the care sector and others, there is a strong local economy. However, to build on this, create more opportunities for young people and better connect our businesses and those seeking opportunities across Lancashire and beyond, we need to improve the infrastructure and public transport. I am grateful to the work that my predecessor as the Member for Fylde did to secure millions in extra funding. Working with the government, local councils and other partners, he was critical in securing the £27 million that enabled the M55 to Hayhouses Link Road to be constructed, which has recently been opened. And only a few months earlier, the £150 million Windy Harbour to Skiphill bypass opened, an important link road for the people across Polton-le-Fylde. The boundary review brought this historic market town of Polton in Wyre to the constituency of Fylde. I therefore also want to place on the record my thanks to the former member for Wyre and former Defence Secretary, the Right Honourable Ben Wallace. Not only for the role he played in securing the funding for this major project, but for his unwavering work as Secretary of State for Defence in such critical, unpredictable and dangerous times. The global leadership he demonstrated in galvanising the international response to Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine is a legacy he should be incredibly proud of. And now back to Fylde. We need to focus to continuing on improving the existing road network as well as expanding it. But equally as importantly, we need to secure investment for the rail network. And I will be campaigning hard for a passing loop on the South Fylde line to improve the regularity and reliability of services. I would also like to talk about an important personal area of work I will undertake as a member of this House. I would not be here today, would not have survived the journey to this moment without the support, encouragement and love of my wife, Caroline. We have been each other's strength through good times and difficult ones. And the fact that Caroline has always had the strength to support me in such magnitude when she has had her own battles to fight is a testament to the person she is. Caroline, like thousands across this country, lives with what is often known as an invisible disability. It means she is often concealed just how sick and in pain she is, has had to explain why she is in hospital when only weeks earlier she may have been visibly well to everyone. and therefore suffering in silence. I will want to champion the work of Crohn's and Colitis UK and other charities and organisations that support and advocate for those with disabilities that are not visible. And to help remove the stigma, indifference and even hostility they receive, for example, when needing to use facilities marked as for disabled people. The hurt and humiliation this can cause only adds to the incredible difficulty of living with these conditions, and we must do much more to raise awareness. And so, to conclude, Fylde is a place where some of the most advanced fighter jets in the world are built and is at the cutting edge of artificial intelligence and other technology. But it is also a place where towns from Lytham to Kirkham and villages from Staining to Singleton still crown the young Rose Queens each year, hold galas and parades, where people take pride in looking after the countryside and preserving our heritage. And I intend to spend my time in this house fighting for Fylde. Yes, for the investment in our future, but also the preservation of our history, our coastline and our countryside. Thank you, Mr. Deputy.
Helen Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. May I first of all congratulate the Honourable Member for Fylde on his maiden speech, a very moving speech, and I know that his family and his constituents will be very proud of his commitment to work on the issues around Crohn's and colitis, which is a devastating, very difficult disease for those who have to endure it. It's an absolute privilege for me to represent the communities of Dulwich, West Norwood, Herne Hill, Gypsy Hill and parts of Brixton, Crystal Palace, Camberwell and Tulse Hill. And I'm grateful to everyone who voted to send me here for a fourth time, and especially to the residents of Champion Hill Ward who voted for me for the first time in this election due to boundary changes. I am delighted to be speaking today for the first time from the government side of the House of Commons. Over the past 9 years in this place, I have seen the impact of the political decisions of the Conservatives on my constituents. I have seen the housing crisis deepen every single year. Our local schools have struggled as the school's funding formula was changed to redirect funding away from constituencies like mine, with high levels of deprivation, to more affluent areas of the country. Local authority funding has been decimated, affecting the ability of our local councils to keep delivering the services residents need. Our local health services have been placed under unbearable pressure. Parents are paying more than their rent or mortgage for a childcare place, and our police are unable to fill essential roles in neighbourhood policing. There is not a single part of our public sector that isn't at least partially broken after 14 years of cuts and neglect, while every gracious speech that I have listened to until now has made something else worse than it was before. Amongst the most egregious legacies of the past 14 years of Conservative government has been the impact on the life chances of children and young people. 700,000 more children living in poverty than in 2010. A shocking decline in children and young people's mental health. 1,300 Sure Start centres closed, spiralling numbers of teenagers entering the care system, and parents across the country battling for SEND support. So I am deeply heartened to see that this gracious speech sets out a legislative programme which begins the process of renewal and restoration our country needs, and which will start to improve the life chances of children and young people. Legislation which will increase the number of teachers in our schools, improve the mental health and well-being of young people, ensure that no child in primary school has to start the school day hungry, increase the number of nursery places and deliver better support for young people who are at risk of serious violence. I welcome the establishment of the Child Poverty Task Force. Child poverty is a scourge on our society. The increase over the past 14 years is shameful, and it must be a core driving mission of this government to eradicate it. Child poverty, of course, does not happen in isolation. Children live in poverty because their parents are poor. The solutions to poverty are multiple: making work pay, more genuinely affordable housing, reducing energy bills and creating a social security system which actually acts as an effective safety net. I understand the need both for a comprehensive strategy for tackling child poverty and for all public spending decisions to be fully funded and affordable. But two things are important. First, the Child Poverty Task Force must work with urgency and speed. It must result in concrete action very soon. Childhood is short and the years that are blighted by poverty cannot be rerun. Second, the task force and the government must follow the evidence, including the evidence from the Institute for Fiscal Studies, the Trussell Trust and a wide range of experts showing a very clear correlation between the two-child cap on child benefit and increased child poverty, and the alleviation that would come with lifting it. And I hope that the government will consider this evidence as part of a wider, comprehensive strategy. There are several wider challenges affecting children and young people which are not included in the King's speech, but which will require imminent strategic decision-making from our new government. These include the crisis in SEND support and the safety valve programme, which is forcing many councils to make impossible cuts to services vulnerable residents rely on, while families are left fighting in the tribunal for SEND support. And there is the financial crisis in our university sector, a sector which should be the pride of our country, helping us to face the future, preparing the next generation and delivering world-class research. Universities are also the fulcrum of the local economy in cities and towns across the country, and their collapse would be catastrophic for jobs and economic growth. The government must therefore ensure that a plan is in place which offers meaningful interventions to stem the current crisis and allow our universities to stabilise and chart a sustainable course. Mr Deputy Speaker, when a country invests in its children and young people, it invests in the future. When it delivers a better society for children and young people, it delivers a better society for everyone. When it acts to protect the most vulnerable, it places all of us on a more solid foundation. I welcome this gracious speech from our new Labour government, and I look forward to seeing this government deliver for our children and young people in the coming months ahead.
Sir Desmond Swayne.
It's a great pleasure, Mr Deputy Speaker, to follow the Honourable Lady. I spent 13 years on these benches in opposition, and I know how frustrating it can be. The reality is that when the sheer size of our defeat became apparent, I had some difficulty in coming to terms with it. And in order to characterise it, I don't think one can do better than our former late colleague, Peter Brook, who, when describing a similar calamity, said that the Battle of Isandlwana is lost, so now begins the defence of the mission station at Rorke's Drift. So I have no doubt that the government were always going to abandon the Rwanda scheme. They made that absolutely clear, and they have every right to do it. But I do think that the House will ultimately come to regret not having such a deterrent to hand. And I think, had it been allowed to develop, it could have been such a deterrent. It was never a silver bullet, but it was always part of a complex jigsaw of measures, of which, of course, the Holy Grail would be returns agreements. And I think the previous government is to be utterly congratulated on the returns agreement that it made with Albania. It's been a tremendous success. But these agreements are hard to come by. I remember being sent to negotiate with President Ghani in Afghanistan and to try and get him to take a more helpful approach, given the blood and treasure that we were expending on behalf of his regime and the people of Afghanistan. And he turned to me and he said, well, my priority is the young men and women that are taking the battle to the Taliban, and you want me to give time and resource to those people who've chosen to run away. Well, it was a fair point. Of course, ultimately, he ran away himself. But I had little more success in the negotiations with other Commonwealth members in trying to get them to agree returns agreements. These are extraordinarily hard to achieve, and I think ultimately we will have wanted a third country that we could have settled people in, because ultimately our ability to do so is going to be finite and limited. But I want to draw attention to something that the Prime Minister said yesterday in his statement when he pointed out that he had just authorised a very significant increase in money to regimes in Africa. And ultimately, that has to be the long-term answer. The very long-term answer, because we made an agreement back in 1970 with the wealthy countries of the world to spend 0.7% of our national income on international development, on the economies of those countries from which so many people are now coming and will continue to come, so long as the incentive of life being so much better here exists. But it took us until the coalition government in 2011 to actually honour the commitment that we made to 0.7% of our national income. And we subsequently abandoned it, or certainly reduced it. If all the nations that had entered that agreement had honoured it and delivered it when they made it, perhaps the flow of population from the developing world coming across would have abated substantially, and we'd be dealing with a very different situation. Because ultimately, it is all about jobs, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Take Zaatari, that huge refugee camp on the borders of Jordan and Syria, a great city now from scratch. If you're accommodated in Zaatari, you will find that the housing provided by the UNHCR is of a substantially better quality than is available in many cities and shanty towns across the world. You'll find that the World Food Programme will feed you, and your children will be educated by the UN Children's Agencies. And perhaps most important, there will be security supplied by the Jordanian in a moment, the Jordanian forces of a much greater standard of security than you might enjoy in many other parts of the world. And yet, people from Zaatari, despite all those advantages, will spend every penny that they have and borrow in order to escape, to get the one thing that Zaatari can't supply you with: a livelihood and a future for your family. And that is the driver of so much migration. And ultimately, I think we have to return to that original policy and restore the 0.7% and start for the long term building a world which is much more secure as a consequence of the economic developments that are available in those other places. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
He's made a very powerful point, but would he accept that when much of that aid went to propping up corrupt regimes, which denied people the rights which we have in this country, that is one of the things which drove immigration as well into this country? And if aid is misspent or used to prop up regimes, then it is actually detrimental, not helpful.
That is absolutely right, but we didn't do that. We did not spend our money in that way. We supported people under desperate regimes, but not by giving money to those regimes, but by providing sustenance through third parties and NGOs to deliver that way. And one of the greatest damage that was done by so much of our own press was the way that our international development aid effort was painted as destructive in the way that has just been described. It never was. But I return to my original point. We can't take everybody, and we certainly needed somewhere else where they could have gone. And Rwanda struck me certainly as something that would have blossomed as such a possibility.
Hannah. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'd like to begin by saying how good it is to see the Conservative Party on the opposite benches and in such diminished numbers. No doubt some will say that I'm being unsporting, but since politics isn't a sport, I will say it anyway. I will never forgive Conservative MPs for the 14 years of damage they have inflicted on our communities. Child poverty has never been higher, NHS waiting lists have never been longer, life expectancy is falling, and food bank queues are rising. Our public services are cut to the bone, and our infrastructure is broken. Our trains are permanently in crisis, our rivers are pumped full of sewage, our teachers, doctors and nurses have been forced to strike. And according to one academic study between 2012 and 2019, 330,000 excess deaths can be contributed to Tory austerity. So when I say politics is not a sport but a matter of life and death, that is what I mean. For some, it appears to be a parlour game about the next Zone 2 dinner party invite, but this is about people's lives, this is about their material conditions. And while the party opposite has scapegoated minorities and slashed support for the poorest, they have helped the rich get richer. Workers' wages are lower than they were in 2008, but the wealth of UK billionaires is up threefold since the Tories came to power. And Mr Deputy Speaker, the general election results show that people across the country are crying out for change. Our new Labour government must now deliver it. I am pleased to say, for the first time in my parliamentary career, this King's Speech has bills I'm looking forward to voting for. But I don't think it will surprise anyone that I want our government to go further. From introducing the New Deal for working people and making sure that it bans all zero-hour contracts, totally ends fire and rehire, repeals all anti-trade union legislation and rolls out sectoral collective bargaining across the economy, to recognising that the argument that we're making for public ownership of rail applies to water, mail and energy too. But in the short time I have to speak today, I want to focus on two areas that I believe need urgent action. If the Labour Party has a moral mission, it must be to eradicate poverty. After 14 years of Conservatives, we have a record 4.3 million children growing up in poverty. They go to bed hungry, they struggle more in school, their mental health and physical health takes a hit. Their parents are put through hell to try to make ends meet. I, of course, welcome the Child Poverty Task Force, but everyone in this chamber has read the briefings. Everyone knows the evidence is overwhelming. The key driver of rising child poverty is the two-child benefit cap. And the single most effective way of tackling child poverty is immediately lifting 300,000 children out of poverty by scrapping this cruel policy. I will be voting for it, thank you. It is a move backed by everyone from Gordon Brown, all 11 trade unions affiliated to the Labour Party, as well as the TUC, which represents 6 million workers, as well as the Archbishop of Canterbury and Save the Children. And with a 1% wealth tax on assets over £10 million, you could raise the funds to pay for this policy 3 times over. Kids should not have to suffer a single day in avoidable poverty. So I will be voting for the amendments selected by the Speaker to scrap this cruel Tory policy. And at this late stage, I appeal to our new Labour front bench. Let's deliver the change the country has called for, adopt the policy and immediately lift 300,000 children out of poverty. The second area needing immediate urgent action is the amendment I tabled, Amendment C. As we debate here in Westminster, raining down hell on Gaza is Israel's fleet of F-35 fighter jets, planes described by their manufacturer as the most lethal fighter jet in the world. Israel has armed these jets with 2,000-pound bombs, explosives with a lethal radius of 365 metres. That is the equivalent of 58 football pitches. A recent UN report identified these bombs as having been used in emblematic cases of indiscriminate and disproportionate attacks on Gaza, attacks that clearly violate international law. And Mr Deputy Speaker, I raise this because every F-35 fighter jet is made in part here in Britain in a deal estimated to be worth £368 million. This is just one example of Israel's use of British-made arms in its assault on Gaza that has killed over 38,000 people, disproportionately women and children. The legal threshold for these sales has clearly been met, so they should be banned. There is a clear risk British-made weapons might be used to commit or facilitate serious violations of international humanitarian law. Hence, in February, UN experts call for these sales to be immediately ended. And other countries have also suspended sales. Spain, Canada and the Netherlands, just to name a few, have suspended sales. And previous British governments have suspended sales too after far less Israeli assault. Margaret Thatcher in 1982, Tony Blair in 2002, Gordon Brown in 2009 and David Cameron in 2014. Today, the Palestinian people face death and destruction on a scale unlike anything they've ever faced before, but British-made arms are still being licensed to Israel and they're still being used to kill innocent people. So again, I say to our new government, it's time for us to uphold international law and end arms sales to Israel.
Sir John Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Chope. It's a great pleasure to serve in this chamber under your chairmanship and to wish the new front bench team well. They know that I've got high regard for them, and many of them, actually, including the two members sitting at the front bench now. And as a patriot, I wish the government well, because they are in a position to run our country, and there will be many matters on which we can agree, and I've worked with a number of the people who are now serving in the government on those kind of matters that go well beyond party political punch and judy politics, if I can call it that, particularly matters of national security. However, those good wishes are not the same as wishful thinking, and too much wishful thinking, I think, pervades on the benches opposite. When you've made change itself the brand, the risk you face is that you think that change alone is enough. C.S. Lewis said, if you look for truth, you may find comfort in the end. If you look for comfort, you will not get either comfort or truth, only soft hope and wishful thinking to begin with, and in the end, despair. Nevertheless, as I say, I wish the government well. It is a number of challenges that we debate in this particular aspect of the Queen's speech today, but none more than the problem of lawlessness. And too often when we debate crime and lawlessness and order in this chamber, we give too little regard to the victims of crime. We simply must end the culture, which has pervaded for most of my lifetime, of believing that crime is an illness to be treated. It is not an illness to be treated. It is a malevolent choice made by those who are careless of the harm they do. And when you understand that, you understand why the principal objective of the criminal justice system has to be punishment. Because justly retributive responses to that kind of malevolence are necessary not only because it's the right thing to do, but also because it's the component of the criminal justice system which maintains the public's faith that justice will be done and be seen to be done. I would be happy to give way to the Honourable Lady, of course.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. I'm listening intently to your speech. So does that mean you believe that people are born wicked? Because I believe that there's good education at a very early age and early intervention, crimes can be prevented.
You won't allow me, Mr. Chope, I imagine, to talk about the fall from the state of grace and the character of sin, but just to do so briefly, let me tell you, Honourable Lady, human beings are capable of the greatest wickedness and the greatest good. Yeah. And when they choose to do good, they can do immensely joyful things. Yeah. And I hope that the people in this chamber all seek to do good, which is why I began my speech by wishing the government well. My experience of this place is that people, regardless of party, are here because they want to make their constituents better off. They want to make the country which they live in a happier and more agreeable place. So, of course, people have the capacity to do good. But we know too, don't we, that people can do the most dreadful things. And when they do so, it is absolutely right that law-abiding, decent, patriotic people see that they get their just deserts. That's not a strange or curious idea. It's the idea which pervaded most criminal justice systems in all civilizations for all of time. And the most obvious way of ensuring that people who do harm get their just deserts is to incarcerate them, which brings me to the second principle of the criminal justice system, which is that you take people out of harm's way. The best way of doing that is to imprison those who seek to do harm. And I am as shocked as my constituents are. The government now intends to let more of those dangerous people onto our streets. We're now told that people will be released, including people who have done violent things, who've hurt and damaged other people's lives, after they've served 40% of their sentence. Well, most people that I represent, when they hear a sentence for the kind of crimes that I've just suggested, assume that people will send 100% of it. Of course, that hasn't been the case for a long time. But now we know that the government, on the grounds of prison overcrowding, is to release many more of these dangerous people onto our streets. And I'm afraid the wishful thinking I described earlier will soon turn to the wish that the government would see the sense of why that is an entirely unacceptable course of action. Now, the last Conservative government did add to the number of prison places, but not enough and not fast enough. I think we'd all on this side of the House acknowledge that. But given where we are, we simply can't subject the British people to the fear, and not just the fear, but the reality of people who will do them harm being let out of prison. So let's then deal with the third aspect of criminal justice, which is, of course, to try to prevent recidivism by reforming those in prison. And as a minister, I worked on prison education because I know that it's important that we try to ensure that people having committed a crime and been punished for doing so don't commit another. But that can't be the only or defining characteristic of criminal justice. We do have to recognise what Philip Bean, the criminologist in the 1970s, said, that retribution has to be a core part of what the public see and maintain, in order to maintain their faith in the system, the government and the authorities doing. So, yes, let's have a debate about rehabilitation. Let's try to save souls, not only because it prevents recidivism, because it's the right thing to do for those individuals, but let's understand that punishment is not a dirty word. It's what most of our constituents take for granted, and yet I never hear those sentiments expressed with any vehemence or conviction from the liberal establishment of this country, which unfortunately is too well represented in this place. I happily give way to my honourable friend.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. Would he agree with me that there are different types of crimes and different types of prisoners, and that many people in our prison system at the moment could, particularly those responsible for relatively low-level, non-violent, antisocial behaviour, could powerfully serve much better and more rehabilitative community sentences? I don't want chain gangs in Norfolk and Lincolnshire, but good community service where people can see that they are actually putting something back into society would ease a lot of pressure on the system.
Well, that community sentences can play a part. That's true. But the honourable gentleman will recall that the problem that I've described earlier, the misunderstanding about crime being an illness to be treated, has its roots in thinking that stretches right back to the 1960s. He'll perhaps know, Mr. Chope, that the Children and Young Persons Act, I think it was called, in 1969, began intermediate treatment orders, which essentially rewarded young people who'd committed crimes by the kind of community activities that the honourable gentleman has described. People sent to the Brecon Beacons, where their law-abiding neighbours had to make do with a week in Clacton. Well, that's not the kind of outcome that, and I mean no disrespect to Clacton or its representative, I hasten to add. That's not the kind of response to crime that the vast majority of my constituents, I suspect his, expect. So yes, community centres can play a part, but they must not in any way distract us from the fundamental truth that I think Grotius, wasn't it, Mr. Chope said, that criminal justice has to have at its heart the idea of an ill suffered for an ill inflicted. So I hope the new government will recognise that in order to crack down on crime, you really do have to restore public faith, as I said, that justice will be done. Now, it's true that 10% of convicted criminals are responsible for half of all convictions. And it's true, too, that those individuals are known and can be identified and must not be released in the way that I've said. And yet, disturbingly, the new prisons minister is on the record as saying, and I quote, "We're addicted to sentencing. We're addicted to punishment. So many people are in prison, in my view, shouldn't be there." This is both the opposite of the truth and anything but what most people think. I welcome, for example, the attention given to shoplifting in the King's speech, but I again fear the government's approach amounts a little more than wishful thinking. We have a shoplifting epidemic in Britain. Police forces do not respond to almost 9 out of 10 serious incidents, and UK retailers already spend around £1 billion each year on trying to deal with a problem with which they struggle to cope. And many offenders persistently commit crimes and get away with it. So let's, in this debate and in the programme that follows it, not simply rely on wishful thinking, but face up to those profound truths which seem to have escaped the notice of Labour governments forever and too often governments from this side of the House too. And that is that reflecting the sentiments of the vast majority of law-abiding people means the guilty must be punished and the innocent must be protected.
I call Becky Cooper to make her maiden speech.
Yay! Many thanks for the opportunity to speak today, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It is a privilege to make my maiden speech with such an outstanding group of people. I do hope that people watching these maiden speeches over the past few days, in the days, weeks and months to come, might see some of the warmth, kindness and decency that I have met in my fellow MPs in these first couple of weeks in Parliament. I am the newly elected member for the beautiful constituency of Worthing West. Nestled in between the South Downs and the English Channel, we are often described as that area just west of our big sister Brighton. But, as with all younger sisters, we have many often unsung merits, which it will be my absolute pleasure to tell you a little about today. Worthing West is made up of 2/3 of Worthing Town, the other third now being ably represented by my honourable friend, the member for East Worthing and Shoreham. In this part of my constituency, you can find Worthing Town Centre, our beautiful old Lido building, and the recently returned Worthing Wheel. Prior to being elected to Parliament, I had the very great privilege to be the leader of Worthing Council. Our vision for Worthing is to be both the fairest and the greenest coastal town in the UK, an ambition which my other coastal colleagues, I'm sure, will try and wrestle from me. Alongside an ambitious decarbonisation plan, work on town centre gardens will begin in Worthing this autumn, in a community and council-led project. We are also privileged to be part of the Sussex Bay project, a movement of radical collaboration initiated by Ada and Worthing councils with the mission of restoring a healthy blue ecosystem to our seas and waterways in which nature, people and the local economy can thrive. Worthing West is also home to the beautiful coastal and country villages of Ferring, East Preston, Angmering, Findon, Clapham and Patching. For any keen campers, and I haven't been in Parliament long enough to know how many MPs actually like being without Wi-Fi and a good latte, but I'm hoping to find a few. Foxwood camping site in Patching is a firm local favourite, and there are 2 very handy pubs near to the campsite, the Fox Inn and the World's End, which serve the most excellent food when your fire won't light and even the kids are sick of beans on toast. I'm only the second Member of Parliament to represent Worthing West. It was first formed in 1974 and for the past 30 years has been represented by Sir Peter Bottomley, who I know was very well respected here in the Commons as Father of the House. He was known for working cross-party on a variety of important campaigns, including leaseholder reform and the infected blood scandal. Sir Peter and I share a great affection for Worthing West, and in this election campaign often bumped into each other enjoying a quick cuppa with constituents. And I should confess here that I am a northerner originally, adopted by the South as one of their own, so a good brew is a must-have for a day to start and end well. We have many excellent cafes in our area. For anyone listening and thinking that this newbie MP isn't doing too bad a job of selling the merits of her hometown, I can thoroughly recommend the cakes in Sea Lane Cafe on Goring Beach, the coffee at both Coast Cafe and Finch in Worthing Town Centre, and the breakfast in Bluebird Cafe in Ferring, among many others. At this point, I should confess that my extolling the virtues of cake, and I should say all credit to the house staff for the incredible muffins in the Parliament Cafe, extolling these virtues is tempered by the fact that I am by profession a medical doctor. And as my children will testify, I am reasonably obsessed with making sure that cake is part of a healthy balance that allows us to enjoy all different types of food. To be fair, though, my children would not necessarily recognise that description and may just say that their mum is a bit of a nag with a carrot obsession and an aversion to playing computer games for too long, but such are the joys of parenthood. When people ask what type of doctor I am, and I definitely don't have the patience for a PhD, the response that I'm a public health consultant is often met with slightly puzzled stares, a recalibration of what they've heard, and the decision made that I'm probably a GP by another name. But I am delighted to join my honourable friend, the member for Oldham East and Saddleworth, to represent public health here in the House. It is the reason I chose to get into politics. It is the art and science of keeping populations well and helping people to live healthy lives. Now, I appreciate that today is a debate primarily on home affairs and immigration. So I talk on public health with the explicit principle that health is essential in all things to ensure safety and security for all people. Yeah. As part of my public health training, I spent time with the Health Protection Agency, now part of Public Health England. This training stood me in particularly good stead during the pandemic, when I found myself with a daily slot on BBC Radio Sussex talking about COVID, debunking myths and providing reassurance that our fantastic scientists and public health specialists were doing everything possible to develop vaccinations and to keep us safe. The results of the COVID inquiry, published last week, clearly concluded that investment in preventive measures is always money well spent, and this was sadly lacking prior to the pandemic. Public health funding was cut by 25% between 2015 and 2024, so there are some salient lessons to be learnt quickly about prevention being better than cure. My time in local government as a public health consultant and subsequently as a councillor and council leader taught me that politics is often the front line, where we grapple with the issues that arise from inequality and inequity. Two indicators which tell us that the decisions made by those of us in a position of influence are not yet decisions which are maximising the health and well-being of the people we represent. The resources required to meet basic human needs should be available to everyone, regardless of where we live or which family we are born into. And for people like myself in public health and politics, there is a wealth of data and evidence, as well as, I would contend, basic common sense, that shows that where resources are not allocated fairly to allow everyone's basic human needs to be met, then we all suffer for it. People don't thrive without clean water, clean air, access to green space and good food. Your physical body becomes far less resilient to illness without these being available to you. And the same is true for poor housing, poor education and poor jobs. The causal link between poor housing conditions and poor health outcomes is long established, with health outcomes associated with poor housing costing the NHS an estimated £1.4 billion every year. We know that exposure to poor housing conditions, including damp, cold, mould and noise, is strongly associated with poor health, both physical and mental. Inequalities in life expectancy are increasing, especially for women. In Worthing West, a woman living in one of our poorest areas lives an average of 8.3 years less than a woman living in one of our wealthiest areas. And for the population as a whole, the time spent in poor health is increasing. As Sir Michael Marmot so saliently puts it, if health has stopped improving, it is a sign that society has stopped improving. When people become physically and mentally ill, potential is lost. And before you know it, your country doesn't have a national health service, it has an overwhelmed national sickness service. I am so proud and privileged to be part of the Labour intake of 2024. For too long now, our politics has been making people sick. This is the start of a journey that I very much hope will lead to a politics that helps to keep people well for many generations to come. Reduction of inequality and inequity will allow everyone to do better. The politics of health is the narrative of our nation. A government that focuses on the health and well-being of the people that we serve is a government that enables us to rise together to face the challenges of both today and tomorrow.
Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate the new member for Worthing West on an excellent speech. She's clearly going to be a force to be reckoned with in this chamber and beyond, and I wish her well in her parliamentary career. And indeed, she does follow, of course, the former father of the House, so has a big shoes to fill. Can I thank, Mr Deputy Speaker, can I thank the good citizens of Harrow East who've allowed me to come back for the fifth time, and on a night which was not a great night for my party. I'm delighted that I was able to not only hold my share of the vote, but substantially increase my majority. Unfortunately, it's very sadly probably the only colleague on these benches to do so. I'd also like to thank many colleagues from the opposite side who came to visit my constituency during that time and helped to actually enjoy the hospitality of the residents of Harrow East and indeed increase my majority at the same time. Harrow East, of course, as a constituency, is the most multiracial, most multi-religious and the greatest adherence to religious faith of any constituency in this country. So I'm very proud to represent people of all faiths and none, and in particular large numbers of people who've come from the Commonwealth to live in this country and live in Harrow East. And I am dedicated to serve them to the best of my ability for as long as they wish me to serve. Now, given the debate we're talking about today and the gracious speech, there are some things that I want to raise about, particularly on the Home Affairs side, to start with. We've heard from the Home Secretary about the government's plans on dealing with both legal and illegal migration. One of the challenges for the new government is going to be very clear, and that is how we deal with the 52,000 illegal migrants that have come to this country who would have been going to Rwanda or another place for resettlement. Now, clearly, there's a decision to be made by the Home Office about what happens to those people, because clearly the previous government could not return them to their previous country. That will have to happen, and equally, the other challenge is going to be how we stop the magnet of illegal migration coming to this country in the first place. We all, I think, want to see that happen, and I think it's vital that it is done. But equally, obviously, we have challenges on other fields. And I welcome the words within the King's speech, and indeed the new Prime Minister's words on many of the things to be included. I was delighted, absolutely delighted, to hear that the new government will continue with the tobacco and vapes bill, which I have championed, as many colleagues will know, through Parliament on many occasions. And we'd reached the end of the committee stage, which, of course, Mr Deputy Speaker, you will well remember. And, of course, we didn't then progress the bill afterwards. So I hope that will be introduced rapidly and we can get it onto the statute books as fast as possible. I also hope, and I think the Right Honourable Lady on the front bench will welcome this, the Football Governance Bill needs to be progressed quickly as well, so that we are in a position where we are encouraging football clubs that we love to be properly organised and helped. And indeed, I also, of course, I'm glad and pleased that the Holocaust Memorial Bill will be enacted as fast as possible. It completed its stages in this House. I was, prior to the election, the co-chairman of the all-party group for the Holocaust Memorial and Educational Centre. The fact is that anti-Semitism in this country is rife, it's grown. We must combat it at every possible stage. We must also ensure that the Memorial and Learning Centre is placed alongside this building, so that we're in the position of demonstrating to the world that what happened during the Second War and the Holocaust We must learn those lessons and never allow it to happen again. And it's vital that our young people and older people understand the consequences of that. That has been done on a cross-party basis, and in many ways, if we can work on a cross-party basis for these things, I think it's going to be absolutely vital. The Honourable Lady who's still in her place raised the issue of what is going on in Gaza right now. I noticed that she made no mention of the hostages that are still held by the terrorists and the need for them to be returned. Once that happens, the weight of the world can lead for a cessation of hostilities and indeed a peaceful resolution in the Middle East. But without that, I'll give way on that point.
But I also note that there is no mention at all of the cynical way in which Hamas have used civilians as human shields, used their schools, used their hospitals, used their homes, and therefore are guilty of many of the civilian deaths which have occurred because they have cynically used their own people.
Well, I might want to answer that point before I give way to the other side. The reality is that on October the 7th, the Jewish people suffered the worst atrocity since the Holocaust. We must remember that's what happened. What we must also recognise as well is the deprivation that the Palestinians in Gaza are suffering at this point in time. We must as a country, and I'm sure that the new government will seek to ensure that justice is brought to all, and making sure that the terrorists are not allowed to thrive or gain as a result. But can I'll move on to one or two other areas that I want to raise. I'll give way. The Honourable Lady had a chance to speak already. The reality is that in terms of some other aspects of government legislation that I just mentioned, clearly we've got to combat the abuse of women, abuse of children, and I will work with colleagues across the House on that particular issue. What I championed in the last Parliament, the position of women going to refugees, being able to be assisted and helped by people outside rather than having intrusion from public services when they were in desperate circumstances. But we, of course, must make sure that the police are properly trained, properly skilled and able to deliver the services that are provided for them. And equally, I think we must get a message to our police and crime commissioners, and particular to the Labour Mayor of London, that more work must be done to combat crime, but also recruit the police officers and make sure they are properly trained to do the job that they should be doing. Can I also mention as well, I've raised the issue with the Home Secretary already about the abolition of the 1824 Vagrancy Act. As many colleagues will know, I have championed in this place the plight of homeless people, and indeed the fact that homeless people still face being criminalised on our streets is a disgrace and an affront to our society. That Act, we've tried on several occasions to get removed from the statute books. It should be consigned to the history books as fast as possible, and people should be given the right to an opportunity to make sure they've got a proper home of their own and one that they can be proud of living in. Equally, we've got to have a position in the economy where we recognise that having a secure job that brings in an income is the best route out of poverty that there is. And the reality is the last government, despite what we've heard in terms of rhetoric, the last government, of course, did create an economic miracle in terms of the number of jobs created. We created more jobs. We created more jobs in this country than the whole of the European Union combined. And the reality is that is the route that we should be pursuing. Finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, when the Prime Minister spoke during the gracious speech, he recognised the late Joe Cox and the late David Amos, two of our colleagues who suffered the ultimate problem of being an MP, and that's death in service. We must combat that and make sure that all MPs, regardless of their political position, are safe and secure and able to do their jobs. The one thing I would say, just gently, to colleagues, and if they are on the front bench, just remember, on a cross-party basis, we agreed that the pre-recess adjournment debate in the summer would be forever. the Sir David Amess pre-recess adjournment debate. I'm disappointed that the government have chosen not to have a pre-recess adjournment debate, but they still have time to adjust the timetable accordingly.
I call Mark Ferguson to make his maiden speech.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, for allowing me to speak in this debate and affording me the honour of making my first speech in this House on behalf of the people of Gateshead Central and Whickham. In fact, the first speech on behalf of the new constituency of Gateshead Central and Whickham. To represent a community you care about deeply, including friends and family, that is of course a source of great pride, but to speak in this place as their voice, that is a great responsibility. My friend, the former member for Gateshead, Ian Menn, served the people of our community for 41 years, 27 as a councillor and 14 in this place. He has always been and will remain someone I seek guidance from, even when we disagree, which we will. I will aim to carry forward this passion for education in this place, as alongside my family and the Labour Party, education has given me every opportunity I've had in my life. Ian served as a member of the Education Select Committee and was knowledgeable and rigorous in that role. He also served as chair of the Backbench Business Committee, and I know many members will have been grateful to him for making sure that they had the time to raise their issues in this chamber and Westminster Central Hall. I'm fortunate too to have another immediate predecessor alongside me, behind me, in this place, my honourable friend, the member for Bladen and Consett. We are both proud trade unionists, and she has done inspirational work on self-harm and suicide prevention, which I know is deeply personal to her. I am indebted to her for her guidance and support, and will be for so long as I am lucky enough to work alongside her. In Gateshead, we're proud of our manufacturing history. Our own Sir Joseph Swan invented the first incandescent light bulb, and his home in Lowfell was the first in the world to be wired for domestic electric lighting. Manufacturing in Gateshead is part of my history too. My father worked at the old Clark Chapman factory. Yet we're equally excited too about our manufacturing present and future. Situated on both the East Coast Main Line and the A1, we are ideally suited for the jobs of the future. And to my honourable friends on the front bench, and indeed those in the relevant departments, I will be collaring you about this if I haven't already. Work is key to the people of Gateshead and Whickham. We are working people, never shy of hard work, proud of what we do for work, but all too often in search of skilled work and better pay, and too often forced to live in poverty. And that is why, amongst all of the excellent bills brought forward in this King's Speech, one stands out above all others: the Employment Rights Bill. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, I must now declare an interest, one I am proud to declare, as with my friend, the honourable member for Halifax did so yesterday. I am proud of the amount of work that I and others within Labour's affiliated trade unions working with Labour members on these benches have put into developing a package known as the New Deal for Working People, now the Employment Rights Bill. Because in places like my community, where people work hard but where all too often pay isn't what it should be, this will change lives. And in every corner of our country, every constituency represented in this place, where there are those working without dignity on exploitative zero-hours contracts, subjected to the brutality of fire and rehire, paid wages they can't live on, toiling as care workers or school support staff on insufficient wages, this bill will change lives in your communities too, and I urge members to give it their full support when the time comes. Because right now, for far too many, work doesn't pay, and you only need to visit Gateshead Food Bank or a food bank in your constituency to see that. Decent work, better pay. It's at the heart of why I came into politics, because dignity in work is the key that unlocks everything else. But it isn't all that matters. What matters too is what makes the heart sing. What we do with our families and friends that makes memories and elevates us above the everyday. Mr Deputy Speaker, the cultural power of my local area is too often overlooked. We are the home of institutions like the Baltic Centre for Contemporary Art and the Glass House on Gateshead Quays, but also smaller, older and no less important venues like Shipley Art Gallery and a little theatre, the only theatre built in Britain during World War II. This cultural tradition has endured for centuries, with the work of the engraver Thomas Bewick to the writings of Daniel Defoe, who lived on the south bank of the Tyne, to the 18th century comic operas of William Shield of Swalwell, the satirical songs of Low Fells, Alex Glasgow, and the rock anthems of AC/DC's Brian Johnson, born in Dunstan. Don't worry, I'm not going to sing. You haven't heard my voice. We're a place of learning too, with Gateshead College and Cardinal Hume School recently judged outstanding by Ofsted, two of the fantastic educational establishments I've been proud to visit already. I look forward to working with others like Whickham School, Gibbside and Kingsmeadow. And in our thriving Jewish community, who I am proud to represent, stands Gateshead Talmudical College, the oldest yeshiva in the country, founded in 1929, the foundation upon which Gateshead gained its reputation, I am told, as the Oxbridge of the Jewish world. Sport, too, is important to Gateshead. Sir Brendan Foster has long and proud relationship with our town, and of course, the Great North Run runs through Gateshead. The image of people running into Gateshead over the Tyne Bridge is burned on the collective consciousness of our country. The famous oarsman Harry Clasper was raised in Dunstan, as was Paul Gascoigne, and we love our football, including Gateshead FC, 2024 FA Trophy winners, by the way. Even though the Boundary Commission have given the honour of being the football club's MP to my honourable friend, the member for Jarrow and Gateshead East. That my grandfather played for them in the 1940s is a source of great pride, and whilst most of my constituents support the black and white of Newcastle, some of us support the red and white of Sunderland, although many of us are united in our support for Gateshead too. So to those opposite, who may be coming to terms with the feeling of being in the minority, let me say to you what my father said to me as a young man growing up in Gateshead. It will be character building. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for allowing me to speak in this debate. This is a time of great importance for our country, one where trust in this place has fallen on hard times and where we must, on all sides, work to rebuild it. I will do all that I can to be a voice for the people of Gateshead Central in Whickham. I will work my hardest for them, and I will try to represent them to the best of my ability. Thank you.
Pete Wishart.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and can congratulate most warmly the honourable gentleman for Gateshead Central and Whickham. That was a tour de force out of his constituency, and I will absolutely be certain that he will be a passionate advocate on behalf of his constituents. The only thing we sort of missed was the opportunity for him to sing. When we get the all-party music group together, we'll give him that opportunity, and the House will be able to revel in his talents on that front. Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm absolutely delighted that the Speaker, in his infinite wisdom, has decided to select our amendment this evening for a vote on the two-child benefit cap. It is absolutely right that this House makes a decision on this very pressing issue. And this is their early test for them. It's an early test for their commitment to take on the scourge of child poverty across the United Kingdom. We've just had new figures from the House of Commons Library. They're shocking. Absolutely shocking, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm not going to pick on the new Labour members because they're all new and they're all finding their feet. But what this does to our nation is absolutely and utterly appalling. 87,100 children in Scotland are impacted by this cap. I don't know if any of them represent Glasgow constituencies. Let's just have a look at Glasgow. 4,500 households who are being impacted by this two-child benefit. So this is their first big test. With those Scottish Labour oppose this cap, we've heard their leader talk passionately about making sure it's done away. You've got to vote tonight to show that. So this is an early challenge for the honourable gentlemen and ladies who now represent Scottish constituencies. Now, it's a very much changed House, Mr Deputy Speaker, coming back here, and I congratulate the Labour government on its stunning victory, quite a stunning victory. And I also want to congratulate my new Labour colleagues for their victories across Scotland. And I really hope they enjoy being an MP and the experience that this offers in this House representing our wonderful nation in these green benches. But they'll know by bitter experience from 2015 that tides go in and tides come out. The only thing that seems to be constant in Scottish politics, Mr Deputy Speaker, is that there always will be a Member of Parliament from the Scottish National Party representing Perthshire and Scotland. And I want to thank the people of Perth and Kinrossshire for returning me for a record 7th time in 23 years. I promise that I will serve them as I have served all my constituents in the past 23 years standing on these benches. Now, immigration is the subject of the day. This is important. This is big stuff. This is really important that they get this right. I'm not encouraged by what I've heard so far. I'm not really sure and certain that Labour really know what they want to do when it comes to immigration. I've heard lots of tough talk, the strong language, deportations, enforcement, getting people out of this country. What I want to hear about is the experience of these people who come to our country in appalling destitution and poverty, who have lived through some of the most unimaginable experiences, who are real living beings, who don't want the scapegoating language that's been deployed in the past. Think about them. Explain to us the safe and legal routes, how people could get to this country. Open up a way where citizenship could be acquired. Let's be creative, for goodness sake. Let's have some of these asylum seekers working. Why is it right that they have been left unattended for so long? Surely a new Labour government could start to get into that sort of territory. But I am not encouraged by what I've heard thus far from the Labour Party. We don't want a Tory hostile environment replaced by a Labour hostile environment, and we need to see a better understanding and empathy about the plight of people who are leaving war zones, devastated, traumatised about what has happened to them here. What we want to hear, Mr Deputy Speaker, is a proper, thought-out, pragmatic approach to immigration that finally acknowledges the value of immigration, that has humanity and common decency at its core. That is not too much to ask from a Labour government. And in Scotland, this is a priority for us. We are the only part of the United Kingdom whose population is predicted to fall. By 2033, our population will be starting to be in decline. What will happen is that we will have a smaller working base of people expected to support a non-active, ageing population. And that brings a whole series of issues and difficulties for us, particularly economic issues. And this has to be addressed. And also when it comes to making sure that our public services are staffed, such as a situation and condition, that if every school leaver went into social care in Scotland next year, there still would be enough people to cover the places that are required. So what we need to hear is a solution. Now, we were starting to get there, and I was encouraged during the general election campaign. They were actually talking about a Scottish visa. That is the Rolls-Royce gold standard of what we require. It happens in nations all across the world without issue, without any difficulty. It can happen here. We have our own political jurisdictions in the United Kingdom. We even have our own tax code to ensure that that can happen. And they've done it before. The Fresh Talent Initiative. I was in this House when that was delivered by the previous Labour government, and it worked. I cheered them on when this was delivered, and it's something that they could do. So if the honourable gentlemen and ladies want to go off to the Home Office to demand a solution to our very real difficulties and problems, we will cheer them on. We will hold their jackets as they go and do something in the Home Office, but something they must do, because this is a pressing issue for our Scottish economy. And I just want to say ever so gently to the Conservative Party, for the last couple of years we've had such a degree of rubbish by them. Now, what they've been trying to tell us is that people wouldn't come to Scotland from the rest of the United Kingdom. They wouldn't come because apparently they were put off by our lower council tax, our lower house prices, our free tuition, our free prescription charges, all the things that we get in Scotland. But the thing that they said most about all was because we'd asked people to pay just a few more pounds in income tax, they wouldn't come to Scotland. Well, that fox is well and truly shot, as the national records from Scotland have shown. There is net migration into Scotland more than people who are leaving. So let's not hear any more about that rubbish. But I'll end, Mr Deputy Speaker, with a plea to my colleagues. We want to work with them. We want to ensure that we get the Scottish solutions to Scottish problems. It is now up to them. They have the power. They have the responsibility. They can make these changes. Get our immigration sorted out, and for goodness sake, back us tonight in the lobby so we could do something about child poverty in Scotland.
I call Andy McNay to make his maiden speech.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you for this opportunity to make my maiden speech in this place and during this important debate. And I am in awe of the maiden speeches and all the speeches that have been made today and in the previous days. The standard and quality of the intake here, the previous longer-term members, is inspiring. I am filled with excitement and pride and belief in what we can achieve in the years to come. I think it's a truly exciting time. I'm honoured and privileged to have this opportunity to speak as a member for Rossendale and Darwen, my home. And I'm very aware this could only happen because of a huge amount of hard work done by friends and Labour colleagues across the constituency, and of course because of the decision made by so many of my fellow residents to put their trust in me and a changed Labour Party. A heartfelt thanks for everyone who put me in this place, and I will do my very best not to let you down. My constituency and home is a special place. Indeed, I was tempted to say it represents the very best of Lancashire, but wary of controversy, I shall simply say it's a wonderful part of a wonderful county. A post-industrial place of moors, hills and valleys, framing the communities of Darwen, Whitworth, Bacup, Crushaway, Stackstead, Weir, Waterfoot, Rottenstall, Edenfield, Helmshaw and the West Pennine villages. And I'll have missed one out, I'm sure I'll be shot as soon as I get home. And in representing my home, I succeed Sir Jake Berry, who served our constituency for 14 years. I will pay tribute to his service, and in particular his work campaigning around provision for children with special educational needs. And Rossendale and Darwen is very much a swing seat, and prior to 2010 we have been splendidly represented by Janet Anderson. I was pleased and proud to call Janet a friend. We sadly lost her last year, but I will always remember her as a true role model of a constituency MP, always available, always responsive, always engaged, and always willing to roll up her sleeves and get stuck in. So, what more can I tell you about Rossendale and Darwen? I will spare a full geography lesson and go for some fun-ish facts. First of all, to be honest, the constituency is a quirk of boundary commission methodology, which will remain a mystery to us forever. There is little historical or physical connection between Rossendale and Darwen, and indeed, if you're driving you have to actually leave a constituency to get between the two halves. Rossendale was once known as the Golden Valley and lay at the very heart of the Industrial Revolution. Indeed, a book on this time by local author Chris Aspin is subtitled When Rossendale Led the World. We are also referred to as the Valley of Stone, and the flagstones in Trafalgar Square come from a Rossendale quarry. Crown Paints in Darwen is Britain's oldest paint maker. In 1931, Mahatma Gandhi came to Darwen and met with mill workers, seeking to understand the hardships they were facing. If you reflect on that, that's in itself quite remarkable. And he said, they treated me as one of their own, and I shall never forget that. This sense of inclusion and understanding remains. We have many wonderful community organisations, and whilst being reluctant to single anyone out, I must pay tribute to the vital work done in my hometown by Bacup Family Centre and Bacup Civic Pride, and across the constituency by our volunteer-led food banks and credit unions. The work done by the likes of Keep Darwen Tidy and Rossendale Civic Pride, to whom I must wish the best of luck in Britain in Bloom judging this week. Now, something we're less proud of is that Rossendale is the only local authority area in the north without any sort of commuter railway service. A fact that I hope the Right Honourable Member for Sheffield Heeley does not become too bored of hearing. A few more. Darwen is home to Darwen Live, the UK, possibly Europe's biggest free music festival. Mr Fitzpatrick's in Rottenstall is Britain's last surviving temperance bar. Darwen Football Club was formed in 1870 and was the first club in the world to have professionally paid players. And today, Brent Peters, manager of Bacup Borough Football Club, is said to be the longest serving manager in world football. So Rossendale and Darwen are distinct places, each with a deep history, but at the same time they do have much in common. I was in many ways heartened that during the campaign one of the most frequent asks I got was for a better politics. The people of Rosendale are honest and hard-working. They value integrity, cooperation and community service, and they want to see this in their politicians. I believe this reflects fully across the country and hence a great opportunity and responsibility for us. With over 300 new MPs, we really do have a chance to set a new tone, to work together across the benches, to hold to the standards that our residents expect of us. A less positive thing we have in common across Rosendale is a concern around the direction that too many of our schools have been heading in. Too many parents agonise over the choice or lack of choice available to them. It simply must not be the case that a child's future is determined by educational lottery. That every school be a good school is an imperative we must hold to. And I'm proud to see our new Labour government committing to removing barriers to opportunity, raising school standards and ensuring that the school system is fair for every child. Another commonality is our topography: hills, crags, moors and valleys. I'm a climber and a cyclist, and these are my playgrounds. I'm fortunate to have enjoyed an active life, which has turned into a career. It's taken me to amazing places, and I know that I'm healthier, wiser and happier as a result. In many ways, what these sports have taught me is what have brought me here. But it's a sad fact that in the UK today, nearly 40% of the population are not active enough for good health. This contributes to 1 in 6 deaths and is estimated to cost the UK economy £7.6 billion annually. Yet physical activity can help prevent and manage over 20 chronic diseases and conditions, including some cancers, heart disease, type 2 diabetes and depression. Overall, it's recognised that £1 spent on physical activity generates £4 of benefits in return. In short, investing in physical activity is a no-brainer, and it's been heartening to see the importance of prevention recognised so clearly in our manifesto, in the debates and indeed in the questions this morning. Sport and physical activity can change lives, can save lives, and active lives start young. Yet around 50% of under 18s don't get enough exercise, and how often do we hear kids telling us there's nothing to do around here? I believe every child should feel they have full and inclusive access to the countryside and the recreational facilities that give them the opportunity to live active lives, escape constraints and explore their potential. I believe this is a mission that underpins many others, and I look forward to speaking again on this subject in the years to come. And the hills of Rosendale matter to me in other ways. On the moors close to home, we scattered the ashes of our daughter Mallory. She'd been born in Burnley Hospital with Edwards syndrome, a condition we were told is not compatible with life. Her time with us was short, but her impact on our lives was great. The support we had from Burnley Hospital and local baby loss charity, the Friends of Serenity, was vital. Whilst Edwards syndrome itself is rare, it's far from being the only cause of baby loss, and every day an average of 13 families suffer the pain of it. That's around 5,000 a year, and some reports suggest up to 1 in 5 of these family tragedies are avoidable. There's a growing movement around baby loss awareness, and indeed in October we have Baby Loss Awareness Week. I hope to use my time in this House to support the ongoing drive for greater care and support for families affected by baby loss and for continued improvement in its prevention. Thank you.
Point of order.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, yesterday I tabled an amendment to the humble address which read at the end and submits that the government should immediately recognise the state of Palestine. The wording was confirmed by me to the table office at 16:40 hours yesterday and co-signed by the Honourable Member for Blackburn, Leicester South, Islington North and Dewsbury and Batley.
Is it the honourable gentleman's intention to challenge the ruling of the chair earlier, that Mr. Speaker, when he decided which amendments would be voted on tonight? What is his point of order then?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's the fact that the amendment was not tabled despite being submitted into the table office on time.
I know what the honourable gentleman has said, but I don't actually think it would have made any difference to the decision upon which amendments we are going to have votes later on, but the point has been noted. I call Nigel Farage to make his maiden speech.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, thank you very much indeed. I believe it's customary in a maiden speech to pay tribute to your predecessor, which I'm very happy to do. Giles Watling, a very decent, nice, honourable man, former actor, wears his Garrick Club tie. Nothing even vaguely conservative about him, but a jolly nice chap. And it was a clean, fought campaign. The Right Honourable Member for Holland and South Deepings earlier made reference to Clacton as being the place for a traditional English seaside holiday, and indeed it is, with its pier and its miles of sandy beaches and its arcades, and perhaps it's not the holiday that's as popular as it used to be, now that people go to Spain and elsewhere, but it's still there. There are other parts of the constituency that are genteel, quite wealthy, but if we go to places like Jaywick, we find the most deprived community in the whole of the United Kingdom. Those communities have little faith or trust or belief that government can make their lives better. Indeed, what I found knocking on doors were people saying, we want to work, we want to get on, we want to make money, but as soon as we work for 16 hours a week or more, our benefits get taken away, we're better off staying on benefits. And I have to say, I feel immensely sorry for people who the benefit system, which is designed to help them, is actually keeping them trapped in levels of relative poverty. So I will do my best as the MP for the area to bring business investment, private money into the constituency with jobs and training and skills. I can't promise that I'll do it, but I will do my absolute damnedest to make it happen. Now, it's funny because I spent nearly 21 years as a member of the European Parliament in Brussels and with its monthly journey to Strasbourg. And I have to say, this place is very different indeed. It's smaller. There is not a chauffeur-driven Mercedes available for each member. No large lump sums of money, which you don't have to spend on anything and show no receipts for. And I wonder whether perhaps that's why so many in the British political system seem to adore the European Union so much, because it is a rather wonderful place to work. What I perhaps didn't expect was to come here and to find that I'm more outnumbered with my reform team, more outnumbered here than we were in the European Parliament, because there are more supporters of Brexit in the European Parliament than I sense there are in this Parliament of 2024. This is very much a Remainers Parliament. I suspect in many cases it's really a Rejoiners Parliament. But the other issue, and it's very interesting as we debate the King's speech, if you look at the speech itself, the word immigration is mentioned only twice, and asylum just once. And perhaps this is not a surprise, as when Sir Keir Starmer laid out the 6 big priorities for the general election for the Labour Party, he didn't mention legal or illegal immigration. And that's the other area in which I think the 5 of us sitting over here are going to find ourselves massively outnumbered in this House, is because we actually do want to talk about these issues. You see, I believe that the population explosion is having the biggest impact on the quality of life of ordinary folk than any other issue. It all started, of course, when the current Home Secretary became a Member of Parliament back in May 97. And it's worth reminding ourselves that net migration was the same during the late 1940s, the whole of the 1950s, the whole of the 1960s, the whole of the 1970s, the whole of the 1980s, and the 1990s up until Mr. Blair. Net migration had run at 30 to 50,000 a year for over half a century. Then Mr. Blair gets in and decides we're going to open the doors in a way that had never been done before, to the delight and joy of big companies and especially giant multinationals who have always wanted as much cheap labour as they can get, and to hell with the consequences for working class families and people. But perhaps it was even more of a surprise to see that that massive acceleration in our population through immigration would then by a Conservative Party who, despite promises in 4 consecutive manifestos, actually accelerate what had happened under the years of Mr. Blair. And so we see a population increase of 10 million people since that time that Labour won its last landslide. Even the net figure is a migrant a minute. Even during the course of this debate, many hundreds more people will come to our country. And nobody is making the argument that there aren't some exceptionally wonderful people among them. There are, of course. But the sheer level of population means we have to build a new house every 2 minutes, even if the Labour government is able to fulfil the 1.5 million houses that it wants to build during the lifetime of this Parliament. It will make no dent at all on the current shortage of housing. Rents have risen by 25% since 2021. Why? Population increase and pressure. And the list goes on through access to health services, to congestion, to pressure on infrastructure. The population crisis is the biggest impact affecting people's lives, damaging their quality of life, and virtually nobody in this place even wants to talk about it. But perhaps it's on illegal immigration that I do really want to make a point. 4 years ago, I went out into the English Channel repeatedly, filming dinghies coming across the channel, dinghies with an average of 16 people per boat. I was described as being a sad, lonely, desperate figure, always seeking attention. And I've no doubt there are some that think that's still the case today. Thank you. But I did it because it was obvious to me what was going to happen. It was obvious that there would be a huge influx of people illegally coming to Britain across the English Channel, and it would happen because we'd stopped deporting people who came to Britain illegally. And perhaps the Labour Party might want to reflect themselves on the last period of Labour government, where we had Home Secretaries like David Blunkett, far, far to the right of people like the Shadow Home Secretary today. You came to Britain illegally during the last Labour government. Your feet didn't touch the sides. You were gone. You were out. Indeed, in the last year of the Labour government, from 2009 to 10, 50,000 people who came here illegally were deported. Now, none of that happens anymore. It didn't happen under 14 years of Conservatives, and it clearly isn't going to happen under this Labour government. And I wonder why. I think you'll find it's the increased role of a court overseas that was set up in the wake of World War II with the very, very best of intentions that has now completely outlived its usefulness. It is, of course, called the ECHR, the European Court of Human Rights, and it was the Labour government that enshrined the Convention into British law. We will not stop the boats, even if we send a handful to Rwanda. We will not stop the boats by attempting to smash the criminal gangs. We've been doing that to the drugs industry in Britain year after year, decade after decade, with no success whatsoever. The financial rewards for smuggling people across the English Channel can now net a gang 2 to 3 million euros a week. Whatever prison sentences or penalties are put upon them, there will always be people volunteering to make millions of euros a week. We will only stop this if we start deporting people that come illegally. Then they won't pay the smugglers. But we'll only do that by leaving the ECHR. But I've got a fun suggestion that I think would liven up politics, engage the public, and see a massively increased turnout. Why don't we have a referendum on whether we continue to be members of the ECHR?
I called Lola McAvoy to make her maiden speech.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and it is customary to pay tribute to the Speaker before me for his first contribution to this House, but let's face it, that is quite a polished contribution that he's had 21 years to prepare, so thank you to him for that contribution. This is my maiden speech as the first woman to represent Darlington from the government benches. I'd like to pay tribute to Baroness Chapman, the first female MP for Darlington, for paving the way. She smashed that glass ceiling, and now I have the privilege of serving our town in a Labour government. Representation matters, and I will use my platform to highlight the issues facing women in the town. Issues like low-paid work, additional care responsibilities, the childcare crisis, menopause discrimination, maternity services, poor paternity rights, and I will be a champion for women's health and support services. I'd like to pay tribute to the work of our Police Crime Commissioner, my friend Joy Allen, and her team in ending violence against women and girls in the town, and to Harbour and Family Help, who do exceptional work in very difficult times. I am proud that this Labour government will bring forward strong legislation to tackle this important issue. I'd like to pay tribute to my predecessor, firstly, Peter Gibson, firstly for his respect throughout the general election campaign, and secondly for his work ethic. Trust in politicians across both sides of this House is at an all-time low, and Mr Gibson worked tirelessly to communicate positively the work he was doing to everyone in Darlington. People thanked him for it, and it's something that I will emulate. I genuinely do wish him well. I am a product of my constituency and proud of it. I'm from good stock. West End star Zoe Burkett of Pop Idol fame went to my high school. Big Brother winner and men's mental health campaigner Anthony Hutton is a Darlington resident, and we have a proud and active veterans community. In fact, two of the brilliant doorkeepers who are just stationed over there of this chamber told me earlier that they know Darlington well because of their training at Catterick Garrison, just outside my constituency. I want to thank Dan Smith, an active campaigner for veteran support in Darlington, for his work for our town, but also for his friendship to me during the campaign. We have a bustling business and hospitality community across the town. Dan the Baker Man, whose sourdough is nationally acclaimed. The Echo 3 and Hatch coffee houses, who keep me caffeinated. And Claire from the Cheese and Wine Shop, who herself welcomed our Prime Minister and Chancellor very recently. We have a brilliant sporting community, from Spray Lads football team, which my brother used to play for, to the Headlanders netball and the Hundons Lane Bowls clubs, to name just a few. Of course, it would be remiss of me not to mention the Quakers, Darlington's football club, who has a very famous alumni in Three Lions' best ever goalkeeper, Jordan Pickford. So, like many of us from Darlington, I love the town, I like a laugh, I work hard, and I don't like to be taken for a fool. I was sent here to right the wrongs that have led to too many in our town being let down, and I will do just that. I will not lose sight of those who sent me and went above and beyond to put their time and trust in me. My teachers, the St Augustine's community, my Labour family, and of course my parents, my brothers and my husband, all of whom have had their personal lives thrust right into my political story, not entirely through choice, but in the name of our common goal, which is a better future for our community. I'm lucky to be here. I got a second chance and a vocational master's degree at Newcastle University, where I was taught on the job how to be a journalist. I come from a long line of people who've done better for themselves than was expected for them, and I will dedicate my time in Parliament to knocking down barriers to opportunity for everyone in our town, so that no matter your postcode, you can live the life you want well. I was inspired by those who went before me on our brilliant Northern Echo paper, founded in 1870, 2 years after the Constituency of Darlington, and still boasting fantastic campaigning journalists like Chris Lloyd, the town's historian, who I'm giving a mention in this speech so that he will help me with my new blue plaque scheme for the town, and Kaylee Fraser, who I'm sorry, Kaylee, I know you're still chasing me for a quote. This Saturday just gone, I had the joy of visiting a new tourist attraction in Darlington, Hope Town. Named after the area of the town that I grew up in, where Darlington's famous contribution to the railways and industrial revolution was based. The new attraction incorporates our railway heritage and has incredible artefacts and top-of-the-range art installations, digital interactive educational points to tell our story to visitors. I'm telling you this because I welcome everyone on both sides of the house to come and visit, and when you do, you must try the Black Diamond ice cream. It's already taking off on social media. I have huge pride in the town's industrial contribution, and I'm delighted to be the first Darlington member to represent Hindon and Coniscliffe, and with them come their beautiful villages and even more railway history. Mr Deputy Speaker, this is for you to note especially. I learnt something new about my hometown this weekend. Before the establishment of the railways, our clocks were not standardised and Darlington operated a full 4 minutes behind Westminster. So as those who know me well will attest, I like to operate still on Darlington time, and as a nod to tradition, I shall be keeping my town's original time for the duration of my time on these benches. One of the artefacts that caught my eye in the museum, amongst the railway medals and the framed timetables, was an award from 2019 for the manufacturing giant Cleveland Bridge. Like so many brilliant companies over recent years, Cleveland Bridge has ceased trading. What makes this company particularly of note is their vast global contribution. They built the Sydney Harbour Bridge, and in fact, former Health Secretary and Labour Darlington MP, the Right Honourable Alan Milburn, referenced them in his maiden speech 2 decades ago. I am determined that our manufacturing contribution in Darlington is not committed to museums and history books. We are proud people and we are grafters. We do not need handouts. We need a government that allows our brilliance to shine again. I have already had the excellent engineering firm come into Parliament to discuss making our area a green hydrogen cluster and ensuring hydrogen is at the heart of our decarbonisation strategy. I look forward to working with my neighbour, the member for Stockton North, an expert in green hydrogen and the future of steel in his new brief. Over the course of the campaign that led up to my election, the biggest thread from the people of Darlington, from all income, background and political persuasion, was that the cost of living was too high and that public services are at breaking point. I do firmly believe that this government must urgently tackle the mental health crisis blighting our town and region. In my own network, I know 7 men who've died by suicide. Mental health waiting times and services for men, mothers, children and veterans are way behind where they need to be. I will be relentless in my approach to improve our mental health services for everyone in our town. The Secretary of State for Health, who I know shares my passion for mental health and physical health equity, will not be able to avoid me just as soon as I can work my way around the palace labyrinth. As a woman in politics, I'm frequently offered unsolicited advice and told that I need a thick skin, although I firmly believe that those with too thick a skin have been ruling this chamber for too long. And I am here to represent ordinary people with compassion because I am one of them. I am only too aware of the emboldening effect that online platforms gives bullies and harassers, and I do think we've reached a fork in the road. I will use my position to stamp out online bullying, not just for those who are victims of it now, but for the next generation who I believe we have a duty to protect. This Labour government are committed to tackling climate change and wealth creation, and that is an opportunity for our region that must be grabbed with both hands. That's why I've already visited Hitachi with my neighbour and friend, the member for Newton Aycliffe and Spennymoor, to put my full support behind efforts to secure the future of skilled and essential jobs at the Newton Aycliffe plant that employs many of my constituents. The Treasury and many other key departments have a presence in my constituency, providing skilled graduate jobs, which we welcome and want to build on. I will be a champion for public money being spent better. I have made my career improving public procurement contracts, fighting for working people to earn a wage they can live on and have decent terms and conditions. I will use this experience to ensure that when public money is spent in Darlington, it provides the best possible bang for our buck in income, in impact and outcomes for our town. I will be a loud voice on this issue and will work with everyone and anyone who believes, like I do, that we can get our regional economy thriving with decent jobs for local people, so that people can work hard, earn enough to save for their future and have safe and secure housing and spend quality time with their families. I am very fortunate that the Chancellor will be visiting her second office in Darlington regularly, and I am committed to maximising the opportunity that brings to benefit my community. My constituency and everyone in it has the potential for a bright future. I'll do everything I can to secure it. While I want to make our country better, my priority is improving the lives of those in my hometown, those who raised me, those who've sent me here, the good people of Darlington. So, in keeping with my railway theme, full steam ahead.
Before calling the next speaker, I have to announce that we're going to have to reduce the time limit for speeches by all those other than maiden speakers to 5 minutes. Dr. Neil Hudson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's a great pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Darlington, and can I congratulate her on her fantastic maiden speech. I know she will be a proud champion for her area. I must first start my first speech of this new Parliament by expressing to my constituents how humbled I am to be elected as their new Member of Parliament for Epping Forest. Epping Forest has given so much to me and my family over so many years, and it's an honour and privilege to be able to try and repay that and stand up for our fantastic communities in Westminster. I cannot mention my constituency without mentioning my predecessor, Dame Eleanor Lang. I pay tribute to her 27 years of tireless service on behalf of Epping Forest and this place as an MP in Shadow Cabinet and as Deputy Speaker and Chairman of Ways and Means. She was in the chair for my maiden speech, a very personal and emotional occasion, a few days after the passing of my father Christopher, her constituent, whom she knew so well. I'm so pleased that she'll continue in public service in the other place. Our area is privileged to have not only had Dame Eleanor Lang represent them, but also former Prime Minister Sir Winston Churchill, who represented the then seat of Epping from 1924 to 45. Today we're talking about Home Affairs and security, and I want to pay tribute to our brave and hard-working police on the front line, keeping our streets and communities safe and secure in Essex and right across the country, our brilliant Essex Police, Fire and Crime Commissioner Roger Hurst and our Chief Constable Ben Julian Harrington. They have truly led the way in reducing crime, with antisocial behaviour down at least 63% in the last 5 years, and I firmly believe that this is a practice that needs to continue. I know, of course, that my constituents in Epping Forest feel there's a lot more we need to do to keep our communities secure and safe, with concerns including violent crime, fly tipping, drug crime, burglary, shoplifting, fraud and car crime. We also need to think about international security, and I'm proud that the previous Conservative government supported Ukraine, and I'm pleased that the new Labour government will be doing that as well. I was disappointed that in the King's speech the new government admitted our cast-iron commitment to a 2.5% of GDP spending on defence, and I really urge them to move forward on that quickly. In terms of health, I want to really welcome that the King's speech that mental health was given the same attention as focus as physical health, and parity of esteem between mental and physical health is so important. It's something that I've raised from my maiden speech. I urge the government to confirm the work we did with the Three Dads Walking to get age-appropriate suicide prevention into the school curriculum to protect our young people. As a veterinary surgeon, I was disappointed in the King's speech at the lack of mention of animal health and welfare. And in the last Parliament, huge strides were made to bolster our reputation in the area of animal welfare, with the Animal Welfare Sentencing Act and the Sentience Act. I urge the new government to continue this and support legislation on issues such as banning the smuggling of puppies and heavily pregnant dogs and banning the importation of dogs with cropped ears. Now, Epping Forest is a clearly beautiful area and has precious green spaces, and I am nervous that the Labour government is going to put some of that in jeopardy by rebadging the green belt as grey belt. So we've got to make sure that housing that is coming in is put in the right places and the infrastructure is protected. I also urge this government to carry on with the capital build projects that were committed to by the previous Conservative government. A new community diagnostic centre at St Margaret's Hospital in Epping, and rebuilds for the Princess Alexandra Hospital in Harrow and Whipps Cross hospitals. Hospitals my constituents depend on that were committed by the previous government, and I urge the Labour government to carry on with this in full. It is so important that we as a constructive opposition will help this government to serve our communities and get things right, but we will point out things when we feel that they're getting them wrong. I wish this government well, and I look forward to working with colleagues across the House on important issues of public health, animal health and welfare, but also making sure that we protect our green spaces and make sure that people have access to the good health and education systems that our constituents deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's an honour to follow my member from Epping Forest, who delights us back in this place, and also to all the new members today who made some fantastic maiden speeches. It's a huge honour to be re-elected to represent my community in Liverpool, West Derby, and to continue to serve in the place I grew up. and also under the Labour government. It's fantastic to welcome the constituency into my constituency, the new wards of Page, from Swan Side and Old Swan. It has been a real pleasure meeting my new constituents. We're doing so much for our communities, and I look forward to working with Jan and the team from Swan Side Community Centre, Rhiannon and the team from the Gate Community Centre, and Kate and her fantastic team from the Joseph Lappin Centre. Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm delighted now that we have a Labour government with an historic mandate for change from the British public, a mandate to end the destruction of working class communities and the decimation of public services, end austerity, and to create opportunity for all and lift millions of people out of poverty. Mr Deputy Speaker, we must boldly seize this opportunity to deliver on the trust placed in us by areas like West Derby. On behalf of so many families in my constituency, I will continue to campaign for the right to food to be enshrined in UK law, so that everyone is legally protected from the scourge of hunger, and we end the obscene growth of food banks since 2010 caused by political choices. As a proud trade unionist, I'm delighted that the government will legislate for a new deal for working people. I've seen the human cost of fire in the eye of my brother, who was a victim of the British gas cull, and so many constituents who wrote to me about their experiences. As a former trade union organiser with Unite, I know the difference trade unions can make in the workplace, improving terms, conditions and transforming lives in the economy. And I welcome the bills that will bring rail services into public ownership and at last allow communities to take their bus service back into public ownership. And I look forward to working with the Metro Mayor to achieve this. I'm also delighted to see the return of the Football Governance Bill that I was proud to scrutinise in committee during the last Parliament, giving football supporters a real voice in shaping the beautiful game that is vital to secure its future and continued success. A shameful legacy of the previous government and its austerity agenda is that 43% of children in West Derby are now living in poverty. Mr Deputy Speaker, the reason I'm in this place is to ensure that these children and others like them are given a chance to thrive and live their best life under a government that supports them rather than consigns them to a life of limited opportunities from an early age. That is why I support wholly the removal of the two-child cap on benefits, which would immediately lift 300,000 children out of poverty. Finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, I would like to welcome the government's inclusion of the Hillsborough Law into the King's Speech. Shamefully, nobody has been held accountable for the unlawful killing of 97 people, the injuries, the enduring trauma suffered at Hillsborough, despite the verdicts in 2016 after the longest inquest in this country's history. I want to pay tribute to all those families, survivors, campaigners and legal experts like Pete Weatherbill and Abramson and Debbie Coles, who have fought for a change in law to ensure that the pain, suffering of the Hillsborough families and survivors is not repeated, and to ensure there's a fitting and lasting legacy. And also to the many members and former members in this place across the benches who have fought for this law. There are many, many people and cases that would benefit from a Hillsborough Law. I've had the privilege of hearing directly from people affected by a range of scandals and tragedies, including the post office harassment scandal, Grenfell, COVID-19, the truth about Zane, nuclear test veterans, Manchester Arena bombing, infected blood scandal and hormone pregnancy tests. And what was clear in all these cases and many more is that the Hillsborough playbook has been used time and time again by public servants and institutions who are still allowed to withhold the truth and lie about their actions and blame victims for their own failures and mistakes. That is why a full Hillsborough Law is urgently needed, with the legal duty of candour on all public bodies and parity of legal representation to ensure the scales of justice will be balanced. The 97 who were unlawfully killed at Hillsborough, the families, survivors and indeed all who have suffered this fate at the hands of the state deserve nothing less than this legacy of a Hillsborough Law implemented in full, which will begin to end the culture of state cover-ups which have shamed our nation for far too long. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
In speech, Richard Tice.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and may I congratulate the Honourable Member for Darlington and for Clacton and other maiden speeches today on their excellent contributions. It's a great honour to represent Boston and Skegness, which I believe, Mr Deputy Speaker, is the most fertile constituency in the country. I refer, of course, to the productivity of the amazing agricultural farmlands in the constituency, where within, in the heart of it, is a fantastic family brewery, Bateman's Brewery, launched in 1874. And there's good beer indeed. And there's an amazing engineering, extraordinary feature of a lattice of ditches and dikes and drains and rivers and havens that ensure that productive farmland. And at the eastern end of this great constituency is sunny Skegness, where millions go for their holidays every year. The home of the first Butlins in 1936, where the fourth longest pier in the country was built in the late 1880s. This is an extraordinary town, absolutely remarkable. It also has the benefit of producing what I think is possibly the best value, the most delicious, and the greatest portions of ice cream, which I'm very partial to. If we then head west, back from Skegness, over the farmlands, we head to the historic market town of Boston, which has the tallest parish tower, known as the Stump, built over 500 years ago. Boston, a couple of hundred years ago, was the largest trading port outside of London. And of course, it was Bostonians in 1630 that left the Isle of Wight to go to North America, where they established, in Massachusetts, Boston. It is a remarkable constituency that I'm proud to represent. And I pay tribute to my predecessor, Mr. Matt Warman, who was the MP for 9 years, and whose particular legacy was in healthcare. We are building at the moment a £40 million accident and emergency facility. He played a role in that. He saved the children's unit from closing, and he had a significant role in the diagnostics care unit that is under construction. Great achievements. But there is a reason, Mr. Deputy Speaker, why I overturned the greatest, the most significant, the largest ever Conservative majority in the country. And that is that despite the slogan of Skegness, the jolly fisherman, my constituents actually are not feeling very jolly at the moment. Because 7 out of 10 of my constituents voted to leave the European Union. They trusted the previous government. They took them at their word. But they feel a sense of political betrayal in a number of areas. The first people who are not very jolly are indeed the fishermen themselves, who feel that various bureaucrats, the Environment Agency, Natural England, IFCA, are acting in a way as to try and suppress, destroy this great industry of ours for a seafaring nation, food producing, generating great revenues. In addition, bureaucrats are making the issue of flooding a serious problem in my constituency. Thousands of homes have been flooded, and with a failure to properly maintain sea level defences, tens of thousands of homes are at risk, again because of bureaucracy and inertia. Another reason that my constituents are actually really quite grumpy is because of the implications of the net stupid net zero policies, which will result in hundreds of massive ugly pylons blighting the environment and countryside of my constituency, as well as solar farms planned on incredibly productive agricultural farmland. Absolute idiocy. And then, of course, there is another big issue that is making my constituents very grumpy indeed. Because part of the slogan of leaving the European Union was to take back control. The previous government promised it. Do you remember that slogan? Money, laws, and borders. Yes, borders. But instead of controlling immigration and having smart immigration, which is a good thing, working, integrating, speaking the language, that is a great thing, we should all agree. Instead, they open the doors to mass immigration with significant consequences on a town like Boston, and I know other towns up and down the country. And I'll just give you a sort of example. So the centre of Boston, the marketplace, every morning dozens and dozens of East Europeans will arrive in the marketplace with nothing to do. They have been hoofed out of the HMO where they are hotbedding 2 or 3 shifts a day on the same mattresses because of mass uncontrolled immigration. They've got nothing to do, and they've been aided and abetted to come to the UK with false promises by, I believe, morally bankrupt businesses that are helping them to get national insurance numbers for overseas persons under a scheme that we thought had closed. We thought the EU settlement status scheme had closed, but it turns out it's not. If you fib about how much time you've spent here before 2020, then you can still apply. So many are still arriving, and they're not integrating. They're not learning the language. And regrettably, it has an intimidating atmosphere in the centre of the town. And I know this goes on elsewhere. And the implication is most seriously felt by women who work in the town centre, who feel unsafe leaving their place of work, and constituents who don't want to go into the centre of this great market town at night because of fears that, frankly, it is not safe. When you go there at night, no chance of seeing any police whatsoever. I've been on a number of occasions. What you will see is drug dealers in the centre of the marketplace plying their hideous, vile trade night in, night out. This, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is completely unacceptable. During the election campaign, I went to numerous houses, and when someone answered, there was one where, for example, 7 people in a house of 2 bedrooms. Bulgarian family, only one member spoke any English at all. And they said, we're here to claim benefits, and your health benefits and housing benefits. We prefer it in Bulgaria, but we want to take your benefits and then send the money home. This, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is what is going on up and down the country, and it is completely unacceptable. I repeat the muttering that you see, the truth hurts.
In denial.
The establishment don't want to talk about this, do they?
They're denying it.
But the truth is
that during the maiden speeches, everybody just keeps very quiet, okay? It's whatever you think of what's been said, the maiden speech, keep quiet, okay?
I repeat. Smart immigration, working, integrating, speaking the language is a great thing. But there are serious consequences to uncontrolled mass immigration. My objectives as Member of Parliament for this great constituency, I want to attract more business, more investment. The great port of Boston needs to grow and expand. I want more infrastructure. For example, a new bypass around Boston itself. With these things, then actually, my constituency of Boston and Skegness can once again be great again. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Well done.
Speech, Joe White.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I wish to begin by thanking the people of Bassetlaw for putting me here. My commitment is to serve all residents to the best of my ability. I also wish to thank the Honourable Member for Boston Skegness for his contribution, and I look forward to debating you in this place. Today's debate has a direct link into the ongoing discussions on poverty. Having seen the last government shut all 3 Bassetlaw police stations and both courthouses, I have much to say on the issue in this Parliament. Crime and poverty have a clear connection. I need no lessons in how a lack of money impacts on children growing up. I lived it. But that experience taught me something far more valuable in understanding the impact of poverty and inequality. Because what my family lacked in money, we more than made up in love and in hopes and dreams. I was brought up to believe in me and what I could achieve. My mother got herself out of poverty because of the Open University, and my father made a choice all too familiar today. He gave up his engineering job to be a Sainsbury's warehouse man to guarantee cheaper food. And of course, he served as a shop steward for Usdaw. I remain proud of both my parents and for what they did for me. A free school meal kid, separate queue of course. A free school uniform kid, clothes from the jumble sale. No new smart, bright white socks for me. But I had no poverty of aspiration, no holding back, no shutting down of my dreams. That's good parenting, backed by their hard work. I commuted 6 hours every day to complete my own studies, taking my newborn baby in a carry cot with me. That is what learning to aspire results in. I get the little me's, so common in Basset law and elsewhere. They are my people, my responsibility. Money is often a problem, but poverty of aspiration is much bigger to overcome. Where you are told that you cannot do that, that this door is not for you, that you stink, that you're thick, that your hopes are only ever dreams and can never be realised, well, this kid never stopped dreaming. Yeah. Today's little me's, doing without the flashy trainers, who play outside but never go inside the big sports stadiums or the posh restaurants and the cafes, the kids who don't fly on aeroplanes or get taken to museums or theatres, those who have never seen the King or his palace or Big Ben. This place too often expects the little me's in my area, in my constituency of Basset Law, to celebrate a rapidly changing world by telling them to get to the back of the queue and behave themselves. I'm not having that. I drove trucks across the Channel, the only woman in the driver's section on the ferries. Small boats, new problem. My flight cases I drove were huge with ventilation and a false bottom. The border sniffer dogs were an infrequent luxury, and I regularly ran the gauntlet of organised crime and desperate people. My predecessor had the biggest swing in 2019. I broke the record books again, but then quickly lost to even more historic swings to Labour. I know he likes his beer, and I applaud his regular support for our local pubs, where he can drown his sorrows every time his beloved Notts County Football Club fails to deliver. I don't know if he's planning to taking up golf, but Basset Law is the centre of British golf. 7 serious golf courses, Ryder Cup hosts and star players, including a magnificent municipal golf course. We regularly provide more of the Ryder Cup team than the entire golfing countries, and Jardine of College Pines Golf Club show the potential to reach these heights at the Open this weekend. From Danny Willits to Matt Fitzpatrick, we continue to grow international level golfers, and of course our own Freedom of the Borough champion Lee Westwood, who continues to inspire our young boys and girls. He learned his trade on the council-run golf course, open and affordable to all. Nobody stopped me from dreaming big, and that's the Basset Law I intend to deliver. My style of being MP will be outcomes-based. If I can do it, then so can you. Look not only where you are, but where you are going. This kid made it here, and I put you all on warning. I will be knocking the doors that kids in my area do not go through, and they will be coming with me. And I can assure you that I will channel my inner Michael Caine for those of you who choose to ignore my knock. The biggest single crime would be to get here where people like me are not supposed to be and merely sit here and make up the numbers. This kid has only just begun. and there is no time to waste.
Maiden speech, Josh Babarindi.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It was inspirational to listen to the story of the Honourable Member for Bassetlaw and her determination to never stop dreaming. It was also inspirational, fantastic to hear maiden speeches from many others too, and I was interested to hear from some members competition around the length of piers in seaside towns. And I hail from the great town of Eastbourne, and while it might be the case that some honourable members have a longer pier than mine, it's important to remember that what you do with it is what is most important. And on our pier we have cafes, we have bars, we have a former nightclub at which I once organised parties. We have got it all going on Eastbourne Pier. But it's also an inspiration looking around this house and reading about the members in this house to see and be part of the most diverse Parliament ever. More women than ever before, more LGBT people than ever before, and more Joshes than ever before. This house's population went from 0 Joshes to 7 Joshes overnight on the 4th of July, and that is what you call an open-door policy, Mr. Speaker. And if members struggle to remember which Josh I am, I can make it very simple for them. This Josh represents Eastbourne, the sunniest town officially in the UK. And as an Eastbourne lad, born and bred, it's the honour of my life to represent my hometown, and in particular to fight to protect services at our local hospital where I was born, the DGH, as our Member of Parliament. I'm so grateful to the people of Eastbourne for placing their trust in me. Now, gorgeous sun rays aside, my town shines bright in its many other accolades that it holds too. We are the home of the first roller skating ice rink in the UK, 1875, the first five-a-side football tournament, 1957, and the birthplace of Arctic Roll in 1958. And most personally, Eastbourne is the town that made me, me. Home wasn't always safe when I was growing up, but thanks to a wonderful family who loved me, thanks to scout leaders at 1st Seaside Troop who challenged me, and thanks to teachers at Cavendish School who believed in me, Eastbourne gave me opportunity. In fact, there is a particular supply teacher who I want to pay tribute to right now, and that is Caroline Ansell, who went on to become the Conservative MP for Eastbourne, my predecessor. Mrs. Ansell and I first met in the religious education classroom, room 116, in Cavendish School, when I was 15 years old. And perhaps she'd have given me a detention or two had she known at that time that one day I would come for her next job at the ballot box some years later. But seriously, Caroline dedicated herself to Eastbourne, and I want to put my recognition of her commitment on the record. I'd also like to pay tribute to another predecessor, Stephen Lloyd, my good friend, whose service to our town inspires my own, a complete and utter legend. There's another predecessor as the Member of Parliament for Eastbourne whose memory this House can and must never forget, and that is of Ian Gow, who served from 1974 until he was appallingly assassinated in 1990. A few years before my time, Ian Gow is remembered and still admired by Eastbournians as an extremely hard-working Member of Parliament, and the shield that honours him in this House serves as a reminder of his service, of his grave sacrifice, and of our duty to pursue debate and disagreement with civility, with respect, and with peace. Yeah. Now, turning to the subject of this debate, I want to share a migration story which I think says a lot about the character of my town. And it started on a summer's day in 1960s Eastbourne when a sweet retired lady, Mrs. Baker, noticed a very curious sight.
she saw another lady, also white, pushing a small black boy in a pram. Mrs. Baker, curious, struck up a conversation with that woman and asked what was going on. Mrs. Baker learned that the boy had been sent to live with that woman by a young Nigerian couple, and she was caring for the boy while that couple studied in London. Inspired, Mrs. Baker said that she would love to do the same. And coincidentally, the black boy's mother was pregnant again, and was for a third time a couple of years later. And so babies 2 and 3 were sent to live with the Baker family in Eastbourne. They were Toki Babarindi and Wale Babarindi, my uncle and my dad. And this was part of a sort of private fostering arrangement, not uncommon between West African families and white families at that time, but it wasn't without its complications. But in my dad's case, and for his brothers as well, moving to Eastbourne was a ticket to opportunity. They loved their upbringing, and Eastbourne embraced them. Now, sadly, my Uncle Toki died earlier this year, and sat in the chapel during his funeral. I turned behind me, and among a sea of Nigerian faces was one white lady also paying her respects. Charmaine Baker, from the Baker family. That moment gave me goosebumps. Just like those moments when old-school Eastbournians look at me in all my brownness and all my gayness and all my working-class rootedness and say, Josh, you are one of our own. I share this story to say that while Eastbourne's hospitality traditions are often associated with the mighty bucket and spade, they go far, far deeper. Eastbourne's true hospitality traditions are of generosity, of welcome, of tolerance, of multiculturalism and compassion. The story of how I ended up in this house is testament to that, and I believe that the same goes in terms of those values for our country, regardless of what other members in various places in this house may say. Yeah. Now, while our town benefits from more sunshine hours than any other in the country, that blaring sun sometimes casts shadows too. I'm gutted to say that Eastbourne is also home to the busiest food bank in the country. Last year, it distributed more food parcels per head than any other food bank in the UK, according to the Trussell Trust. And that's why, working with Eastbourne Food Bank's inspirational CEO, Howard Wardle, I led Eastbourne to become the first place in the country to declare a cost of living emergency from the council and to unlock emergency funding for those who are struggling most. It's also why I sincerely believe that this government should be even more ambitious in leading the fight against poverty by scrapping the 2-child benefit category. A compassionate state is by no means a state that makes us soft or weak. In fact, care is power. We cannot have enterprise, we cannot have innovation, we cannot have justice if we do not have a culture of care and compassion. This has underpinned my career's work, founding and running an organisation supporting vulnerable young people out of crime, out of gangs and into employment. Our constituents have sent us here to be bold in rebuilding and imagining our great country's spirit of having one another's backs, and as Eastbourne's MP, I will strive to achieve nothing less. Thank you.
Thank you. Andy Slaughter.
Deputy Speaker, it's a pleasure to take part in this debate and to see the Labour Home Office team in their place. And can I congratulate the Honourable Member for Eastbourne on a charming speech that he's just made. We became used under the previous government to theatrical announcements of legislation on crime and punishment that went nowhere while the infrastructure of our courts and prisons decayed. So I was encouraged to hear the straightforward way in which the Lord Chancellor made her statement last week on the prison population. The overcrowding of prisons is a problem this Labour government inherited and a problem it intends to solve. The early release scheme run by the previous administration was frankly chaotic. The probation service was completely overstretched and prisoners were being released without support. I've spoken before in this House about the appalling conditions in our prisons, most recently after a visit to Wormwood Scrubs prison, sadly no longer in my constituency. I visited the Scrubs with the previous prisons minister, the member for Melton and Siston. Despite the best efforts of governors and staff, we were met with overcrowding, doubling up in single cells with unshielded toilets, 23-hour lockups, and a building subject to extremes of temperature due to antiquated heating and cooling systems. Is it any wonder that, with the prison population so high and conditions near uninhabitable, the prison as a rehabilitative exercise is a thing of the past? One might think the squalor and violence that blight many prisons acts as a deterrent. In fact, it ingrains and normalises the culture of offending and re-offending. I welcome the announcements from the Government and the Home Secretary in the Knife Crime Action Plan. It's right that we ban the sale of zombie knives, ninja swords and machetes, but there's another angle to this. Home Office homicide statistics show that over 40% of all deaths from knife attacks are caused by kitchen knives. The elderly parents of one of my constituents were stabbed to death 2 years ago by a man with a serious mental health condition who then killed himself. The weapon in these horrific crimes was a kitchen knife taken from his family home. In the past, I facilitated meetings between Home Office officials and campaigners calling for knives for general sale to be made with rounded tips. It's a simple but effective way of reducing death and serious injuries, which I hope the government will take up. Another problem inherited from the previous government, and one that I know will be a top priority for the Lord Chancellor, is the court's backlog. There is a human cost to the backlog. Victims of crime waiting years for justice, children trapped in limbo in the family court system, the bereaved waiting years for inquests in the coroner's courts. These issues are inextricably linked with other failings of the previous government. The systematic destruction of legal aid, resulting in a chronic shortage of legal aid providers, an unprecedented barrister strike, and courts in such bad state of disrepair they are unable to function. All of us who have been involved in the legal profession know how important the role of legal aid and early advice is, and we look forward to the full implementation of the Bellamy Review. There are many more problems within the justice system that this government will seek to address over the next few years. The Criminal Cases Review Commission must be made fit for purpose, and here again the Lord Chancellor has already taken action. The terrible mistake in devising and expanding imprisonment for public protection has to be unwound. Anti-SLAPP legislation is needed to protect free speech, though it would also be good to see the implementation of Lord Levison's proposals for low-cost arbitration in media cases. Finally, I know the Lord Chancellor is committed to introducing all aspects of the proposed Hillsborough law alongside legal aid for victims of state actors to create a level playing field in inquests and inquiries. A welcome addition would be the national oversight mechanism proposed by Inquest and other campaign groups to ensure the recommendations of inquiries are actually implemented. It's a great relief to know that issues of justice and home affairs are back at the top of a government's list of priorities. I've no doubt this Labour government will achieve the change it promises, and I'm personally looking forward to working with colleagues to help make that happen.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And to begin with, I believe that the member for Rosendale-Darwen has not yet been paid tribute for his fantastic maiden speech, and I apologise if I didn't notice it. But I just want to put on the record just what a wonderful speech he gave a while ago, particularly his strength towards working towards the North. I hope perhaps we have seen a future Minister for the North in the member for Rosendale and Darwen, and his very personal story and work that he plans to do campaigning for those who have suffered child loss. I'd like to start by thanking my constituents for returning me as the newly reformed Runnymede and Weybridge constituency. And afterwards, several people have asked me, well, Ben, you've been a backbencher in the party government, now you're a backbencher in the party opposition. What's going to change for you in terms of the job? And I was like, well, actually, in terms of the main job, not that much. Because I'm here to support the government to succeed. I want the government to succeed. We all need the government to succeed. I don't want Labour Party in power, but I want them to succeed. I'm here to hold the government to account and to work with it, to make sure things go well. And my mission continues to keep Runnymede and Weybridge moving, something that my constituents, I'm sure, will be sick of hearing during my re-election campaign, and I look forward to continuing to deliver for people locally. And I'm proud to represent the Runnymede and Weybridge constituency. And one of the best things about where I live and the area I'm so proud to represent is our wonderful communities. And under the boundary changes, we've taken on Cobham and Downside and Oxshott and Stoke Davenham, also parts of the Runnymede and Weybridge area which have fantastic local communities. And if you'll indulge me, Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to talk about one of our community champions, Councillor Trusood, who very sadly at the moment is very poorly with cancer, who's undergoing treatment in hospital. And True is a councillor for St George's Hill. She is the embodiment of a local community champion. In her years since she was elected in 2018, she's achieved a huge amount, setting up Weybridge in Bloom, So Weybridge, that prepared PPE during the crisis, supporting Ukrainian refugees, raising funds for various charities. She is an amazing community champion. I just want to pay tribute to her and wish her well in her ongoing treatment. Now, in my concluding remarks, in the 2 minutes I've got left, I'd like to talk about the amendment which is laid in my name, Amendment G, to the motion on His Majesty's Most Gracious Speech, which, while sadly wasn't picked for a separate division this evening, nevertheless I see as the first stage in the battle against the government's awful policy to tax education. Now, like many people in Runnymede and Weybridge, where 1 in 5 children are educated in the independent sector, and indeed I'm sure many people across the UK, we as a family have also chosen independent education for our own children. So I declare a financial interest as part of this campaign. I've spoken to many independent schools in my patch, and they tell me that about 5-10% of kids are going to move back into the state sector as a result of this policy. And most parents who send their kids to independent schools aren't these sort of mega-rich magnets which are characterised by the government. They're people, as with all parents, who make difficult budgeting decisions in terms of how they want to spend their money. The policy to tax education, which we have never done before and never should, is only going to put more pressure on the state sector. It's going to put more disruption for the kids who are forced to move out, that the COVID generation of children, more disruption that they just do not need. And I sincerely hope that the government looks at the challenges and the problems with policy. They look at the fact that a large amount of children with special educational needs in independent education don't have EHCPs, and are thus saving the government money. And they think again about this awful policy. And I tell you what, I will hold you to account on this, as will many of my colleagues on this side of the bench.
Yeah. Maiden speech, Nezil Chaliskan.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I am, of course, honoured to deliver my maiden speech. And I thank the wonderful people of Barking who've elected me. And if you'll indulge me, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'd also like to thank my wonderful husband, who has been by my side every step of the way. Mr Speaker, 2024 has been quite the year for us, with a new baby girl, 7 months old, and a general election being called. Sleep has not been on our side as a household. But of course, Mr Deputy Speaker, it has all been worth it, and I now have the absolute privilege of representing the East London constituency of Barking. Yeah. Mr Deputy Speaker, I'd like to pay tribute to my predecessor, the Right Honourable Dame Margaret Hodge, who served diligently as the Member of Parliament for Barking for 3 decades. Dame Margaret has become known not only for her tenaciousness, but also her warmth. She's held several ministerial posts in the last Labour government and served as chair of the Public Accounts Committee. From taking on and winning against the far right in Barking to campaigning against tax evasion and avoidance, Dame Margaret was always fiercely brave in standing up for what she thought was right, regardless of political party. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I prepared for my maiden speech, I thought about some of the parallels between Margaret's family and my own. Margaret's family were Jewish, escaping Nazi-occupied Europe, and Margaret herself fled Egypt for the United Kingdom in 1948 in fear of persecution. My grandparents, Osman and Neriman Tango, are of Turkish Cypriot Muslim background, escaped violence in Cyprus, arriving in London on Christmas Eve in 1972. And my mum, Alev, was born in Cyprus in 1967 and was cared for in a United Nations tent. And the three of them sought safety in the melting pot that is London's East End. They spoke no English, they had no qualifications and no money, but they were, Mr. Deputy Speaker, safe. And as I stand in this chamber and address the honourable members, I cannot help but think of my grandfather, my great-grandmother and my mum. And I don't think they could have envisaged that in one generation their granddaughter would be a member of the mother of all parliaments. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it shows what is possible in this country, and I feel so deeply honoured to be here. And I thank my mum, who taught me and my two sisters, Neri and Edda, that we must always try our best, we must work hard, look after and care for others when they need our help, be grateful for an education, and when we can, to find a way to give back. Those are my values, and I know that they are the values held by families in my constituency. Barking and Dagenham is a special community in London, and a place that I have come to know and love. Many of my constituents have a similar story to my family, with heritage from different parts of the world. There are also communities in my constituency that have lived there for generations, deeply proud of their Barking and Dagenham roots, and so they should be. Barking constituency is a place with a rich history, whether it's industrial heritage, including the former Barking power station opened by King George V, or the UK's largest council estate built after the First World War as part of the government's Homes Fit for Heroes scheme. And now, Mr. Speaker, it's more young and more diverse than the London and national average. It's one of the things that makes it such a vibrant place to live. But Barking faces challenges. The unemployment rate in the constituency is worse than any other London borough, and average earnings are much lower than elsewhere. Shamefully, 23% of children in Barking are living in poverty. And so, economic growth is critical for the whole country and for my constituency. Economic growth is what allows governments to invest so that we can all benefit from public services, schools, our NHS, frontline services run by local authorities, and a welfare system that values dignity for the individual. Economic growth means additional investment into crucial work delivered by children's services tackling crime and violence in our communities. But economic growth does even more than just pay for decent public services. It can deliver good, well-paid jobs that secures a roof over their head, food on the table, and hope for a future. It's the only route out of poverty. Indeed, it's how my grandparents broke away from the cycle of poverty. That's why, Mr. Speaker, as outlined in the King's speech last week, I wholeheartedly welcome the government's commitment to economic stability and growth, including plans for a national wealth fund alongside a new deal for working people. I also support the government's commitment to address the housing crisis, especially because it's one of the drivers of poverty. The average house in Barking has gone up by 21% over the last 5 years, and rents have soared. There are thousands of people in temporary accommodation, and a quarter of my constituents live in the under-regulated private rented sector. That's why, Mr Speaker, the Government's plans to bring forward the Renters' Rights Bill to end Section 21 no-fault evictions is so important for Barking, and so is the commitment from the Government to speed up planning and infrastructure to get more homes built. The King's speech last week was an agenda from a government that's on the side of my constituents. It was a plan that gives hope to people in this country whom for too long have felt abandoned. Mr Speaker, hope for the future with deliverable plans to improve people's lives is why I entered politics. It's why I'm sure members entered politics from across this chamber. It's why I served as a council leader prior to coming to this place, and why I decided to run as a Member of Parliament for Barking. Mr Speaker, politics is perhaps the greatest vehicle for change. It's why this place matters. Building more homes, giving children a better start in life, with free breakfast clubs and more qualified teachers, cutting NHS waiting times, lower bills, GB energy. These things matter, and they will improve the lives of people in my constituency. All possible, and only possible, with economic growth. So, Mr Speaker, to the good people of Barking, I say, I promise to be on your side. I'll represent you faithfully. I'll fight for a better future for Barking so that every person has the opportunity to fulfil their potential, something only possible if people feel safe in their communities. I'll always champion public services, and I'll stand up for investment so that local people benefit. Mr Speaker, I'm so very honoured to speak in the Chamber, and I will repay that honour by working hard for the constituents as the MP for Barking.
Yeah. George Prim. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a great honour to rise and speak in this new Parliament, my fifth, and particularly to follow the Honourable Lady, the Member for Barking, who has spoken with dazzling eloquence about her constituency, but also the importance of diversity in our democracy. And it's wonderful to see such diversity in this new Parliament. And I wanted to start by congratulating the new Prime Minister and his team of new ministers for that and for their laudable tone of humility and public service. And in that spirit, to thank our leader of our opposition for the fantastic tone with which he both conceded on the election night and the tone in which he started his role as leader of the opposition. And to take this moment to say that one can say many things about the politics of the last few years, but our leader of the opposition was not doing this for money. He was doing it out of a very deep sense of public service in the very finest traditions of this country. And at a time when so many democracies around the world are struggling, democratic trust around the world is under threat, I wanted just to highlight what a wonderful 10 days it's been here, seeing the transfer of power with such peace, with such stability, and the pictures from this chamber, Mr Deputy Speaker, going around the world, showing how this Parliament still stands for the very best of democratic civility. And so as a new generation of newly elected MPs and new ministers take office with a mandate for change, I think all of us who've served in government and seen how hard it has become to deliver real, lasting reform will wish them well in the spirit of the late, great Joe Cox, because as democratically elected parliamentarians, we do indeed have far more in common than divides us, and we share, whatever our politics, a deep and urgent need to show that MPs, politics and Parliament can make a difference, the serious respect for government accountability through this House at the sweaty corners of those dispatch boxes, and that government is not, as I fear so many have now sadly come to believe, an inevitably unaccountable bureaucratic machine which always wins no matter who you vote for. And for my part in the field of science and technology, I stand ready to help this Parliament and this government to see through this vital work to unleash the STEM economy. Mr Speaker, you may be asking how I survived the Chernobyl meltdown of conservatism in Norfolk. We delivered not one but 3 Portillo moments on the night. So I want to start by thanking the people of Mid-Norfolk for re-electing me for a 5th time, and to share with the House quickly the key messages that they gave me as I knocked on and dropped 29,000 doors. What they said most of all was they wanted a politics of honesty, of integrity, of accountability, first and foremost. And they wanted this new government and this new Parliament to tackle three key issues. Immigration. It was very clear across the whole of my constituency that people feel our security and our sustainability, the sustainability economically and in terms of public services, require this next government to go further in tackling this wave of immigration that's hit this country in the last few years. Housing and planning, a deep exhaustion with the way that too many big developers are running rings around our councils and dumping big housing commuter estates with no investment in infrastructure in the wrong places. We need new towns on railway lines to drive a net zero and sustainable model of living. And NHS and healthcare, people fed up with us pouring billions into the system in London and not seeing properly integrated mental health, social care and healthcare locally on the ground. And as we debate this King's Speech, I think it's important that we are honest about the legacy of the last 14 years. It's not quite as one or two members of the front bench have portrayed it, 14 years of failure and cuts. The truth is we were hit by an extraordinary legacy from the crash in 2010, 700 billion of debt, then the Brexit disruption, then pandemic, 400 billion of relief, war in Europe, 40 billion relief. Any one of those would have knocked the breath out of the great Lady Thatcher. This has been an extraordinary period of unprecedented shocks, and there's much in the last 14 years to be proud of. I would cite particularly the introduction of universal credit and the tackling of welfare fraud, the school reforms, 5 million apprenticeships, the degree apprenticeships, the huge reduction in youth unemployment, which was at scandalous levels when we took office, the progressive tax cuts for the lowest paid, huge improvements in life science, technology and innovation, green growth, the only economy to halve emissions while growing our economy, and the pensions triple lock. And on a personal note, I'm deeply proud of the work that we've done in the life sciences and in the creation of the new department, the 10-year science and technology framework, the creation of ARIA, our re-entry to High Horizon and groundbreaking international collaborations. Because if we are to make this a decade of national renewal, the innovation economy is completely key to driving the investment, the opportunity, the clusters all around the country, and harnessing the regulatory leadership in order for this country to be the dynamic innovation economy we can be. And in that vein, I want to welcome the new team and wish them all support as they seek to unlock that mission.
Thank you. The House will know that the election of Deputy Speakers took place today. Before I announce the results, I would like to thank the Right Honourable Member for Gainsborough, the Honourable Member for Mitcham and Morden, and the Honourable Member for Christchurch for serving as Deputy Speakers over the past week. I will now announce the results. Nusrat Ghani was elected Chair of Ways and Means. Judith Cummins was elected First Deputy Chair of Ways and Means. Caroline Noakes was elected Second Deputy Chairman of Ways and Means. I congratulate those elected and look forward to working with them. I do say to the people who didn't make it, thank you for standing and thank you for the way that you've carried out the way that the election's taken place. The results of the count will be made available as soon as possible in the Vote Office and published online. I will now call Sir Joseph to make a maiden speech. Sir Joseph.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to make my maiden speech in the House as the first ever Labour member of Parliament for Ashford. I'm delighted to be called to speak in this important debate. I congratulate all new members who delivered their maiden speeches today. I am beyond grateful and deeply proud to have this opportunity to do so, and I am excited to represent a community such as Ashford, one which is waiting upon change, not just any change, change that speaks volumes. I will say I was very excited to commute to London after I got elected, but shocked that it was at the expense of £93 for an hour-long train journey, the same expense it would cost me to get my weekly groceries at a bargain shop in Ashford. Luckily, in Ashford, we have more and more bargain shops opening for businesses. I intend on pressing for the implementation of policies that maintain and restore our town's natural beauty, as well as introducing more local businesses to help Ashford thrive and bring back its prosperity. I take joy in representing such a diverse community like ours, and coming from Kerala, a southern state in India, I'm proud to have been the one selected by the people of Ashford. Ashford has been a market town since the Middle Ages and is home to a hospital named after the renowned physician William Harvey, which is a major hospital for those within East Kent. Many rely on this establishment to deliver them many forms of healthcare, and recently it has been overcrowded yet understaffed. Having worked in the NHS as mental health nurse for the past 22 years, this is a subject I hold close to my heart and certainly something I would like to look into. I would like to pay tribute to my predecessor, Damien Green, and the work he has done for Ashford over the past 27 years, as well as acknowledging his impressive record in the House, having been First Secretary of State, Minister for the Cabinet Office, Secretary of State for Work and Pensions, Minister of State for Policing and Criminal Justice, and finally, the Minister of State for Immigration. I have great respect for the successes he had, such as working on a cross-party basis with local councillors to bring an excellent, skills-focused college to Ashford, attracting more keen students into the heart of the town. He also supported the work to convert the previously derelict Newtown Works into a film studio and has helped protect the Kent countryside, both of which I value dearly, as protecting the beauty of this constituency is vital. I would also like to acknowledge his efforts in campaigning to bring back services to the continent from Ashford International Train Station, which is a personal target of mine. I believe Ashford would benefit from restoring this international travel, as it previously heightened tourism and the number of businesses, both foreign and local, situated in the town. I am pleased that in the King's speech, the idea of a better relationship with Europe was highlighted through the creation of the new policy that will assist in bringing back this international travel to Ashford. Ashford has great connectivity to London, thanks to the development of HS1. As a result, more people have chosen to move towards Ashford and make it their home. However, the infrastructure has simply not caught up. GP surgeries, dentists, housing, roads, and schools need to see an improvement, and I will campaign on this as the new Member of Parliament. Seeing as there have recently been boundary changes to this constituency, I would also like to pay tribute to my other predecessor, Damien Collins, who previously represented the parts of Folkestone and Hythe, which are now within the new Ashford constituency, namely Hawkinge and surrounding villages. I'm glad to embrace the natural beauty and historic significance of these new areas, such as the importance of RAF Hawkinge in the Second World War, being the closest operational airfield to France and was used during the Battle of Britain to defend against aerial attacks by the enemies. And I could go on and on about the unique and vibrant towns and villages in this constituency, and as you can tell, I am very content and very proud in representing these areas. Mr. Deputy Speaker, another point I would like to raise is the value of our farmers located in the rural areas of this constituency and the role they play locally, as well as for the wider economy. Importantly, they help in providing food security and stabilizing the agricultural sector. However, they too are facing shortages in their workforce and are experiencing a hard hit as a result of the increasing energy costs. Again, I am pleased that in the King's speech, we were introduced to the startup of the publicly owned Great British Energy Company, which will, in the long term, reduce energy bills. I think it's clear our public services are in decline. The NHS face many problems. Staff lack morale, and mental health in particular is deteriorating. Now, with my career background in both NHS and mental health, this is something close to home. I have seen children as young as 9 years old self-harming, and many other young and old people ending their lives while waiting to receive treatment. This is a serious issue and something that must be addressed. It is clear that over recent years, the importance and value of our NHS has not been highlighted, and so its maintenance has not been prioritised. We face an ever-growing and ageing population, leading to overcrowding of hospitals and a heavy dependence on social care that itself is hanging onto a thread. Yet the hospitals are severely understaffed and hugely underfunded, to the point where we can no longer fulfil the people's demands nor catch up with these growing issues. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am reassured upon hearing His Majesty's speech that there will be the introduction of new bill regarding mental health and learning difficulties, and the initial steps already taken by the government. This is a necessary step forward towards reaching a better NHS and a better future, where we can get people back to work, supporting economic growth. Finally, I would like to put on record my thanks to the members and supporters of Ashford Labour Party for the work they did in securing this historic victory in Ashford, as well as extending my thanks to my wife Brighter and our 3 children. Once again, I am incredibly proud to be standing here on the behalf of my constituents, and I look forward to working with those around me of all parties to make the change our country desperately needs. Thank you.
Dr. Kieran Mullen.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, and could I begin by congratulating the member for Ashford on his maiden speech. He spoke with passion about his constituency, and as someone with NHS experience myself, I welcome anyone in the House who's got frontline experience of our public services. I'm sure he'll put that to very good use in his time here. And I welcome the opportunity to speak in today's debate focusing on immigration and home affairs, 2 areas that are important to me. The issue of how we tackle illegal migration, I believe, is going to be a totemic political issue in coming decades, not just because of the probable scale of the issue globally, but because it's going to test whether governments in the UK and elsewhere are willing to face down often well-meaning but misplaced ideas of how you best protect the rights and the welfare of individuals whilst preserving community cohesion and an overall fair society. And secondly, criminal justice is one of the primary reasons I wanted to come to this place, because despite recent good progress under the last government, I feel our criminal justice system does not do enough to secure justice for the victims of serious crime. If I begin with illegal migration, according to the UNHCR, at the end of 2023, the number of people forced to flee their homes stood at 117 million. Irregular migration to Europe is rising, and according to the European Union's border agency, Frontex, there was a significant increase in irregular border crossings last year, estimated at approximately 380,000 people, driven, they say, by economic, social and security instability in parts of Africa. And over the last 15 years, Frontex has detected 1.4 million irregular border crossings into the EU. In the United States, we've seen even bigger increases of migrant flows from South America. The question is, what do we do about it? And the first thing I do not do and we should avoid is demonising people making the journey. People naturally want to improve their lives and the lives of their families. For those arriving from conflict zones, their original motivation for leaving is, of course, to protect themselves. But a government and politicians cannot afford the luxury of blind sympathy for people in difficult circumstances. We have to act rationally. And what is sustainable? What are voters in democratic countries who have to pay to provide refuge to people willing to accept? I supported the Rwanda plan because I believe it is both fair and rational. Right now, who gets asylum in this country, who the British taxpayer pays to support, is determined by the ability of people to make the journey into Europe and the UK, and that is not fair. And I believe that agencies who then themselves place people in Rwanda for rehoming were against it because I think they failed to move with the times and understanding the changing nature of this issue. This is no longer the same problem the Convention and the ECHR and the refugee agencies were set up to address. The scale of the problem has and will continue to grow. They have a fear that if the UK implements a policy like this, as Australia did, then it will become more and more difficult for anyone to successfully apply to asylum in a Western country. And I understand that concern. But I'm afraid these agencies and well-meaning human rights advocates need to wake up to what will happen if we don't control these movements of people. You'll see a surge in far-right support and risk even more unpalatable solutions. And a safe and legal route is by no means an answer. Whatever safe and legal routes we set up will have criteria. Inevitably, people won't all be able to make it here on that basis, and the fit and young of them will continue to make small boat crossings to overcome that barrier and be right back to where we started. Labour may have some short-term successes, for example, on some obvious thing we maybe haven't done when it comes to tackling gangs, but let's look at their track record. They opposed all of our measures to increase sentencing for people trafficking, and the Prime Minister himself opposed the deportation of foreign criminals. It's not an encouraging track record, but I wish them luck. in the proposals they put forward, but I'm afraid none of them are a sustainable solution, just as as a number of EU countries have recognised moving people and offshore processing is the way forward. And on crime and justice, again, I want to pay tribute to the good progress we've made in this area in the last government. We introduced a whole life tariff for premeditated child murder. We introduced Harper's Law, a mandatory life sentence for the manslaughter of emergency service workers. And importantly, we reformed Labour's halfway release, bringing it up to 2/3 for the most serious offenders. There is no doubt that the pandemic and the associated court backlog and increase in thousands of prisoners on remand have made other difficult decisions necessary, and I take the Justice Secretary at her word when she says these are temporary solutions, that if she'd sunsetted them, she might have had more credibility in that regard, but I send her my goodwill in that regard. And more generally, I think there is an intellectual snobbery towards people that think the punishment of offenders is a public good, a positive thing, something that's necessary for functioning moral society. Our justice system, in my experience, the Ministry of Justice is very happy to focus on the experience of victims, but not so much on whether they actually get justice. And so our campaign in this area, for example, on pushing, as I did the last government, to move that whole life sentence for child murder away from just significant premeditated child murder to all child murder. We'll all have been horrified by stories of parents murdering their own children, very often not in premeditated circumstances, and I think people like that deserve to face justice in terms of a whole life order as well. I'll also campaign on the use of life sentences. The term itself is misleading, often reported as jail for life, when it almost never is, and is an insult to victims in that regard. So those are some of my priorities. I welcome the new government's progress in that area, but I'll be there as a sceptical champion for victims of crime along the way.
Sarah Champion.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This morning we woke to the horrifying confirmation that violence against women and girls in the UK is endemic. The National Policing Statement detailed that there are 3,000 offences recorded each day. But let us remember, this would just be the tip of the iceberg. For example, 83% of women do not come forward to report rape to the police. And of course, many offences will not even be recognised as such by the victims due to the deep-seated misogyny in this country. This system, as it currently stands, fails women and girls. What we need now is root and branch change. In March 2023, Sir Keir Starmer promised to halve violence against women and girls if Labour won office. In his speech, he said he would put domestic abuse specialists in police control rooms and set up dedicated courts for rape trials. I am proud that in the King's speech, the now Prime Minister is living up to his promises. In my government's proposed bills, I was reassured to see specific measures to tackle misogyny, from teaching children about healthy relationships and consent to putting rape victims back in the heart of our criminal justice system. Until now, rape conviction rates have been appallingly low. 68,387 rapes were recorded by police in 2023, but by the end of that year, charges have been just 2.6%, and the average wait time for rape cases to get to court, 839 days. This should shame us all. I'm therefore hopeful that the plans to introduce specialist rape courts to fast-track cases would do just that to make the change, and I support it. And on this note, I would like to take a moment to thank the victims and survivors, as well as the past and present victim commissioners, for the hard work they have done in campaigning to make these necessary changes. I thank my government for acting on my campaign to stop registered sex offenders from changing their names, and I greatly look forward to working with the front bench to close all legal loopholes that allow dangerous sex offenders to slip through the net. Following many years of fighting alongside inspirational survivors, including Della and the Safeguarding Alliance, I'm optimistic that we are finally nearly there with Della's Law. Now I turn to a topic that needs all of our attention: child protection. Safeguarding should start with every parent and every child having access to a Sure Start. Most people, unfortunately, are not automatically born to be good parents, but Sure Starts can give them the support and the encouragement they need to become one. Early intervention is always the best and cheapest solution, and I urge the government to rebuild this inspirational offer after the Tories tried to demolish it, one centre at a time. I welcome the Home Secretary's plan to introduce a statutory definition of child criminal exploitation. This is something that I've been campaigning on for many years and really could never understand why the last government resisted it. Until now, there have been multiple definitions resulting in a confused and fragmented response by authorities. Between 2022 and 23, over 14,000 children were identified as at risk of or victim of child criminal exploitation. I hope to work with this government to ensure the new statutory definition is in line with international standards on child trafficking, not just an extension of the adult definition. Because for too long, we have seen child victims as having their abuse misinterpreted as choice. A child can never consent to their abuse or exploitation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, to that end, I'd like to end where I started, with Labour's commitments to halve violence against women and girls. I urge my government to seize this moment, be bold and ambitious. We owe women and girls more than just lip service. They deserve real, tangible action. And I stand ready to assist as a friendly critic, but also as a helping hand.
Yeah. Maiden speech, Shokad Adam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, for calling me into this debate. And can I just say what an honour it is to follow on from my honourable friend who spoke about, I think, what we all can agree on, of saving and safekeeping women and children. And also there's been many excellent contributions today, and it's just an honour to follow each and every one of you. In my short time in this House, it has become very abundantly clear to me that the most important person is you, Deputy Speaker, and your desire to keep speeches and contributions short. And that is the best way for me to curry favour with yourself. And with that in mind, I'm going to make my maiden speech. Here goes. I arrived in this country as a toddler, from the heart of Africa to the heart of the Midlands, Leicester. This city nurtured, schooled and shaped me. And it would be fair to say that no matter where I am in the world, there is a corner of a foreign field that is forever Leicester. The vibrancy, the diversity, and occasionally the complete rawness of the city was the backdrop of my upbringing. I remember very well, as a child, those free, small, cold bottles of milk I used to get at school. I remember very well when they stole it from me as well. I remember embarking on my life journey with friends from all different creeds, colours, religions, no religions, and we made a life for ourselves in this amazing country. I remember also moments of racism, and one that comes to mind is one with my late mother, where we were in a park and we were set upon by a group of people who hurled abuse and foul things, including language and objects, in our direction. But these incidences were superseded by kindness, love, and understanding by the great people of this country. As the youngest child, by a distance, I was often referred to by my family members as the mistake. But my mother always referred to me as a miracle, and ever since then I began to believe in them. My mother, who didn't get the opportunity of a formal education in her lifetime, ensured all her children made the most that this country had to offer them. And it was this mother who, when I suggested when I grew a bit older that I wanted to study history at university, looked at me as if I was about to become history. So like a dutiful child, I went and did optometry at university. And this brings me to here. I have checked the archives, and it appears I am only the second optometrist to have ever become an MP. So I hope I can bring a little bit of my professional skills to help the House to focus on what matters and not be myopic in our decision-making. With laser-like reflections, I believe we can bring 2020 vision to matters before us and not make a real spectacle of ourselves. But the serious point is this. With a better usage of optometrists, our GP services, our pharmaceutical colleagues, we can really release the burden on our secondary care in our hospitals. We all need to work joint up and together. As we are on the topic of health, at this juncture, I would like to pay tribute to my predecessor, John Ashworth, a shadow health secretary for more than 5 years, before latterly taking on the shadow paymaster role. He had the honour before me of representing the wonderful Leicester South constituency. And in his words from 2011, he said it perfectly when he made his maiden speech, in which he said, "I am privileged to represent a constituency of huge diversity, vibrancy and tolerance. And while we must never be complacent, our communities generally live harmoniously together. We are part of a city renowned across the world for welcoming incomers. Families have come from across the globe to make their home in Leicester South. Our diversity, ethnicity, enriches our cultural, social and civic life and contributes immensely to our economy too." He represented Leicester South with distinction for 30 years, and I hope I can live up to the reputation he earned as a dedicated champion for our city. Talking about champions, Leicester is the city of champions. Another miracle. I am from the city that defied all the odds in 2015 and 16 when Leicester City became the Premiership champions. And my city has proved, again, miracles can happen. I have been a die-hard fan ever since I was a child, when one of our favourite sons, Gary Lineker, was still on the bench. For the Tigers, we have the rugby force, and the Foxes for the cricket, whilst the Riders are usually top of the court in basketball, and in Mark Selby, we have a snooker world champion. But on a serious note, we must invest in our sport facilities, not only to continue this rich tradition, but to give our youth opportunities to improve their physical and mental well-being and occupy their time in positive pursuits. Too many of my young constituents told me they just have nothing to do, and we must give them that opportunity. Young people also bear the brunt of the housing crisis, and in Leicester we face overcrowding and waiting lists of over 6 years. Worse than some London boroughs, we urgently need more affordable homes. Leicester, another miracle, is where we found the remains of the last Plantagenet king. The bones of Richard III had been lying undisturbed for over 500 years until they were discovered under a car park in 2012. Please do come and visit him by our beautiful cathedral. We are a friendly bunch, regardless of what you may have read or heard about us. And we can quote Shakespeare here, "My heart is 10 times lighter than my looks." My city is a united city. We celebrate all religious celebrations, Christmas, Diwali, Vaisakhi, even the Caribbean Carnival, with equal vigour. And we have lived in harmony for over half a century. However, in recent years, fractures have appeared, sown by those who wish to divide us, often by weaponising language. I understand that our isle does not have finite resources, but we must always have infinite empathy, infinite sympathy, and an infinite vocabulary that builds bridges and not destroys them. In the words of the great Muslim Sufi poet Rumi, we must raise our words, not our voices, as it is rain that brings forth flowers, not thunder. During my campaign, I was really humbled because I thought I knew my city, but I really didn't. Because within my city, there was an underbelly, a shadow, a city within a city, where I used to speak about people who really had a conflict between eating and heating. During my campaign, I met these people. Food banks on a Tuesday morning at 11 o'clock with over 80 people queuing, and I was told that was one of the quietest days I've ever had. So we must tackle the cost of living crisis and reduce this inequality in our wealth in our country. It is not ethical or sustainable for any civilized nation to go on that way. One real poignant incident from my campaigning is when I knocked on a door and a lady peered through a partially opened one. I couldn't see her whole face, but saw enough to see a life of sadness and tragedy. She explained that she had had a relatively successful life, but something happened at work, a little bit of bullying, and she went into a depression cycle and never really recovered. And then she said to me, I will vote for you if you can do one of two things. And what it was that she asked me, she said, if you could just plant me a tree so I can see that, because that would make me smile. And if you can get me a fountain so I can see some water trickling, I'll vote for you forever. It's important to remember it's the simplest things that people want and make the biggest difference to them in their lives. They want someone to speak for them, to speak up for them in these corridors of power, to speak about the injustices in the world, to give a voice for those who do not have one, a voice for those that have no might, that have no authority or power, whether it is those that are forgotten in Yemen, the victims of conflict in Sudan, or the ongoing devastation in Palestine, or regardless of where it is in the world. I will always endeavour to speak truth to power and demand this new government takes action for the poor and the dispossessed and not just the powerful. And finally, if my campaign ever had a catchphrase, it would be this Chinese proverb, which is, the best time to plant a tree was 25 years ago, in order to enjoy its beauty, its shade, its fruit. But the next best time is today. We must plant that seed of unity, equality, and justice now to ensure that our future generations can enjoy the fruits of friendship, fairness, and peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Maiden speech, Brian Leishman.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for Leicester South. I'm sure many of us will find you a very hard act to follow. I'd like to congratulate all the honourable members who have made their opening contributions to this chamber. I have listened intently and been impressed with the passionate deliveries and the personal content they have shared. And from the outset of my speech, I'd like to thank my family for the encouragement and strength they have given me on my journey to this place. Without their unwavering support, I wouldn't have become a local councillor and then an MP. And it's with gratitude that I take my turn to address the chamber, and with enormous pride at being elected as the first ever Member of Parliament for Alloa and Grangemouth. I also wish to take this opportunity to highlight my respect for all the candidates that were on the ballot paper. I admire anyone who wants to dedicate themselves to public service, and I'd like to pay special tribute to Mr John Nicholson. For those honourable members that were re-elected to this place a few weeks ago, you will all know that Mr Nicholson's sartorial elegance was matched by his trademark eloquence in this chamber and in representing the constituents he served with great distinction. With the Forth running through Alloa and Grangemouth, many people on both sides of the river felt that it wasn't a natural constituency. But when looking at the communities and towns that make it up, our new constituency makes perfect sense. Due to being the smallest county in Scotland, Clackmannanshire is affectionately known as the Wee County. But be under no illusion, while small in size, it is mighty in its industrial heritage. And industry is a tradition that stretches right across our constituency. Alva and Tillicoultry were the home of luxury woolen mills. Both places run along the foot of the impressive and beautiful local hills. As does Menstrie, the westernmost village of the three, which is synonymous with yeast manufacturing, which of course is vital for one of Scotland's national drinks. Indeed, alcohol production has been a fixture in Alloa for decades. Alloa was once regarded as Scotland's brewery town, but sadly nowadays only a few remain. Then, when crossing the Forth, we leave Scotland's brewery town behind and we come to Grangemouth, once known as Scotland's boom town. The Grangemouth refinery started operating in 1924, and with this being the centenary year, it really should be a time of great celebration. However, it's been announced that refining oil in Grangemouth is to stop, possibly as soon as May 2025. What happens next to the Grangemouth refinery will reverberate around all our constituencies. Oil will be part of the energy mix for years to come, that's a fact. But we also know that we need to accelerate the cleaner, greener energy industries that will combat climate issues, lower our bills, increase national security and re-industrialise communities. The term just transition has entered the modern lexicon, but while I was out campaigning, many people I spoke with didn't know what the term actually means. Simply, it means moving from one industry to another and not leaving workers and their communities behind, to deal with devastating economic and social consequences. And historically, many workers in Alloa and Grangemouth have been the victims of deindustrialisation, victims of so-called market forces, a system that has valued profits over people and led to a society that has created gross inequality. We are at a crossroads. We know what will happen if Grangemouth stops refining before a new industrial cluster is ready. It would mean hundreds of workers losing their jobs, workers and families having to leave their communities in search of work, the pubs, the cafes, the shops of Grangemouth all losing custom. Because a gap between ceasing refining and having the new, greener energies being operational is as unfair as it is unpalatable. Grangemouth can't go from being boomtown to ghost town. In the last few weeks, I know my government colleagues have engaged with the union, the companies concerned with the refinery and the Scottish Government, and that we are committed to exhausting all possibilities of making Grangemouth the site we will all need it to be. While the constituency name is Alloa and Grangemouth, it's also my honour to represent Larbert, Stennismuir and many surrounding villages across both the Falkirk and Clackmannanshire council areas. As a football fan, it would be remiss of me not to mention one of Sauchie's favourite sons, Alan Hansen, multiple European Cup winner, Scottish internationalist and respected pundit. I know the House will join me in expressing relief at his recovery from a very recent health scare. And it would also be remiss of me if I didn't congratulate the Warriors of Stennismuir on their League Championship win last season. I'm very much looking forward to the Alloa and Grangemouth constituency derby in League One next year between Alloa Athletic and Stennismuir. And on the subject of sport, before coming to this place, I was a golf professional. Now, at first, it might not seem it, but being a golf professional has transferable skills for being an MP. The building of relationships, the creation of rapport, serving people and trying to improve things for them, I think they will stand me in good stead in this place.
Hear, hear.
And also, working in golf for 23 years has got me used to dealing with Tories. Working in golf was fantastic. It took me to places that I wouldn't ever have been to, speaking with people I wouldn't ever have met. And we truly are richer when we encounter people from other parts of the world, when we learn about their culture and customs. And that doesn't just apply when we go to different places. It also benefits us here in Britain when we welcome people into our communities. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in finishing, our communities need action. Action that improves people's lives, that gives people not just hope, but the route out of struggle. And rest assured, I will work with local businesses, charities and third sector organisations within my constituency and with UK Government colleagues and counterparts from the Scottish Government to deliver the change people need. I know that my voice carries the necessary weight to bring about that change, not because of who I am, but because of the position I hold. The people of Alloa and Grangemouth have given me the responsibility to use my voice, and I intend to do so for the benefit of everyone from every community across the constituency I'm so proud to represent. Thank you.
Thank you. Maiden speech, Max Wilkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's my honour to stand as the Member of Parliament for Cheltenham, the beautiful town of Cheltenham. And it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Gentleman for Alloa and Grangemouth. I heartily commend what he said about Alan Hansen, who I watched on television as a young football fan on many occasions. Mr. Speaker, since last summer, when my wife returned to work after maternity leave, I've been enjoying the unusual combined roles of wannabe Member of Parliament and stay-at-home dad. They tell me it's a job requiring endless patience, a great deal of tolerance, the ability to understand almost inhuman forms of communication and boundless enthusiasm for clearing up a never-ending supply of mess. And I hear a toddler can be tough too. I want to start by giving thanks to some of the people who have made the last year so joyful for me. Baby Bounce and Rhyme in Cheltenham Library, in particular Heather, who leads the singing. Thanks to Andrea and Mary at Highbury Church Playgroup, and Sophie at Little Notes. My experiences over the past year have reinforced my views about the challenges I already knew so many parents face. And there are many new parents who I've met in the corridors in the last couple of weeks. Now, I will always speak up in this place for children, and that includes my own offspring. So, Elodie, if you're at home watching me droning on, please tell Granny to put the Wiggles on instead. I offer my sincere thanks to the former Justice Secretary Alex Chalk, the first Member of Parliament for Cheltenham to serve in Cabinet. Now, members on the Conservative benches should note his wise words on the prison population. Follow the evidence, not the dogma. But perhaps such praise for my predecessor is best communicated through the words of one member of House staff, who, upon being introduced to me as Alex's replacement, responded with a line that really hit home and will last with me forever. "Oh, that's a shame. He was nice." Luckily, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm not easily offended, and I will try to be nice too. I will also thank two of my political mentors, Martin Horwood and Nigel Jones. They're both past MPs for Cheltenham, and they made an indelible impact on me and on our town. My predecessors knew what I know. Cheltenham is full of big-hearted people whose community spirit and love of hospitality, the arts and culture make it a special place to be. We have so many festivals: literature, horse racing, poetry, music, jazz, food, cricket, science. I could go on. We are known as the festival town. We live in a food and drink paradise. We have excellent pubs, bars, cafes, restaurants, Daya Brewery, Dunkerton Cider. We're the home of Holst. We're the home of Superdry. And we're the home of the polar explorer Edward Wilson. But there's more. Local historians record that Cheltenham was the site of the first parachute descent. In 1838, John Hampton jumped out of a hot air balloon 9,000 feet above the town and glided to earth under an umbrella-like contraption. Now, at this point, I know my honourable friend for Kingston and Surbiton might be getting too excited, so I'll leave it there. But suffice to say, the rich cultural tapestry, interwoven with generously proportioned parks and gardens, and is surrounded by beautiful Regency architecture and rolling hills. Cheltenham truly is a feast for all the senses. And our schools are first-rate too. Education is at the heart of our town's values. It's on the town crest. I'm so proud to have been elected for the town I love at the second attempt. Now, that second-time success follows a trend in my relationship with Cheltenham. First impressions, Mr. Deputy Speaker, are clearly not my thing, and they could have led to a very different path in my life. In fact, my first job interview in Cheltenham many years ago, when I had a full head of hair, was so bad I was not only not offered the job, but when the boss called back weeks later, having apparently been turned down by all the other candidates, the starting salary had suffered a rapid cut of around 10%. Now, members will know that that's a spending power reduction that even the former member for South West Norfolk would struggle to match in her most strident moments. I took the job anyway, of course, because you don't turn down the chance to move to Cheltenham. Now, I'm proud to have already kept my first promise as a Member of Parliament. I've joined the Robbins Trust, who support Cheltenham Town FC. They remain a division ahead of Forest Green Rovers, despite being relegated last season, with my apologies to the member for Stroud. Now, I've led campaigns already to invest in affordable housing in Cheltenham, to fight climate change, to support food banks, because we have them. It is a disgrace that a town as wealthy as Cheltenham has more than 700 people using food banks regularly. And we have a unique scheme in Cheltenham where our food bank users also get free access to the leisure centre. I would recommend that all members try to roll that out in their area. But if there's one priority I will pursue relentlessly, it will be undoing the harm caused to our local health services these past few years. Alongside the word education, our town crest also features the word health. I will defend our local hospital, and I will campaign on primary care too. Mr. Speaker, one matter of vital importance linking this place in Cheltenham is GCHQ. Their work is secret. They never ask for our thanks, but thousands of them in Cheltenham work hard for us every single day. And if I may veer dangerously close for a maiden speech to policy, I was pleased to see the Cybersecurity and Resilience Bill will be coming before Parliament. Now, this is a huge opportunity to update the UK's cyber laws by reforming the Computer Misuse Act, and that will help better defend our cyber defenders who work so hard for us in Cheltenham. Now, it was with those issues and more in mind that when I was accosted at Paddington Station the night before my first day here, I was lost in thought and a tourist approached me. He said, "Excuse me, sir, how do you get to Westminster?" I was, of course, delighted to be recognised by a member of the public so early in my political career. So I decided to give him the full benefit of my political story. After about 15 minutes, I'd been through all of my best campaigns, my door-knocking technique, the best leaflets I've ever delivered, and I was just telling him about doing aqua aerobics with our leader, Ed Davey, in our iconic Sanford Park Slido. Sadly, I got it wrong. He interjected, "Sorry, friend, I just wanted to know which tube line to take." Now, that is a cautionary tale for all new members. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We're here for our constituency first and foremost. And for me, it will be Cheltenham first, every time. Thank you.
Marshal de Cordova.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I say it is a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Cheltenham on his maiden speech. And can I congratulate all Honourable Members on making their maiden speeches today. Can I also acknowledge my colleagues in government who I have to say have literally been hitting the ground running and getting on with rebuilding our country. I'd also like to begin by placing on record my thanks to the constituents in Battersea for re-electing me for my third term. It remains an honour and a privilege to serve as your MP. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, the King's speech will deliver a truly transformative programme of change and national renewal and turn a page of 14 years of Conservative chaos, decline and division. They crashed our economy, imposed Brexit, presided over austerity, presided over the biggest fall in living standards on records, broke our public services, including the NHS and the criminal justice system, and failed to prepare adequately for the COVID pandemic. And I could say the list could go on. But in contrast, Labour in government has already set out its first steps on how it will create sustainable growth that works for everybody, restore economic credibility, deliver more safe and secure and affordable homes, a new deal for workers, rebuild the NHS and make Britain a clean energy superpower, whilst also tackling crime and antisocial behaviour. But more importantly, they will break down the barriers to opportunity for children and young people so we can finally give them a future and a hope. Under the Conservative government's watch, they did nothing to tackle the housing crisis. Mortgage bills and rents soared, leaseholders were trapped in unsafe homes, and renters faced insecurity and injustice. Thousands of my constituents who are leaseholders will welcome plans to make common hold the default type of tenure, ending the outdated leasehold system and tackling the unregulated and unaffordable ground rents. Now, Battersea has a higher number of private and social renters than the national average. So I know it will be a relief for many that the Renters' Rights Bill will abolish Section 21 no-fault evictions and provide greater stability and security. Our plans will strengthen tenants' rights and protections, apply the decent home standards to the private rented sector, and ensure tenants can request a pet, which is an issue that I have worked on alongside the Battersea Dogs and Cats Home. Reforms to the planning system will deliver the housing not only Battersea but the country so desperately needs, and the introduction of mandatory house building targets will finally get our country building again. However, I have to say, Mr Deputy Speaker, that it is vital that we see decisive action taken on the shortage of accessible homes. Inaccessible homes do not only impact on one's physical and mental health, but will also limit disabled people's ability to live and study and work. So we must make it our priority to ensure that homes are accessible for all. Our New Deal will actually transform the lives of workers, not only in Battersea, but across the country. The Employment Rights Bill will ban exploitative zero-hour contracts, end fire and rehire, provide rights from day one, and update trade union legislation. And alongside this, the draft Equality Bill will not only root out structural inequalities that through setting out equal pay rights for Black, Asian and ethnic minority and disabled people, but it will also introduce mandatory ethnicity pay gap reporting and disability pay gap reporting for larger employers. We can and must go further in this space and ensure that we change course by ending the shameful record of the Tories when it comes to disability employment, where the gap is wider than it has been and the pay gap is at 14.6%. But I have every faith in my colleagues in the Department for Work and Pensions, who I will work alongside to deliver this.
30 seconds.
I have to say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that this King's Speech sets out an ambitious and progressive path to deliver the programme of change that not only the people of Battersea need, but the change that the people across our country will also and so desperately need. Thank you.
Yeah. Maiden speech, Ashley Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I congratulate the Honourable Member for Cheltenham for his excellent maiden speech, and I'm pleased to follow him. It is a great honour to be elected to this House to serve the people of Bridgwater. I thank them for putting their trust in me. Bridgwater is a most diverse constituency. It combines the three historic towns of North Petherton, Burnham-on-Sea and Highbridge, and Bridgwater itself. The constituency runs from the coastal villages of Barrow and Breen in the north to the villages of Nether Stowey and Enmore in the footholds of the Quantocks in the west, and to Middlezoy and Othery on the Somerset levels in the east. The Battle of Sedgemoor was fought near Western Zoyland in 1685. It was the end of Monmouth's rebellion, and we should all be grateful that it was the last battle fought on English soil. Bridgwater is one of the original boroughs to send elected members to this House in 1295, though it is not an unbroken record. In the 1868 general election, the two Liberal candidates defeated the two Conservative candidates by just 44 votes. Such was the evidence of bribery and corruption on both sides, I must add, that the two MPs were unseated and the borough disenfranchised. A Royal Commission later found that over £1,500, that's more than £200,000 in today's money, had been spent on bribes. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I can assure you that I have paid particular care to my election expenses. Bridgwater has a radical tradition. One of our most famous sons is Admiral Robert Blake, regarded by many as the father of the Royal Navy. He represented both Bridgwater and Taunton in this House in the 17th century and fought on the side of Parliament in the Civil War. Another of my radical predecessors is Vernon Bartlett, who won the seat in the 1938 by-election in what at the time was a remarkable defeat of the Conservative government. He stood as an independent progressive endorsed by both the Labour and Liberal parties, opposed to the Munich Agreement. Now, in this country, we often credit Winston Churchill for his opposition to the policy appeasement of Nazi Germany. It is less well remembered that it was the Labour Party under Attlee, Bevan and Dalton who were the strongest opponents of this disastrous policy. I'm sure all members, and especially the members opposite, will be mindful of their party's proud history of opposing appeasement as this government decides how to support Ukraine and how best to deter future Russian aggression in Europe. Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, I should like to pay tribute to my predecessors from the two former constituencies that make up the new seat of Bridgwater. James Heapy is the former member for Wells, who stood down at the last election. He is well liked and respected in Burnham and Highbridge. He served with distinction at the Ministry of Defence. He was also a kind and helpful colleague when I was selected as a candidate, and I thank him for his service. Ian Liddell Granger represented Bridgwater and West Somerset for 23 years and is remembered for the support he gave our rural communities following the terrible flooding in Somerset during the winter of 2013-14. Ian visited the affected areas every week and persuaded David Cameron to visit Somerset to witness the devastation for himself. It has not been forgotten that the former Prime Minister turned up without Wellington boots. Ian led the campaign for a barrage over the River Parrett, which is now in the early stages of construction. I will continue Ian's work to ensure we dredge our rivers and maintain our defences so we minimise the threat of flooding in the future. I also want to mention Tom King, now Lord King, who represented Bridgwater for 31 years until 2001. It is a mark of the respect and affection in which he is held that his name was mentioned so many times on the doorstep during my campaign. Tom also wrote a helpful endorsement saying why people should vote for me, which only goes to show how wise he is. Bridgwater is an industrial town. It has many small businesses, and I will do all I can to support them. We need to encourage entrepreneurial spirit, because that is how we create prosperity for all our citizens. We welcome thousands of tourists every year to enjoy our beautiful Somerset coastline. I want to encourage those tourists to spend longer in Somerset, to visit more of our beautiful countryside, and to consume more of the excellent produce from our farmers and growers. Bridgwater is also the home of the Guy Fawkes Carnival, the UK's oldest carnival and one of the largest illuminated carnival processions in Europe. Hundreds of volunteers work tirelessly to create this fantastic spectacle and to raise thousands of pounds for charity. Much has been achieved for Bridgwater and for Somerset over the last 14 years. Hinkley Point C is being constructed and will provide secure and low-carbon energy to the whole region for generations. The electricity it produces will power Gravity, the smart campus where Agritas will build one of Europe's largest gigafactories. These two projects will provide jobs and opportunities for years to come. The town of Bridgwater was awarded £23 million under the last government's Town Deal initiative. This will fund many important local projects, including restoring our historic docks and refurbishing the Arts Centre and the Town Hall Theatre. But there is more to do. I will work with our new Police and Crime Commissioner to tackle the antisocial behaviour that affects our towns. I will campaign to protect Paulet Hams and stop it being turned into an unwanted salt marsh by the Environment Agency. And I will keep the promise I made during the campaign to Aaron Reid, the head teacher of Haygrove School. Haygrove School is one of the top performing schools in Somerset. It is also one of 3 schools in England built by Caledonian Modular and now condemned as unsafe. The last government promised to rebuild Haygrove, and I trust the new government will honour that promise. So I will support the school as we work with the council and the new government to find a solution that benefits the pupils and staff of Haygrove. Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm proud to have been elected by the people of Bridgwater. I will serve them faithfully and to the best of my ability.
Maiden speech, Richard Baker.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, for allowing me the opportunity to give my maiden speech. And it's a privilege to follow so many excellent maiden speeches in this important debate. Can I congratulate the Honourable Member for Bridgwater on his powerful and witty speech. I must in particular congratulate my honourable friend, Member for Alloa and Grangemouth, on his excellent speech too. As a former professional golfer, it is fitting he won his seat on such a huge swing. His brilliant speech showed why. So the bar has been set intimidatingly high in this debate, and I feel all the more honoured to be elected by the people of Glenrothes and Mid-Fife to be their representative in this House and to follow in the footsteps of predecessors who served this constituency with such distinction. I pay tribute to the outgoing MP, Peter Grant, who served with such commitment and so diligently on behalf of his constituents. He will be rightly proud in particular of his contribution to the successful campaign for the reintroduction of the Leavenmouth rail link, both as Fife Council leader and as an MP, for his service on the Public Accounts Committee, and for campaigning for the rights of victims of financial scandals through his role on the all-party parliamentary group on personal banking. I'd also like to pay tribute to Peter's predecessor, Lindsay Roy, who was such a brilliant MP for the constituency. Today, Lindsay is a tireless advocate for Parkinson's UK, making the case with passion and eloquence for improved support for people with Parkinson's and for investment in medical research. His example should not only give hope to people with Parkinson's, but he's an inspiration to us all. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am a new member in this Parliament, but I was privileged to serve in the Scottish Parliament for 12 years. I've already observed some of the differences between Holyrood and here. This institution is older and often more complex, as indeed are many of its members, and there are many procedures and protocols to learn. But while there are differences between the parliaments, the purpose we have is a common one, to serve our constituents. We've heard over the past weeks how it's vital to have strong relationships between the UK government and the devolved administrations, and this is, of course, true. However, I believe there are still too few opportunities for members of each of our UK parliaments to work together on our many matters of shared responsibility and interest. So I hope there can be greater collaboration between all our parliamentarians in the course of the next 5 years. On a personal note, can I say I'm very proud that my wife, Claire Baker, continues to serve the people of Mid-Scotland and Fife in the Scottish Parliament with such skill and dedication. And I was delighted when Claire and our daughter Catherine could be in the gallery here when I was sworn in. I've also been greatly privileged to work for disability charities in my time away from elected politics. For the past 2 years, I've worked with the charity Enable in a role to support people with learning disabilities on campaigns for their rights, not to speak on their behalf, but to support them to be their own advocates for change as experts by experience. In the media, in public forums and in parliaments, Enable member ambassadors have told their own stories and powerfully argued the case for a more equal society. And the need to tackle these inequalities is clear when people with learning disabilities have a life expectancy of 20 years less than the rest of the population, when only around 7% are in paid employment, when they have fewer opportunities in education and are twice as likely to experience bullying. I will miss working with them, but I will not miss the opportunity in this Parliament to make our country a fairer and a more equal place for disabled people. Of course, I will also not miss the opportunity to be a champion in this chamber for the people of Glenrothes and Mid-Fife. The constituency stretches across Fife, from Methil, Buckhaven and the Weems villages on the coast, to ancient Markinch and the new town of Glenrothes, to Kinglassie and Cardenden and the villages of Bernarty, to Lochgelly and Kelty. These and other communities in the constituency have their own histories and priorities, but so many are linked by their proud connections to the mining industry. And that is why the decision by this government to end the injustice of the miners' pension scheme, so funds in the scheme are kept for its beneficiaries, will be so important for so many of my constituents. While the communities of the constituency can look back on a proud industrial heritage, it's vital they can also look forward to their future as a hub for innovation, for technology and for our growing local renewable sector. The biomass plant at Markinch, the hydrogen for domestic energy pilot at Buckhaven and the Fife Energy Park at Methil are all examples of how our constituency can benefit from the exciting plans for GB Energy and our goal for Scotland to play a leading role in making Britain a green energy powerhouse. We have to seize this opportunity. Buckhaven and Methil have the highest number of deprived communities in Fife. And this is why we have to realise the ambition for the area that we increase employment through expansion in renewables. So it's vital that UK ministers work collaboratively with management, unions, the Scottish Government and Fife Council to ensure that despite the financial difficulties of Harland and Wolff, who operate the fabrication yard at Methil, the 200 skilled jobs and apprenticeships at the yard are secured along with its infrastructure and facilities. This skilled workforce and the facilities at the yard will be instrumental in realising Fife's ambition to be a thriving hub for the renewable sector in Scotland. Madam Deputy Speaker, it means so much to me to be given the chance to be a champion for our part of Scotland. My mother was a teacher at Beath High, the school attended by one of our most celebrated novelists, Sir Ian Rankin, who grew up in Cardenden in the constituency. In Sir Ian's book, Set in Darkness, Inspector Rebus carries out criminal investigations at the Scottish Parliament. While we can only wonder where he finds inspiration for the plots of his novels, I'm sure we can all agree that Fife can be proud to call one of our finest writers one of our own. I also know how resilient our communities can be and how we can look to better days even after the toughest of times. When I was growing up in Fife, my father was a vicar in Lochgelly during the miners' strike. My father-in-law, Jim, was a proud member of the National Union of Mine Workers. When I stood for election to this place in 2015, he gave me a miner's lamp to bring with me here to Westminster if I won, to remind me what I was here to do. I was not elected in 2015, and after that election, nearly 10 years ago, many would have thought the flame of the Labour and trade union movement was fragile and flickering. But today, in this Parliament, it burns brighter than ever. 10 years later, that lamp will be with me here in Westminster, and it will remind me why I'm here. It is to deliver the change our country needs and show that through political action we can deliver the stronger, fairer society so many people in my constituency gave so much to achieve.
David Simmons.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I draw the House's attention to my entry in the Register of Interests. It's a pleasure to participate in today's debate on the King's Speech and to follow the member for Benrothes and Mid-Fife, who amongst many on both sides of the House gave a very warm and positive speech. Part of the context that we welcome, that whilst cross-party there will be much political debate about the contents of the King's Speech, we nonetheless all recognise that it's a privilege and an honour to be able to be in this House and to participate in that debate on behalf of our constituents. I thank my constituents in Ruislip, Northwood and Pinner for returning me for my second term as a Member of Parliament. And I know in this King's Speech debate there are a number of things which they would wish me to draw attention to. The damaging impact of VAT on schools, the taxing of education, is of huge concern in a constituency with many mainstream and special educational needs independent schools. The loss of Greenbelt protection and the decision of an incoming government to prioritise the deregulation of the Greenbelt rather than the building of the 1.4 million homes that already have planning permission in our country. And the decision to press ahead with GB Energy, which those of us with a background in local government will know is a policy model that brought the cities of Nottingham and Bristol to the very edge of bankruptcy. And I think we will fear and be holding the government to account to ensure that GB Energy does not do to the United Kingdom what the decisions of those Labour councils to press ahead with those projects, as well as increasing the bills for vulnerable households, did to the capacity of those local authorities to deliver vital public services. But the main theme of today's debate is immigration and home affairs. Having served briefly as the PPS in the Ministry of Justice in the previous Parliament, I would like to welcome the tone of many things that have been said around criminal justice, and in particular I hope to see the new government continuing forward the commitment previously set out to sentencing reform. All of us on all sides of this House wish to see fewer victims of crime in the future, and the previous member for Cheltenham, who received a very warm tribute from his successor, had set out in particular some measures around the use of modern technology for tagging that would aim to ensure that we bring down the rate of reoffending which has long dogged the criminal justice system here in the UK. And as a Member of Parliament who proudly represents a suburban constituency in London, I do recognise that following the 2014 reforms around shoplifting, something that was agreed in partnership with the retail sector, the police and security industry, it is time to look again at how that works. And whilst we do welcome the fact that overall there's been a major reduction, particularly in serious crime in this country, under the previous government, we will be holding the government to account and Mayor Khan to account for the fact that his neglect of the suburbs has left many of our constituents concerned about the availability of the police teams, which in theory should be there, but all too often seem to be abstracted for other duties. And the measures to protect shop workers need to be part of that context, of the reform in the way in which we deal with shoplifting to ensure that anyone who works in retail, anybody who owns a business in retail, enjoys the protection from our police forces and our criminal law that they rightly should. In respect of illegal migration, there's a lot of noise and fuss about this, but I hope that the government will continue patiently with the work done previously, in particular with the authorities in France. I've met the people doing that work both here in the UK and on the French side to bring to justice criminal gangs, the successful prosecutions that have been achieved of those involved in setting up that smuggling. And I particularly pay tribute to the work that the BBC have done to shed light on the complexity of those international gangs, in particular to highlight how often the kingpins seek to find refuge in places like Iraq, where they are beyond the reach not just of the criminal law in the United Kingdom, but in Europe as well. So I hope when the government sets out that commitment, we will see effective measures to see that put into practice. And I would just gently say to the member for Clacton, who is no longer in his place, we know from the extensive debates around the ECHR that it stands as no barrier whatsoever to the deportation of criminals and those who should not be here. We have successfully achieved that in respect of many, many countries. What we need to ensure is that people are not putting their lives at risk in the Channel any longer. And I finish, Madam Deputy Speaker, with a brief word about the NHS. Those of us who visited the Hillingdon Hospital and the Northwood and Pinner Cottage Hospital in my constituency have seen that work is underway to redeliver those projects. And I can promise the government I will be holding them to account to ensure that those projects are completed in this new era. Thank you, Madam Deputy.
Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As this has been my first time being returned to Parliament, I'd like to sincerely thank all the House staff for making the process so smooth for me and for all our new colleagues. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am delighted to say that this King's speech has filled me with hope. We have suffered over a decade of Tory neglect, mismanagement and chaos. We have endured 5 Prime Ministers, 7 Chancellors, 10 Education Secretaries, 12 Culture Secretaries and 16 Housing Ministers. Finally, we have a Labour government with a plan to put politics back into the service of working people. A plan to save the NHS, nationalise the railways, reform benefits, recruit more teachers, properly fund councils, invest in green, clean energy, clean up our rivers, provide children's breakfast in school every day, prioritise women's health, reduce the gender pay gap, create a national care service and bring transparency and accountability back to public office. Madam Deputy Speaker, it finally feels like the adults have entered the room, but I am under no illusion the hard work is just beginning. 9 months ago, I stood in this chamber, a base on the other side, to respond to the last King's speech in despair at the levels of crime and antisocial behaviour impacting our communities in the Erdington constituency. My constituency has the highest knife crime rate in the West Midlands. People contact me almost daily about Erdington High Street. Residents have made it very clear that they are frightened to go onto the High Street. I hear the same story time and time again over the High Street. It has become unrecognisable. Where we used to have thriving small businesses, we have empty shops, shop fronts, drug dealing and violence. So we have our work cut out. Labour has inherited chaos in community policing. Huge issues in our criminal justice system means that not only is crime not being prevented, it also isn't being punished. This is why I welcome the new neighbourhood police guarantee. And when we speak about crime and antisocial behaviour, we must also talk about community mental health. As a district nurse and an independent lay manager, and I refer the House to my register of interests, I know our mental health services have been decimated and how badly our communities are suffering in silence when it comes to their mental health. We can't prevent crime without talking about mental health and improving community services, and I'm really glad to see provisions to modernise the Mental Health Act and to humbly address and an humble address to make it fit for the future. This King's speech shows our Labour's commitment to change, a commitment to higher growth, cheaper bills, and to put the NHS back on its feet, and crucially, for my constituency, to create safer streets. It is vital that we crack down on antisocial behaviour and violent crime in our communities so everyone can feel safe. I'm delighted that the King's speech pledges to create new respect orders for serious violence and in the next decade, and take strong action to tackle violence against women and girls and knife crime. Madam Deputy Speaker, when I stood up here 9 months ago, I said we need to stop the decline and we need to start fighting for a better future. Well, that fight starts now. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Paul Kohler, maiden speech.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to make my maiden speech. Although I must admit to a degree of trepidation following the excellent maiden speech of the Honourable Member for Glenrothes of Mid-Fife. It was a compelling, poignant and witty speech, as were so many of those that went before. It's a huge and humbling honour to be elected to represent and serve the people of Wimbledon. A name synonymous with strawberries and cream, grass courts and tennis, but a constituency that includes so much more, extending from Morden Underground Station in the south, where Madam Deputy Speaker has her constituency office, to Old Morden in the west, where the pre-Raphaelite masterpiece Ophelia was painted by Sir John Everett Millais on, or more accurately in, the Hogsmill River. A suburb of London, but with 2 farms, a village, a wonderful common, the occasional womble, 3 professional and many amateur theatres, 2 cinemas, the University of the Arts, vibrant small businesses, many in the arts and hospitality, a park designed by Capability Brown, although currently under threat from the All England Club. Please see my early day motion for further details. The beautiful River Wandle, when it's not blighted by that running motif in so many Lib Dem speeches, sewage, and a housing stock that ranges from grand mansions to crumbling social housing. One of the most affluent and well-educated electorates in the country, but with a 38% deprivation rate, despite the best efforts of excellent local charities, including Don's Local Action, the Wimbledon Guild and Faith in Action. Wimbledon is also a diverse and harmonious constituency, boasting one of the largest mosques in Europe, a beautiful Buddhist temple, a reformed synagogue, Europe's first fully consecrated Hindu temple, the papal nuncio, and Christian churches and places of worship of almost every denomination. In addition to hosting the world's premier tennis tournament, we are also home to England's most progressive football club, AFC Wimbledon, a club who knows that fans, not the money men, are the beating heart of any team, and a club that embodies the values at the heart of the government's eagerly awaited and much anticipated football governance bill. Unlike, it pains me to say, my own team, Crystal Palace, who have previously argued against the reforms heralded in the bill, much to my shame, not to mention the shame of my constituents who've just learnt their MP is a Crystal Palace fan. I'm playing a dangerous game here, of course, for, as our defeated opponents now know, and we doubtless will someday, constituents are not slow to show their displeasure. A few weeks ago, I knocked on one door and asked the gentleman who answered if he'd decided to whom he was going to vote. I like her, he said. Her? The Conservative, I replied. No, her, he responded. What, the Labour candidate? Yeah, I like her. Don't like him much. Who? Him. Don't like him. What, the Lib Dem? Yeah, don't like him. You mean me? Don't like him. That's me. Really don't like him. That's me. What, you? Yes. Oh, nothing personal, mate. But politics is personal, of course, and not infrequently much too personal. Although my Conservative predecessor, Stephen Hammond, and I stayed the right side of the line most of the time, seeing each other as opponents rather than enemies. And at this point, I must pay tribute to Stephen, who was a hard-working and committed constituency MP, due in no small part to the prodigious efforts of his office manager, his wife Sally, who ran a tight ship and a very efficient operation. And I must say at this point, quite bizarrely, while Stephen and Sally are now tasked with letting staff go and dismantling that very office, I'm kept busy trying to replicate their exact setup. How is that sensible, efficient or cost-effective? Surely it would make more sense for every constituency to have a permanent MP's office staffed by caseworkers who, like in every department of state, move seamlessly along with the ongoing casework from the outgoing to the incoming MP. But it is what it is. As Liberal Wimbledon's first ever Liberal MP, I will, despite such distractions, work tirelessly to represent my constituents and their values. Whilst as an academic lawyer, I will do all I can to defend the rule of law, which is under threat from our badly neglected and now crumbling civil and criminal justice system. Our prisons and probation services in particular are in crisis. May I take this opportunity to congratulate the Prime Minister on the inspired appointment of James Timpson as Prisons Minister. There can be no one better than the Chair of the Prison Reform Trust, who has walked the talk throughout his professional life to lead a national debate on the role of prisons and imprisonment. For we need to explore more effective alternatives to prison, including house arrest and curfews, whilst putting the victim at the heart of the criminal justice system by fully embracing restorative justice, something that I know from personal experience can have a transformative effect on victims, as it did on my family, with the added bonus of dramatically curtailing rates of recidivism. There's much more I'd like to say about the need to restore neighbourhood policing, which, as the Home Secretary said earlier, was decimated under the previous government. And, somewhat more parochially, the urgent need to guarantee the long-term future of Wimbledon Police Station, which 6 years after my judicial review, quashing the Mayor of London's decision to close it, remains under threat, despite the Casey report making clear local police stations are critical to the success of neighbourhood policing. But those discussions will have to wait for another day. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, may I just say I look forward to working constructively with members on all sides of the House on these and the many other pressing issues that face us, both now and in the years to come. Thank you.
Ben Coleman, maiden speech.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you very much for calling me, and it's a great honour for me to follow my honourable friend for Birmingham Edgbaston, to hear her passion about the NHS and her great expertise in the area, and to follow the honourable member for Wimbledon talking about the joys of canvassing, which I hope you found interesting, and also really, really lovely to hear so many other fantastic maiden speeches from my colleagues here, my honourable friends this side of the House. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm incredibly proud to be standing here as the first ever Labour Member of Parliament for Chelsea and Fulham. And I thank hugely all those voters who put their trust in me. I mean, I realise that wasn't everyone, with a majority of 152, you do realise that. But I also realise that there'll be many people as well who voted Labour for the first time, and I promise to be on the side of all my constituents. Madam Deputy Speaker, boundary changes mean that I follow in the illustrious steps of two people. My Conservative predecessor, Greg Hands, served 19 years in this House. 11 of those he was a minister, and he held senior roles at the Treasury and Trade and Business, and he was twice Minister for London, and he was also, if you recall, the chair of the Conservative Party at one point. And he approached all his jobs, I thought, with an impressive energy and determination and loyalty to his party, and I know he will be missed by many of his constituents. I'm also delighted to pay tribute to my honourable friend, the member for the new constituency of Hammersmith and Chiswick, two of whose former wards I get. I'm extremely grateful for his generosity to me both during the campaign and since. He is an absolute local legend with voters. Plenty of people said, well, I'm going to vote Labour, but it has to be Andy, not you. I'm going to try very hard. maybe I'll fail. I'm going to try very hard to live up to the local legend and the challenge and the high standards that he set. You know, Madam Deputy Speaker, Chelsea and Fulham really is a wonderful place to represent. It runs along, for those who don't know it, it runs along the River Thames from just by Charing Cross Hospital down to Chelsea Bridge. That's 3 bridges away from this house, if any of you want to go and visit it. And a walk of less than an hour takes you from the 150-year-old market in Fulham's North End Road to the world-famous King's Road in Chelsea, with, you know, its iconic role in pop and art and fashion culture and the swinging 60s and the punks and the new romantics of the 70s and 80s. There are also 4 world-class hospitals. We're incredibly lucky. We have the Royal Brompton, we have the Royal Marston, we have Chelsea, the Charing Cross, I should say, and we have the Chelsea and Westminster hospitals. There are too many outstanding schools across the primary and secondary sectors to name, and we're also blessed with 2 Premier League teams, Chelsea Football Club and Fulham, both of them steeped in sporting history. And like so much of London, Chelsea and Fulham is enriched by a diverse community. We have people from African Caribbean, Somali, Arab, European backgrounds. Indeed, the French MP for Northern Europe, and yes, there is a French MP for Northern Europe, told me that 2/3 of all the French in this country live in my area and the area represented by the Honourable Member Honourable Friend for Kensington and Bayswater. So it's quite a French area as well. And Chelsea and Fulham is also home to hundreds of army veterans who've sacrificed for their country, from the residents of Stoll Mansions in Fulham to the Chelsea pensioners at the Royal Hospital. And indeed, I have to say that championing the Stoll military veterans as they faced losing their community recently was absolutely one of my greatest privileges. And I'm very grateful to the Secretary of State for Defence for visiting them with me and for lending his support to the campaign. And I know how many of the veterans will be delighted that he now represents veterans in Cabinet. And I hope he'll visit them again when they move to their new home in Fulham. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, Fulham, together with Hammersmith, has the distinction of being the only place in England where the council, a Labour council, provides social care at home for free. I was responsible for overseeing that as the Council's former Cabinet Member for Health and Adult Social Care, and I look forward very much to joining the debate about the funding of social care across our country. But against all this, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm afraid there is trouble in paradise. Alongside the great wealth in Chelsea and Fulham, there is also painful poverty. And I cannot tell you how grateful I am to all the local charities who provide essential support to the many people in need. And food banks have been mentioned by several of the honourable members on both sides of this House during today's debate. And for me, if anything is an indictment of the past 14 years, it's that food banks have become part of the British way of life. And the food bank that serves Fulham feeds today more people in 1 month than it did in the whole of 2012 when it started. And the food bank that serves Chelsea, demand for that has gone up by 800% since it opened its doors in 2018. People are using food banks who are in work, children and pensioners, the demand is growing for them. And of course, poverty, locally and nationally, is made much worse by the persistent inequalities both in Chelsea and Fulham and across our country, not least of race and disability. And these are also issues I feel very passionate about and will be pursuing in my time here in this House. And then we have Charing Cross Hospital, a wonderful hospital, and I'm really very proud of having helped to save the hospital when the previous government tried to sell most of it off. But at the time, they promised to give it a floor-by-floor refurbishment. It desperately needs modernisation and rebuilding. They promised to do so by 2030, but then they broke their promise. Other problems facing my constituents are that Thames Water constantly dumps sewage into the Thames by Chelsea and Fulham. Nearly 24 hours last week alone, just chucking the stuff in. No regulation over the last 14 years, no proper controls. And also there's a wonderful houseboat community down by Chelsea, down by the river. That is facing an existential threat from a predatory, secretive landlord. And I will be doing more to stick up for them as well. Then we get the King's Road. I've mentioned the King's Road. The residents there are very worried about the huge office blocks spoiling the area. Marks & Spencer seems to have become a property developer, not just a purveyor of sausages and sandwiches and underwear these days. And my constituents are worried about crime, they're worried about the lack of neighbourhood policing, high prices and rents are pushing families and young people out of the area. And as it's been so incredibly difficult to build social housing over the past 14 years, thousands of my constituents are living in overcrowded conditions, or they're waiting years to be offered a secure, genuinely affordable home. This is all in Chelsea and Fulham. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, however, against that, the good news for my constituents is that we now have a Labour government. Determined, thank goodness, to renew the country. And we have a new approach. We are focusing on growing our economy. We are, thank goodness, resetting our European relationships, something that is very much welcomed, I think, by my constituents, one of the strongest pro-European constituencies in the country. My right honourable, other good news is that my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care, has already pledged to rebuild and modernise Charing Cross Hospital. We in the government has already started cracking down on the water companies. It's starting to develop a new child poverty strategy and started to take back our streets, which is already referred to by my honourable friend for Birmingham and Erdington, and my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, set out the steps that we're taking so well earlier today. Of course, if you rent privately, you're going to get new rights, you're going to get new protection from this government, and we're going to be building the 1.5 million decent homes in this country that people can actually afford to live in. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, as this government begins its journey of repairing and rebuilding our country, I come back to the words of a good friend of mine, who's Phil Story, who runs the food bank that serves Phil at Fulham. And Phil said to me the other day, he said, you know, we want to stop people ever needing food banks. He said, the day we can close our doors because we're no longer needed is the day I dream of. And so to my constituents, I make this pledge. As the Member of Parliament for Chelsea and Fulham, working with the Labour government, I will do all I can to strengthen our economy, to build a fairer, a safer and a kinder society, and to bring that dream of Phil's closer to reality. Thank you.
Sarah Green.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and may I congratulate the Honourable Member for Chelsea and Fulham on his maiden speech. It's a great privilege to serve in this place, and I welcome him to his place. I also congratulate the government front bench as they take on their ministerial responsibilities. I wish to focus today on 3 proposed bits of legislation in the King's Speech that I know have generated interest amongst my constituents in Cheshire and Amersham. The first is the Water Special Measures Bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, because the Liberal Democrats have led the charge on calling for tougher penalties for water companies that dump sewage in our rivers and fail their customers. I'm therefore keen to learn more about this bill and the powers it gives to ban bonuses and introduce new fines. Because residents and businesses in Chalfont St Peter spent the first half of this year struggling to cope with sewage-filled floodwaters. Some had the horrible experience of plug holes in their bathrooms and kitchens burping with sewage up into their homes. Thames Water later admitted to me that the cause for at least some of these pipes bringing sewage into homes was due to their own tankers releasing floodwater that they had pumped out of one area into the wrong location, overloading the drains. The response to this year's various problems in different parts of my constituency from Thames Water has been disgraceful. So I look forward to hearing how the government will ensure Ofwat finally use their teeth and start holding the likes of Thames Water to account. The second bill in the King's Speech I'd like to touch on is the Planning and Infrastructure Bill, because I represent a constituency where a significant amount of land is classified as green belt. My constituents are keen to get a definition of what grey belt actually means. Other than poor quality and ugly, there has been little detail about exactly what land would fall into this category. I also look forward to hearing what steps the government will be taking to ensure any new developments include the GP practices and other vital services and infrastructure to support them. The third King's Speech announcement I'd like to raise is one that's been raised with me by several parents, and that's the government's plan to end the VAT exemption for independent schools. In particular, those parents who send their children to independent schools to receive additional support for SEND. I welcome the confirmation I've received that pupils with an EHCP will remain exempt from VAT. There are, however, children receiving support for SEND in the independent sector who do not have EHCPs, and I hope the government can offer assurances that such children will be taken into account as they pursue this policy. I'd like to end, Madam Deputy Speaker, by mentioning healthcare. Whilst I welcome the government's focus on reducing waiting times, I was disappointed not to see specific mention of improving access to GP appointments, because this is raised with me week in and week out, just this weekend, by residents in Gerrards Cross, where there is no GP practice. So I hope with their significant mandate, the government will give access to GP appointments the attention it desperately needs. Thank you.
Ribeiro Addo.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Rail in public ownership, stronger workers' rights, a publicly owned energy supplier, a ban on no-fault evictions and an end to non-dom tax. These are some of the key foundations to recovery after 14 years of austerity, privatisation and squeezed living standards that we can celebrate in this King's Speech. But I want to touch on a few things that weren't included. I was pleased to support the amendment in the name of my honourable friend, the member for Liverpool Riverside. Removing the two-child benefit cap is the most cost-effective and immediate way for our government to lift 300,000 children out of poverty. The notion that in the sixth largest economy in the world we cannot find the money has to be wrong. So whilst the task force is good, I believe that we must make moves as soon as possible to make this a reality. Because if there was a national emergency, we would find the money. And if the levels of child poverty at the moment are not a national emergency, I do not know what is. I was also pleased to support the amendment in the name of my honourable friend, the member for Coventry South, to end the supply of arms to Israel and uphold international law. The government has called for a ceasefire, and we need to back this up with action. I wanted to focus the majority of my remarks on the dreadful legislative legacy on civil liberties left behind by the previous government. If we take simply the broad heading of our liberties, the previous government curbed the right to protest, the right to free assembly, freedom of speech, the right to organise in trade unions, and freedom from covert operations by the state itself. The right to vote has been suppressed, religious freedoms were attacked through the demonisation of Muslims and Muslim communities. Madam Deputy Speaker, we can't possibly pose as champions of freedom and democracy whilst these stains remain on our statute book. In addition, we should note that the previous government did nothing to correct the gross imbalance that now exists between employers and trade unions with regards to workers' rights. They promised to block the gross abuse that led to the scandal at P&O, but they did absolutely nothing. They also toyed with the idea of regularising the legislative mess around a woman's right to choose, and so addressed the issues of women's sexual and reproductive health and expanding access to safe and legal abortions throughout the country. We cannot repeat these serial failures to act. This is about what it means to live in a free society. Furthermore, there is a whole slew of secondary legislation, rules and guidance which also infringe or suppress the right of citizens, too many to mention, but I'm thinking of the Covert Human Intelligence Sources Act 2021, the Overseas Operations Act 2021, the Elections Act 2022 and the Public Order Act 2023. A running theme throughout these acts is in effect to place officers of the state, whether they are police officers, members of the armed services, members of the security service or others, above the law as they were acting, or if they were acting under the direction of a more senior officer. These laws severely curtail the fundamental rights of citizens I mentioned earlier. Under these acts, it is officers of the state who decide what is lawful, not the courts. I remind honourable and right honourable friends that placing agents of the state above the law is almost the very definition of a police state. It's authoritarian, anti-democratic. It's not the legal basis of a free and democratic society. The same is true of any claim that officers of the state determine the law. They do not. Their duty is to uphold it. So over time, I would confidently expect each and every one of these pieces of legislation to face legal challenges, including, if necessary, in the European Court, because they are so flawed and draconian. Madam Deputy Speaker, if our democracy is going to work for everyone, it has to include everyone. Our party has already made important commitments to extend the franchise to young people by bringing automatic voter registration. I believe scrapping the exclusionary voter ID laws that the Conservatives brought in is another urgent priority to strengthen engagement in the democratic process. A survey from More in Common estimates that more than 400,000 people were prevented from voting in the general election due to these undemocratic rules. The same research shows that people of colour were 2.5 times more likely to be turned away. Let's be clear that any law that disproportionately stops black and brown people from participating in our democracy is racist. The voter ID laws were introduced on the pretense of tackling voter fraud, yet between 2017 and 2022, there were just 18 convictions. Compare this to the 400,000 people blocked from voting at the ballot box. Madam Deputy Speaker, there are so many things that we really want to see moving forward, and I want to congratulate the Prime Minister for his announcement as well that there will be an early repeal of the Troubles Legacy Act 2023. This too was an anti-democratic authoritarian measure which places members of the armed forces above the law. The Prime Minister's announcement on this model should be a model for the rest of the legislation I have mentioned. I think it's also very important, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we look at some of the actions that the government took last time when they were in government. To put about legislation. They rushed things through in a very, very hurried way. In fact, they gave us a model for doing things in the future. And I want to point out that the government, that the people of this country, they voted against this government. So let's repeal all of their awful legislation, both quickly and decisively.
Frank McNally, Maiden speech.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow my right honourable friend from Clapham and Brixton Hill on what was a passionate speech. I come to this House as the new member for Coatbridge and Bells Hill. To have been elected to represent the communities that I have always called home is humbling, and it's a responsibility that I do not take lightly. I do just want to start by thanking you, Madam Deputy Speaker, Mr Speaker, and the House staff for what has been an incredible welcome here at the Palace of Westminster. It can't be easy herding 300 plus new excitable MPs around, but you have done so diligently, and I want to commend all the staff of the House. I would also like to pay tribute to my predecessor, Stephen Bonner, who served as the MP for Coatbridge, Christon and Bellshill in the last Parliament. We live in volatile political times, and it's important to remember that there is often more that unites us than divides us. And that was the case with Stephen and I wish him, his family and his staff all the very best for the future. Mr Speaker, my seat has been well represented over many years, but perhaps alarmingly for me, has had 5 different MPs in recent times. In fact, there has been a new MP elected at every election since 2015. I fervently hope that that tradition will come to an end at the next election. I also want to pay tribute to my other predecessors and friends, Hugh Gaffney and, of course, Sir Tom Clarke, who served this place with great distinction for 33 years. A man knighted by both His Majesty the King and His Holiness the Pope for his service to those in the most need, particularly the disabled. Sir Tom's predecessor was the late Jimmy Dempsey, a legend across Coatbridge and Bellshill. Jimmy's first speech in the House in 1959 was on unemployment and workers' rights. His last speech, just before his death, 23 years later, was on the exact same subject. I am confident he would be incredibly proud of Labour's New Deal for working people, the Employment Rights Bill, so ably championed by my right honourable friend, the Deputy Prime Minister. Madam Deputy Speaker, my constituency is rooted in Lanarkshire, made up of the towns and villages of Coatbridge and Bellshill, of Moss End, Gartcosh, Glenboig, Moodiesburn, Bargady, View Park, Fallside, Birkinshaw and Tannockside. And I'm sure if there is one in there that I've missed, my constituents will be chapping my door or sending me messages as I speak. My constituency was once known as the Iron Borough, the beating heart of Scotland's industrial heritage, from the mining villages to the steel towns, sadly consigned for the most part to history. That history includes the fire at the Auchingeek Colliery on the 18th of September 1959, resulting in Scotland's worst mining disaster of the 20th century. 47 miners lost their lives, 41 women were widowed and 76 children lost their fathers. The 65th anniversary is later this year, where we will gather to remember those lost, but also to redouble our efforts to ensure workplace protections, safe conditions and workers' rights exist to serve all people, no matter the job, or the industry, or the age. And I know that the retired miners will be absolutely delighted that the Treasury bench, as part of this King's Speech, is ending the injustice of the mine workers' pension scheme. Madam Deputy Speaker, out of the post-industrial landscape, a new mosaic continues to form in my area, one of manufacturing, of distribution, of new technologies, of local businesses that have generated natural reach, including at Strathclyde Business Park in Belsill, which continues to attract local and global companies. Belsill is also famous for its former maternity hospital, which operated for over 120 years. It is the birthplace of many big names, and one national newspaper ran the headline a few years ago, "The town that gave birth to legends." Included within that legend category are my noble friends Lord Reid of Cardown and Baroness Hazarika of Coatbridge, both of whom moved and seconded the gracious speech in the other place last week. They were born in the same place, just a few years apart. Also, the late former Right Honourable Member for Livingston, Robin Cook, Texas superstar Charlene Spiteri, and even one Sheena Easton. Its final incarnation was opened by Her late Majesty the Queen in 1962, which was quite a moment for Belsill. Sadly, I will be unlikely to acquire legend status as I was born in Greenock. I think it's appropriate at this point to thank my parents, Danny and Edwina, and my wife Steph, who have been a tremendous source of strength. Without their steadfast encouragement, I would never have sought to stand for election to this place. So if it does all go wrong, if I'm ever disorderly or I ever rebel, Mr Speaker, and the whips will know who to blame. When reflecting on today's debate, when we move beyond some of the rhetoric that we hear around immigration, I think it is important to recognise the tremendous contribution that immigrants make to our society and have done over many generations, my own family included. From Irish immigrants settling in Coatbridge in the 19th century, to the Lithuanian community that thrived in Moss End, to now Ukrainian refugees, hundreds of whom have settled in my constituency following Putin's barbaric invasion of their homeland, forced from their families, forced from their homes, their jobs, their way of life, and I am proud of the welcome that they have received from my constituents and key agencies across Coatbridge and Belsill. The contributions that immigrants have made and continue to make to our economy, to our public services, to our communities more broadly, have and will continue to be immense. Sadly, not all of that history is good. It is often a tale blighted by racism, by sectarianism, by hatred that we should fight every day to root out and keep out of our society. Madam Deputy Speaker, on my first visit back to my constituency after my first week here in this place, I had the opportunity to visit Coatbridge Community Food Bank. The team there do exceptional work in incredibly challenging circumstances, and many honourable and right honourable members have cited that today. Every day we see people being pushed to the brink, and we're hearing stories of those who are enduring unenviable hardship and have, understandably, lost hope. Making their lives better is my mission in this place, my purpose in this place. So I welcome the provisions outlined in the gracious speech, from a serious plan to grow the economy, to supporting businesses and improving public services, from GB Energy, which, in case anyone happened to miss the memo, will be headquartered in Scotland, to a new deal for working people that addresses the scourge of low pay and tackles exploitative practices, and a real strategy to end the scourge of poverty. I look forward to working with honourable and right honourable members across the House. As I begin my journey here, our government has also begun its journey to make our country fairer, to make it better, to stand up and fight for those in the most need, and rooted in the values and history of the Labour movement. I wish them all the very best of luck in their endeavours.
Matt Weston.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I congratulate the new member for Coatbridge and Belson on a fantastic speech, and to congratulate all those that we've heard today from across the House. It's really evident that this Parliament is going to be a very vital, very vibrant forum for debate, and it's so refreshing and to have so many new faces here. But clearly so much ability as well. Madam Deputy Speaker, they say that a week is a long time in politics. Perhaps the last fortnight feels like a lifetime. We have seen optimism surge across the country. It is palpably improved because the public see a government with purpose and acting at pace. We have seen 40 new bills introduced through the King's gracious speech. It is an electrifying pace that has been adopted, and I commend both the Prime Minister and all the front bench team for the work that they're doing. From halving the violence against all women, against women and girls, the scrapping of the Rwanda proposals, putting in place the special measures against water companies, the football governance bill, the list goes on. But it's a legislation aimed at addressing instability and the insecurity in our country whilst delivering prosperity, which I think is so important. Instability that's felt by people, by businesses, by public authorities, and perhaps viewed by other international governments. An economy that faced and experienced such catastrophic consequences from the kamikaze budget 18 months ago. And I welcome the legislation that's been put forward to bring that. But on the insecurity, which of course manifests itself in so many different ways, we see 14 million people living in poverty, 4.3 million children living in poverty, and 1 million, incredibly, living in destitution. We have the insecurity of tenure, the rise in no-fault evictions, and that's why the legislation for renters' rights is so important. The insecurity of leasehold, and hence the legislation for leasehold and commonhold being so important. The insecurity of work, the zero-hour contracts that people suffer, the loss of rights in the workplace, and why the Employment Rights Bill will be so important. It is, of course, down to the economy, what we can do with the economy that is so important. It is addressing and repairing the corrosion that was brought by austerity. And I believe the means that is now at the disposal, will be at the disposal, through establishing a national wealth fund. We've seen the sovereign wealth funds from so many other countries and what they've done to transform their countries. And I believe the legislation to addressing pension schemes, unlocking the wealth that we have here, is also going to be an important contribution to that. Something like less than 2% of the 2.5 trillion of pension fund assets run by 30,000 schemes, often very small, are invested in the UK. Such a small proportion of that. And so there will be benefits for the UK, but also, of course, benefits for our wider economy. And above all, it will be the addressing the planning legislation and infrastructure and reforming that, bringing more affordable housing into our towns and our cities, particularly in towns like Warwick and Leamington, where we have such relatively high costs of property. And the site, for example, the King's High site, which has lain dormant for 5 years, right in the heart of Warwick, which the developer has not got round to developing. The legislation to deliver GB energy, I think, is going to be so important for transforming the energy mix in this country, doubling our onshore wind, trebling our solar energy production and quadrupling our offshore wind. The great grid upgrade, which would be so important and what National Grid has been pushing for so long. But it will bring down bills critically by an average of £300 per household, but of course addressing climate change at the same time. But I believe education, Madam Deputy Speaker, is at the core of what we can bring, along with a modern industrial strategy. And I believe the work that's being done by the Shadow Education team is so important. What our universities can bring to this equation. Higher education is so important. Real dynamos, generators of wealth and prosperity in our regions through the scientific research, the work that they do, but also in the development of new materials and new research projects, the new energy clusters as well. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a new government, a government of energy and ambition, and it's a government of public service that will put country first and the party second.
Helen O'Donoghue, maiden speech.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for calling me to make my maiden speech during this important debate on the King's Speech that sets out the agenda of change that this country has voted for and this Labour government will deliver. I congratulate all new members on their maiden speeches in today's debate. It is the honour of my life to represent my home of Hastings and Rye. Madam Deputy Speaker, I know that you are very familiar with all that we have to offer visitors in Hastings and Rye, especially our famous fish and chips. In recent years, our fishermen have worked hard to keep our local fishing industry going in the most difficult of circumstances, and they will always have my full support. In Hastings and Rye, we host the World Crazy Golf Championship every year, and we also host the world record for the gathering of the most number of pirates in any one place. A record we try and beat every year on Pirate Day. While one of my predecessors representing Rye in this House was himself a real pirate, I'm relieved to say that that cannot be said for many of my predecessors. Sally Ann Hart worked extremely hard for our constituency, and I want to thank her particularly for her work in support of women and children fleeing domestic abuse, a legacy I hope to build on. Another issue we wholeheartedly agree on is in speaking out about the unacceptable levels of abuse and intimidation that too many members of this House have faced, particularly women. The plaque of the late Joe Cox is facing us, and that of Sir David Amos behind me. And that is a constant and tragic reminder of where this can end. I also want to pay tribute to my Labour predecessor, Michael Foster. He is known well in our area for helping so many residents and being a passionate champion for Hastings and Rye during his time in this House. Many members will also know our area for a very famous battle that took place in 1066. Historians may still be arguing about where exactly it took place, but it's safe to say that it has cemented our place in the history books. Since then, we've continued to play our part in British history, from being immortalised in the novel The Ragged-Trousered Philanthropists to being the birthplace of television. But perhaps what defines us most is our community spirit, underpinned by our volunteers and our charities that do so much. Our calendar is full of carnivals and festivals, from Jack in the Green to bonfire nights. These are only made possible by volunteers who give up their time to give back to the community and raise money for our local charities. It is also volunteers who maintain and protect so many of our amazing public spaces, from Hastings Country Park to Rye Harbour Nature Reserve and Camber Sands. There are also some points of our history that we would rather forget, like the unveiling of a certain stone tablet in Hastings during the 2015 general election campaign by my friend, the Right Honourable Member for Doncaster North. That stone may have been consigned to history, but I know my Right Honourable friend will be back very soon to unveil some new green energy infrastructure, and I know that will be more long-lasting than the stone. While we've often found ourselves at the centre of historical events, we have not always felt all of the benefits. Our road and our rail infrastructure are stuck in the past. We may be a similar distance from London as Brighton, but our train line takes twice as long. We lie at the end of the A21, a road that has been described as the least developed road in the southeast of England. As any driver will tell you, we have the worst potholes in the country. And our water infrastructure is also failing us. Southern Water has a lot to answer for in my constituency, dumping record levels of sewage along our coastline, from St Leonard's to Hastings, Fairlight, Pett, Camber Sands and Winchelsea Beach. Some sewage has even come into people's homes and gardens in my constituency. And when the water pipes have failed, we've also faced major flooding in homes and the town centre and been left without water supply for days and days on end. I'm pleased to see the Water Special Measures Bill as part of this King's Speech, which will start to clean up our water industry. The cratered state of our roads and crumbling water infrastructure is symbolic of how we have been too often forgotten by Westminster. Life expectancy is lower than the national average, a trend that has got worse during the last 14 years. You wait longer for an ambulance in my constituency than anywhere in the southeast of England. And the situation is particularly bad in our villages and our rural areas like Winchelsea, where you wait on average 45 minutes when having a stroke or a heart attack. That is why this government's plans to cut NHS waiting times cannot come soon enough. As a seaside destination, our area has benefited hugely from tourism, but we are also at the sharp end of the housing crisis, with spiralling rents and simply not enough homes being built. Too many of my constituents are left in poor quality rental accommodation, whether by Southern Housing or by private landlords. That is why I so welcome the measures in this King's Speech to get Britain building again, to build more homes and give all renters more protections. This government has a mission to break down the barriers to opportunity, and it is sorely needed in my constituency, where almost 40% of children are growing up in poverty. Over half our young people are leaving school without the essential qualification of a grade 4 in English and maths. How we treat our children says a lot about us as a society. Before joining this House, I had the privilege of seeing this up close in many different countries as an aid worker with Save the Children. It is always children who suffer the most in war and conflict. I have sat with young mums in Yemen holding their starving babies, so hungry that they don't have the energy to cry. And I've heard the harrowing stories from Rohingya women who have fled ethnic cleansing and sexual violence at the hands of the Myanmar military. I always promised those women that I would share their stories with the world, and my time in this place will be no different. We are at a time in history where we see more children growing up in conflict than at any time before. There has rightly been much focus devoted recently to the appalling events in Israel and Palestine, and there too it is children bearing the brunt of war. We must redouble our efforts to bring about peaceful solutions to all of these conflicts, and we must remember that all the global issues we face, from climate change to migration, can only be solved by working across borders with our international allies and through strong multilateral institutions like the United Nations. Just as I've been so inspired by the women I've met living in some of the toughest places on earth, I also wanted to acknowledge some of the women whose shoulders I stand on closer to home. Madam Deputy Speaker, I know I speak for many on this side of the House when I say how much we miss your sister, the late, great Baroness Margaret MacDonagh. Yeah. She always had such wise counsel to offer for us, and it is the reason that many of us sit here today. I also want to thank my family and friends for all the support they've given me in getting me to this place. Madam Deputy Speaker, this King's Speech will begin to deliver the change and renewal that Hastings and Rye voted for. I look forward to working hard for all my constituents across Hastings and Rye and delivering that much-needed change.
Clive Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's an absolute privilege to follow on from the Honourable Member for Hastings and Rye. I did watch earlier. She was polishing her Edstone joke outside. It was delivered with aplomb. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm hoping for colleagues' sake I only have to make this contribution to the King's Speech once. Believe me, doing things twice isn't what it's cracked up to be. Either way, it makes a wonderful change to be on this side of the House to speak in this debate where for once we have a King's Speech where stability eclipses chaos, renewal surpasses decay, and hope trumps despair. To my new colleagues, let me tell you, it isn't usually likely, so it hasn't been for the last 9 or 10 years, maybe longer. Too often we're here making speeches that mourn the erosion of our democracy and our rights at work, that could only bemoan the continual and unceasing scapegoating of our communities, the destruction of our rivers, the undermining of our judicial system, the betrayal of international human rights, and the deepening of the climate crisis. But not today, Madam Deputy Speaker, because this King's Speech is a veritable cornucopia of progressive policies pregnant with the potential to unpick decades of drift and deterioration. Don't try saying that after a couple of pints. There are, of course, caveats. Announcements on the two-child benefit cap and arms export licences to Israel are but two issues we await to hear more on in the very near future. In the interim, though, I, for one, welcome the announcement for our anti-child poverty task force. Madam Deputy Speaker, if done properly, it has the potential to lift thousands of children from my constituency in Norwich South and millions beyond out of hunger and hardship, and give all our children the start in life they deserve, a start denied them by the last government. But it could go further, Madam Deputy Speaker. We could build new institutions and put power in the hands of those that need it most. One of the lessons I learned watching a Conservative government close down Labour's much-loved and much-beloved Sure Start centres was this. If we give communities the ability to wealth build and thus help themselves, the institutions built can't simply be switched off by an incoming government hostile to poverty reduction. The late and great Robin Cook understood this. He lamented Labour governments that never change the system because they think they don't need to, yet when they lose, they have no power to change it. Madam Deputy Speaker, the marginality of this Parliament, the rising spectre of right-wing authoritarianism demands we legislate as if this was a one-term government, one that could easily be followed by a government with little respect for democracy, for tolerance, or for progressive values, or even human rights. But in this age of anger and perma-crisis, policy delivery is no longer enough. Transformative change, empowerment, and new institutions that could deliver that can future-proof society against the shocks that come in what's needed. And we don't have to look far for examples of what they could look like. The NHS, an institution that is the closest thing to socialism this country has ever attained, and the reason most Brits give as to why they're proud to be British. Let's repower and rebuild our local authorities, democratic institutions that have for too long been undervalued, underfunded, and stripped of responsibility. Let's redouble our efforts to strengthen trade unions, institutions that push power back to people in the workplace. And Madam Deputy Speaker, institutions both new and old will help undo 60 years of democratic erosion and make people feel empowered over their own lives. Because do you know what, Madam Deputy Speaker? If we do this right, it will pull the rug from under the feet of the hate-mongers and authoritarians, because they thrive on anger born of powerlessness, a sense of betrayal, and a vacuum of purpose. People-orientated democratic institutional power blows them away. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to conclude with this observation. The true risk to this country is not rivers of blood, as some would have us believe, but rather rivers of excrement and rivers running dry. In only a few decades, my constituency of Norwich South may not have drinking water because of a combination of the climate crisis and corporate corruption in the form of price gouging and criminal levels of underinvestment. Immigration and asylum didn't lead us here, any more than membership of the EU did. Rather, failing institutions, the erosion of democracy and economic failure brought us here. And it is this our government must fix. So let's get to it.
Yeah. Tahir Ali.
Speaker, yesterday and today I witnessed a number of maiden speeches from new members from both sides of the House, and there were some excellent contributions which I must say are absolutely wonderful to listen to. I would also like to thank the residents of the newly drafted constituency of Hall Green and Moseley who have put their trust in me, and it is a privilege and a great honour to speak at the King's Speech today. And like of most of my constituents, I am excited by the legislative agenda set out within it. Labour has hit the ground running with a bold plan for the transformation of our country that I will believe will get us back on track after 14 years of chaos. It is due to this promise that I want to speak to several areas covered within the King's Speech. Firstly, I am proud of Labour's commitment to the most ambitious house building programme in a generation, particularly in terms of social housing. This programme must be designed and implemented in such a way that it addresses the significant regional disparities in housing provision. I know that my constituents will be thankful to Labour's approach to youth provision, from tougher measures to tackle antisocial behaviour and knife crime to educational reform through Skills England. I believe over the course of this Parliament, our young people will receive the support and training they need to take advantage of every opportunity afforded to them. The newly outlined Children's Wellbeing Bill will undoubtedly have huge impact for families in my constituency of Hall Green and Moseley, where child poverty is at unprecedented levels. The provision of free breakfast clubs, as well as the development of a new child poverty strategy, are not only welcome but necessary after 14 years of deprivation. This bill will also provide extra support to children with special educational needs who need the greatest support and who have previously been denied it. Whilst there is no doubt arguments in favour of retaining the two-child benefit cap, it is also clear that we can go much further and lift hundreds and thousands of children out of poverty. The significance of lifting this cap for the most vulnerable in our society cannot be overstated, and I hope there is movement on this in coming months. The direction taken by this government towards regional and local government is something that I'm particularly glad to see. As you all know, Birmingham is facing unprecedented financial crisis, which puts risk at the valued services such as libraries, support to children and families, as well as infrastructure and investment. In the limited time available today, I won't be expanding on what can be done to saving them services, but debates and discussions will take through other means. That brings me on to the Amendment 3 on the paper today. I did put my name forward to be added to that. However, for whatever technical reasons, my name was not added. But I want to move on briefly to address some of the newly elected independents in this House. Throughout the election, they denounced the Labour Party was divisive and harmful rhetoric. Luckily, we are now able to measure the words of their actions, and unsurprisingly, they are found lacking in signing a Labour amendment. Labour, the party of genocide, Labour, the party of nastiness. This was the rhetoric that was played out in the election during the 2 weeks ago that we witnessed, where many candidates, especially women, were harassed and intimidated. Today, they sit on the opposite benches, but they are willing to sign a Labour amendment. Please go back and explain to your constituents the rhetoric that was played out. Why have you now joined forces in joining Labour by signing the Amendment 3? Are you now saying Labour is the right party? Are you now... No, I won't. You need to go back to your constituents and explain that. You don't get that upon me. I will not take any intervention.
I would draw to the honourable member's attention that when we use the word you in this House, you are referring to the chair.
I do apologise for not referring the correct word. And with that, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm out of time.
Thank you. Can I apologise to all honourable members who haven't been called to speak today, but we now are on the wind-ups. I call the Shadow Minister.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I start by paying my congratulations and that of my party to the Honourable and Right Honourable members who have been elected today. The Honourable Member for Sussex Weald, Bradford South, and the Right Honourable Member for Romsey and Southampton North. Congratulations to all of them. I'm sure they will fill their roles as Deputy Speakers with great integrity and honour. Now, may I just turn very briefly to some of the maiden speeches. There's really been quite the most extraordinary number, and I'm very, very grateful to have sat through many of them. Perhaps not all, but many of them anyway. May I just say that the honourable member for Fylde, whose previous service that he brings to the House is absolutely fantastic. Though I hope he isn't bitten by another dog, I must also pay tribute to his wife Caroline's courage and to his campaign. May I also cite the Honourable Lady for Worthing West, who's not shy of a cake, and though that may not be the public service message or the public health message that she wishes to bring, is one that I share. And to Gateshead Central and Whickham, the Glass House is indeed at the cultural heart of our nation. I'm delighted that he highlighted it. To the new member for Rossendale and Darwen, that was a very moving account of a very tragic loss, and may I say that his campaign for recognising baby loss is one that will be shared across this whole House. To the honourable member for Clacton, who surprised us all by actually discussing the title of this debate. To the Honourable Lady for Darlington, whose direct access to the Chancellor will no doubt raise huge hopes in her constituency. To the Honourable Member for Boston and Skegness, whose addiction to ice cream suggests that he should team up with the Honourable Lady for Darlington, and I suggest they might one day be friends. To the Honourable Member from Bassetlaw, who does belong here, no matter what she says, and no matter what anybody else says. To the Honourable Member for Eastbourne, who taught us the meaning of peer envy, which was a new one on me. To the Honourable Member for Barking, whose baby girl will no doubt bring enormous joy, but if my experience is anything to go by, enormous sleepless nights, and no doubt she will be voting through these lobbies very soon. To the Honourable Member for Ashford, whose work in healthcare may I just pay enormous tribute for, and as a child I was a frequent flyer and user of the William Harvey Hospital, so I'm very grateful that he continues to serve in that community. The Honourable Member for Leicester South, who hid a king, or found one, I'm not quite sure which, and the Honourable Member for Alloa and Grangemouth, whose passionate defence of the need for domestic energy production is something that I share enormously. I'm sorry he doesn't share it with the Honourable Member for Doncaster North, but perhaps he will inform him better. To the Honourable Member for Cheltenham, who had very kind words to say about our friend Alex Chalk, who served this House and that constituency with great integrity and decency. To the Honourable Member for Bridgewater, who recalled the last battle on British soil and is now seeking to power our country with nuclear energy. As he will know very well, this House only ever builds nuclear power stations under a Conservative government. To the Honourable Member for Glenrothes and Mid-Fife, for his commitment to work on disabilities, something that I know will be shared by many here. And to the Honourable Member for Wimbledon, whose campaigning technique is undoubtedly original. To the Honourable Member for Coatbridge and Bells Hill, who can only hope to break the track record of getting a second term. That would something that even on this side of the House we might be supportive of. And to the Honourable the Honourable Member for Hastings and Rye, whose history of piracy will no doubt worry the whips something rotten, and I'm sure she will fail to put them at their ease, certainly not so early in a Parliament. To the Honourable Member for Chelsea and Fulham, whose fashion advice would be welcomed by those of us who missed the 1960s, but who no doubt will be contributing. And thank you for his kind words to our friend Greg Hands, who served the constituency so well. Well, if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, I may now turn to the King's speech rather than to the maiden speeches. The King has, after all, given one himself. Sadly, he didn't choose his own words. I'm not quite sure these are those that he would have chosen. It is, however, as ever, a pleasure to be speaking across the dispatch box from the Honourable Member for Wallasey, and I wish her the very best of luck in her new role. Becoming Labour Immigration Minister must be a very strange experience. After all, Barbara Roche, one of her predecessors, wrote that she was appalled to be appointed Immigration Minister in the Blair government, and one of Barbara's contemporaries, David Blunkett, famously said that there was no obvious limit to the number of migrants who could settle in the United Kingdom. Now, I suspect that we won't get such frank honesty from this Prime Minister or indeed this Home Secretary. However, in their hearts, I suspect neither of them truly believes in controlling legal and illegal migration. The Honourable Member has my sympathy. It can't be easy to defend a government that's already scrapped the deterrence that worked and lost the commander of the Border Strategy Unit and has now all but offered an amnesty. Oh dear, these days are difficult, aren't they? No doubt she's already read the advice of her frontline officers, because the National Crime Agency were extremely clear. They've been tasked by that government to tackle criminal gangs, but they've already said that you need an effective deterrence agreement. And since they've publicly pointed out that no country has ever stopped people trafficking upstream in foreign countries without a deportation scheme, I'm certain they won't have minced their words in private. The Honourable Lady is going to get plenty of time in just a moment. Despite this, the Home Secretary has promised the British people results and urged us to put faith in her plans. Now, I've long heard and listened to the Honourable Lady, and she's been a friend for many years. So let me ask the question that was put yesterday by my right honourable friend, the member for North West Hampshire. If she is wrong, God forbid, and the numbers rise, I know, wonders will never happen, what will the Home Secretary do? Will she take responsibility and resign? Or will she reach for the old Blair Brown playbook that is the golden thread running through this King's speech and instead farm out the blame, set up a new quango, pretend it's not your problem, and hope that it all goes away? Because I'm very sorry to tell you, Madam Deputy Speaker, that having listened to the debates over the last few days, it seems that Labour's approach to illegal immigration is absolutely typical of how they plan to govern. This is a government which will be overbearing when it should stand back and will be absent when it should stand tall. Too hesitant in defending our country from her enemies abroad, too controlling or uncontrolling of our borders, and failing to protect decent people from criminals, but, Madam Deputy Speaker, all too willing to creep into every corner of our personal lives. A government that seems determined to prioritise left-wing ideology over the interests of the British people. But I'm afraid that is what Labour does. In education, where they are rolling back the quiet revolution that has made our schools some of the best in the Western Hemisphere. In energy, where they claim they will reduce bills by creating an energy company that doesn't generate energy. In skills, where the best they can offer, a generation that aspires, is another bloated regulator. These are the policies of a government that values jobs for bureaucrats over results and ideological purity over the well-being of the British people. Now, the economy can't afford such ideology, I'm afraid. We need honesty in the challenges we face, and despite the Chancellor's attempts to talk down the position she's found herself in, that is indeed what she has inherited. Despite the selective memories on the benches opposite, we know the facts. We have the lowest inflation and the fastest growing economy in any G7 country. The deficit is down, unemployment is down, the economy is growing, all despite a global pandemic and a war raging in Europe. That recovery is now at risk, and Labour talks about growth. I know you talk about growth, but the businesses are already groaning at the proposed increase in regulation that they are proposing and are fearful of the tax rises that we're all expecting from the Chancellor and that she's effectively rolling the carpet for this autumn. Now, the changes in workplace regulations won't protect new employees. They'll simply put businesses off hiring them. Madam Deputy Speaker, the trouble with Labour's plans is we know that however well-meaning they are, they always lead to the same outcome. While Conservatives see industry as the source of our prosperity, Labour just views it as something to be taxed. They think entrepreneurs are not grafters but greedy, and they can't see that drive and energy bring opportunity to a whole community and not just to an individual or a company. So to that I say this: just as our security should not be taken for granted, neither should our wealth or prosperity. No one owes us a living or a good life. And if we punish those who create jobs and make it harder or more expensive to run a business, then this country will get poorer. And it won't happen overnight. It will creep up on us. Investments not made, business ideas not taken forward, entrepreneurs moved abroad, and little by little, those good intentions will lead to well-predicted consequences. Where we should be going for growth, they are designing a state of stagnation. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, the direction of this government has chosen to take is all too clear. A state that is weak on defence, weak on protecting our borders, and weak on maintaining order, whether in schools or on the streets. And yet, Madam Deputy Speaker, a state that presumes to tell us how to live our lives, offering us less choice about how we educate our children, run our businesses, rent our homes, and do our jobs. In only a few weeks, they've already shown themselves unable to commit to the steps needed to keep us safe, unable to secure our borders, unwilling to let the British economy thrive. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, the party opposite talks a good game, but actions speak louder than words, and their actions so far have been those of a party determined to put ideology over this country's interests. Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move.
Minister!
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. You wouldn't think that this is a man who was in a government that presided over an entire parliament where living standards were lower at the end of it than they were at the beginning. And you wouldn't think that this is a man that presided over a hash of a government that had 8 Home Secretaries, 5 Prime Ministers and 10 Education Secretaries, all within a few years. And to listen to him, you would think, wouldn't you, that he was still on this side of the House lecturing us about the fantastic record that his party has delivered to this country, when actually he's just lost an election by a landslide. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a great pleasure to be able to answer this King's Speech debate. We've had a fascinating kind of debate, and of the type that you can only really have at the beginning of a parliament, and particularly of a type that you can only really have at the beginning of a landslide parliament where the government has changed, because we've had 20 maiden speeches today, which means that we've had 68 over the last 5 days of the debate on the King's Speech. And I have to say that from listening to the contributions on all sides of the House that we've heard, that we've been privileged to hear today, it's going to be a parliament where the new members really drive the government forwards on this side of the House, where they hold the government to account on that side of the House. And I certainly look forward to being a part of it. Can I congratulate all of those members that have made their maiden speeches today? The Honourable Member for Fylde, who was the Police and Crime Commissioner in his area, the Honourable Member for Worthing West, who explained how beautiful her constituency was and how she was trying to make it even more sustainable, and whose commitment to equity and public health shone through to the Honourable Member for Gateshead Central and Whickham, an old mate of mine who made Gateshead sound as interesting as I already knew it was, to the Honourable Member for Rossendale and Darwin, who particularly mentioned Janet Anderson, one of his predecessors who came into the House when I first came in, and his comments on the Boundary Commission, I think, were heard with empathy across the entire House. Can I congratulate the Honourable Member for Clacton, who came in and did as usual? Can I also congratulate the Honourable Member for Darlington, who paid tribute to Peter Gibson, her predecessor, who's a particularly good friend and had many friends across the House who were all sad to lose. But she certainly gave us another gastric tour of her constituency, and I must say, not being able to eat at all when one is waiting and listening to the debate, to listen to 20 maiden speeches with massive amounts of information about the food offer in most of these constituencies has been a bit of a torture for me. Can I congratulate the Honourable Member for Boston and Skegness, who also did the food thing, the Honourable Member for Bassett Law, and who was proud of her parents, and her insights into working class aspirations and success, I think, will have struck many a chord on this side of the House. Can I also congratulate the Honourable Member for Eastbourne, who I learned for the first time is one of 7 Joshes who flooded into the House of Commons after the election, but presented us with a particular nightmare of actually defeating the teacher that taught him when he was 15. which I think would be a nightmare for any of the teachers on this side of the House. Just be careful who you teach at school. You never know what might happen in future. Can I congratulate the honourable member for Barking, who made a fitting tribute to her predecessor, the Right Honourable Margaret Hodge, who is a particular friend and inspiration for a lot of us. The Honourable Member for Ashford made a superb speech. The Honourable Member for Leicester South, the Honourable Member for Alloa and Grangemouth was particularly fast at talking about his transferable skills as a golf professional, transferring over to him being an MP. So we look forward to claret jugs arriving to ensure that he can make friends of us all. The Honourable Member for Cheltenham made a speech and was particularly thoughtful about Alex Chalk, who he defeated, who was again well liked across this House. The Honourable Member for Bridgewater, the Honourable Member for Glenrothes and Mid-Fife, who talked about the differences between the Scottish Parliament and this Parliament, and I'm sure he'll continue to see what they are as they emerge. And he's right, in fact, that this place is older and more complex. The Honourable Member for Chelsea and Fulham made a very good maiden speech, as did the Honourable Member for Coachbridge and Bells Hill, and last but by no means least, the Honourable Member for Hastings and Rye, who had to wait over 6 hours to make her contribution and didn't waste a word of it. They will show that the House continues to go from strength to strength. So as I conclude the King's speech debate, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm happy to give way.
I thank the Minister for giving way. She will have heard the concern across this House about the Conservatives' two-child cap on benefits. Because it exists, in the last year alone, over 3,000 women have had to fill in a form to admit to the DWP that they have been raped and had a child that was non-consensual, more than we've actually convicted of rape under the last government. Can the Minister assure us that that form and that approach has no future under this Labour government?
Thank you. I agree with the Honourable Lady. The Task Force on Child Poverty's work is beginning, and all aspects of the mess which the Conservatives have left us with, including this disgraceful clause, will be being looked at. I'm happy to give way, but could he hurry up? I'm very concerned.
Giving way, can she perhaps clarify to the House why a task force is required in order to delete the appalling and abhorrent rape clause? And can she clarify that any Labour MP who votes for the SNP amendment tonight will not lose the Labour whip?
I'm not a whip, so I'm not going to clarify what will happen. I'm doing a difficult enough job as it is without trying to become the entire Labour Party whip's office. What I want to do, I want to, in the time that's left me now, say that we've got to turn the page and move on from the last period that we have all lived through, and that this gracious speech is the first Labour programme for government in 14 years, and it's an exciting and ambitious programme. There are 40 bills on topics ranging from clean energy through to economic stability and down to the Hillsborough Law. A programme that is as ambitious for the country as the British people are. A programme which lays out a vision for a brighter, better future, to establish GB Energy, to bring down energy bills, an employment rights bill to end fire and rehire, and strengthen sick pay for workers, reforms to bus franchising to deliver local transport, regulation of water companies to clean up rivers, lakes and seas, and critical measures to strengthen Britain's border security and improve policing across the country, two of this government's core missions. That, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the change Britain voted for on July the 4th. It's a King's speech to be proud of, a King's speech to deliver, and I commend it to the House.
The question is that Amendment L be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no.
I
think the noes have it.
Division.
You're being very quiet. Division, clear the lobby. That the amendment be made. As many are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Aye. Tellers for the aye, Joy Morrissey and Mike Wood. Tellers for the noes, Christian Wakeford and Taiwo Owatemi.
ayes to the right, 117. The noes to the left, 384.
The ayes were 117, the noes were 384. The noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. I call Stephen Flynn to move Amendment D formally.
Move formally.
The question is that Amendment D be made. As many are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No! Division, clear the lobby. Is that the amendment be made. As any of that opinion, say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Kirsty Blackman and Ben Lake. Tellers for the noes, Christian Wakeford and Taiwo Owatemi. Order.
The ayes to the right, 103. The noes to the left, 363.
The ayes were 103, the noes were 363, so the noes have it, unlocked. I call Christine Jardine to move Amendment K formally.
Formally moved.
The question is that Amendment K be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No! Division, clear the lobby. The question is that the amendment be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes, Jamie Stone and Munira Wilson. Tell us for the noes, Christian Wakeford and Taiwo Owatemi.
The ayes to the right, 85. The noes to the left, 382.
The ayes were 85, the noes were 382, so the noes have it, unlocked. The question is the original question, that an humble address be presented to His Majesty as on the order paper. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it.